I think you're gonna put the count. I think
he's working on it. He got 2 minutes to put it on.
go Knights.
Hey, if you could grab me my drink real quick.
What?
Right there. The Sprite. Oh, Sprite.
Hey, hold on.
Cheers, fellas.
Cheers.
I got my drink yet.
Boo.
I'm about to hit the
Man, for a great
Let's
show.
make this happen.
Great show. Great live, man. Live in Vegas. I think they might be hearing this right now. And if they can hear us,
What up?
You know what time it is?
make sure to clock in. Make sure to hit that like button, subscribe if you haven't subscribed, hit that notification bell. We are live. Hey, if someone actually can go ahead and I'm gonna start like record that.
Yeah, they can hear us.
Let's go. We got 30 seconds. Hold on.
That time is
Trying to get Brandon Ayuk.
Oh, are they? Ooh, big time move. That means they might go quarterback.
Yeah, man. That would be
Match him
unfortunate.
up with the quarterback.
Let's see. About 20 seconds till we release this premiere of this new draft intro. Any chance if you could record this?
Trying to record it. Oh yeah, it's on the big screen.
It's on the big screen, you know. It's on the big screen. Oh yeah, man. Hey, man. Make sure to clock in. Like, hit the like button, comment, subscribe, hit that notification bell.
Yeah.
Man, we about to go ahead and
When
premiere.
I pop out like that.
Not that one for sure. But here we go. Premiere of a new draft intro.
There once lived a king who reigned over a prosperous empire for many years, driven by an insatiable hunger for conquest. He amassed a formidable army, striking fear into the hearts of all. However, malevolent forces led to his downfall. Now, a promising regime has arisen to reclaim the kingdom's former splendor. On this day, dreams come true and nightmares are born. There are many fan bases, but only one nation. Welcome to the best football show on earth.
And our coaches and our players are buying in. It wasn't easy. It was something that probably many people didn't think would happen, as you say, overnight. But when you have good people in the building, when you have the belief, you have the trust, you have the accountability, you earn respect, you do it the Raider way, you buy in, you understand that nobody's bigger than the shield and the patch, and that you play for a lot more than just the name on your back. Raider Nation, stand up.
What's going on, y'all?
If you don't like that, you better get out the building.
You heard the man. Hey, man, we are live in Las Vegas at the Ahern Hotel. And the NFL draft is upon us, man. We've been talking about it pretty much every day this whole offseason. And, man, we're here now. So, man, how's everybody doing, man? I just want to start off like that. Let's start off positive, you know?
Man, feeling good, feeling great, feeling good.
You got to be excited about it. I mean,
man.
you know, it's a new day. It's a new regime. You got this. You got AP running the show, and I think he's just got Raider fan base, Raider Nation just pumped, and so let's go. Gotta love it.
That intro, man. What y'all feel about that intro,
Hey,
man?
hey, shout out Digital Press, man. Raider Resistance, man. I'm all credit to. I hit him up last minute. My man came through, man. We had some technical difficulties, but Prez came through, man. Prez came through. Make sure to check out Raider Resistance on IG. One of the best IGs I've ever seen in my life, man. So make sure to go give him a follow if you're a Raider fan, NFL fan. Make sure to hit him up, man. And let's shout out to people, man. People pulling up. Hey, including Mr. Marty Mart in the building.
In the building.
Literally.
Live and in person.
He's right here.
I usually say in the building all the time, and they're not in the building, but Marty Mart is actually in the building.
Yes.
He came through. He's out here. He's excited, man, to see the Raiders draft. Maybe their future QB. Who knows?
Possibly.
Who knows? Man, we got people pulling up. I'm going to put it on the screen, man.
Yes.
My guy, Angelo, in the building. He says, Real Talk, Raider Nation gave you a salute. Severe, man, everybody, man.
Salute to Angelo.
Appreciate you coming through.
What's up, Transplant?
What's going on, man? My guy Prez is in the building. He says, I'm here so I don't get fined.
Nah, man, after what you put together, bro, they better not touch you, man.
Yeah, man. Hey, man. Fred Palmer he simply just says, beast mode. Beast mode.
Fact.
You know what I mean? Hey.
Fact.
Hey, hopefully we might draft a running back later in the rounds, man. Might be
Possibly.
a beast of a running back.
There's plenty out there.
Yes.
Not in the first round, though. Hopefully not in the first round. I'm hoping not in the first round. We got, about 20 minutes until the draft starts, 21 minutes on the clock. Chicago Bears are on the clock. We all know who they're going to get. So it's like, at this point, it's about what happens from number 2 and down, And Marty just told me right now, the Patriots are looking into trading for Brandon Ayuk.
Yes.
And that could be like a little domino effect because if they're looking to get a top receiver like that and pay that much money to extend him, that means they feel like they might go quarterback. It's a possibility.
Well, here's the thing: it just takes one domino to fall.
Yeah.
Right, that's the biggest thing. It just takes one team to make a move that just manipulates all the other picks for the rest of the day. So it's going to be interesting, and it's going to be interesting to see what that pick is.
Nah, because the Patriots, the asking price from the 49ers, according to reports, was a first-round pick. So it would have to be a future first for Brandon Ayuk, and then they have to pay him. If they do that, then, they're free to pretty much do whatever they want with that second pick, or the third pick, rather. Or they could potentially try to recoup some of what they gave up in that trade and move back.
Yeah.
And still maybe secure a quarterback if they like a guy like Drake May or J.J. McCarthy, or if they like Michael Penix, who's a guy who would do well at Gillette Stadium because he has those big hands. He's a guy that can control the ball. He has a strong arm, so he can throw in the kind of environment that they have up there in Foxborough. So it could be very interesting. Very interesting.
Yes, sir, man. Hey, man, my guy Raider Smoke, he starts off the show right, man.
As always.
Hey, man, he's as always for real. That intro got me ready to blitz some. You already know, man. Hey, look, I'm with you, man. Hey, Prez, he's the man. That's all I'm gonna say, man. That dude, he blessed the channel. He blessed the show. What a great intro, man. He got Raider Nation excited for the draft, man. I'm excited right now. I want the draft to start right now, but before it starts, go ahead.
Real quick, guys. One thing for everybody that's viewing on all the different channels. One thing I want to say is I want to give credit to Pharaoh, to Severe. We got this on short notice. You guys came out. You guys pulled through. We're gonna put together a good event. This event's gonna be one of many, and I just want to say a big thank you to you guys for coming through and making this something big. So I appreciate that because it wasn't easy. Let's put it that way. Being here until about 1 o'clock in the morning almost. Just trying to set up. I think it was great. But one thing I got to do is this is my first live, so shout out to my girls that are actually watching. Jaden, Kylie, Elena, my beautiful wife. They're giving me all the support in the world to do this, and so shout out to my girls. Love you, girls.
Yo, man. Shout out.
Man. Nah, man. Appreciate you. Appreciate you guys. Teamwork makes the dream work, man. So we got this thing last minute, but we're able to put this thing together, man, and we are going to put on a hell of a show. as it shows on the TV screen, potential future Raiders quarterback Jaden Daniels. Probably not. You know, that is the hope and the dream, but
Hope and a dream.
we shall see. We shall
So,
see.
hey, someone saying that, you know, I think Marty's saying the volume might be a little low. Let me go ahead. If anybody can let me know in the chat if you guys can hear us. I'm gonna increase the volume and just let us know.
Thank you.
Just let us know. But yeah, man. Hey, look, we got about. Let's see. We got about less than 20 minutes to go before the draft starts, and I was thinking, why don't we just do a last minute little, just knock it out, mock draft, real quick. You know what I mean?
Let's do it quick.
Let's do it, man.
Let's make it happen.
And hey, make sure, don't forget, man, make sure to click and hit that like button, hit that subscribe, hit that notification bell. We are going live on all our channels, so you have to subscribe to all our channels. Not have to, but, you know, hey, man, so if you Raider fan, if you want to support us, man, it's a great way to support us is to hit that like button and subscribe and hit that notification bell so you'll be notified every time we drop new content. So I'm going to go ahead and put that mock draft. I'm going to set it up real quick. And we'll see, man. We'll entertain everything, man. Football. Let's see. Hold on 1 second, man. But let me talk to y'all, man. Like, what
As you put that together, let's do just a real quick recap, right? You know, when we look at the current roster as it stands right now, the biggest needs, obviously, quarterback. Okay, we got Aiden O'Connell, Gardner Minshew, right? So we want to definitely target a quarterback.
Definitely.
We got some issues on the offensive line.
Definitely.
So we definitely want to look at possibly a tackle. But depending on how we move around, you know, so, you know, with all the needs in the first round, I think we could definitely look at a quarterback. We could look at a tackle. But, you know, with Tom Telesco, he may move around a little bit. I know there's fans out there that want to move around. So this first round mock draft is going to be fun.
Yeah, no, but definitely, man. You know, free agency was very interesting. You know, we let some players walk. We didn't bring as many players as we had the past 2 years under, you know, Josh McDaniels and Ziegler. We were very, very aggressive in free agency. This year, we kind of kept our powder dry. Maybe that's, you know, a little bit of strategy there. Maybe we kind of wait till after those cuts after draft or those June 1st cuts and fill in some of the holes. And you know, we kind of take a little bit of different approach, man. We have a lot of cap space left. We have some more money coming from Jimmy G's contract that is, you know, coming off the books on the first, so we can be kind of more aggressive in that second period of free agency than we were in that first period.
And that's a great point because that's the biggest thing, right? We got that Jimmy G money coming up post June 1, and a lot of teams start cutting down that 53-man roster. And when we see that cut go down, you know, there's a lot of players that become available that could help us. So that's definitely something to think of as we go through this draft.
Definitely.
So before I'm having some technical difficulties with the mock draft, so we'll just keep it moving. If I can set it up in time, we'll have the mock draft. But go on, man. Hey, man, like this draft is.
You know,
here.
The draft is here.
The draft
Got to
is
be
here.
pumped about
It's
it.
here, man.
Man, after months and months of speculation, we finally put it all to rest. We finally see who's going to be added to this team. When Tom Telesco was hired, right, he was hired for this very moment. Yeah. It was a surprise to most people. Most people wanted Ed Dodge or they wanted Champ Kelly. We assumed those were the two candidates. And Mark Davis decided to go in a little bit of a different direction and go with the guy that has over a decade worth of experience of doing this very thing, drafting. And drafting, you know, what was a pretty talented roster. You know, even though it's not a team that we like, it was a very talented roster. And
can't deny that.
We paired him with the rookie head coach, and that's part of the reason why we went with the more experienced GM, because that pairing is a guy that is, you know, his first time being a full-time head coach. So we wanted to kind of give him a sounding board with more experience. So today is where Tom Telesco has to earn his money. You know, we weren't that aggressive in free agency. You know, he's a guy that apparently likes to build through the draft. So this is where we have to kind of, it's where the rubber meets the road, and we have to, you know, be very diligent.
No, one of the things that isn't talked about enough is just what Antonio Pierce has been able to do to surround himself with experience, right? Even though he's a young head coach, even though that he was coaching high school football, 5-6 years ago, and has only had real 2 years of being an assistant coach. I think one of the biggest things is that he's brought in Marvin Lewis as an assistant head coach to really help him learn the ropes. Tom Coughlin is in the building to help him out with mentoring, just the process. And you got Joe Philbin.
Yes.
Joe Philbin as the offense assistant. That's just another ex-head coach over with Miami to be able to help out with the process of becoming a successful head coach. And so even though AP is very, very green, he's new, he also has surrounded himself with some really good people. So you got to be excited about that.
Nah, man. And that's one of the things that I really loved when he was putting the staff together, right?
Yeah.
He put together a staff of very experienced people. You already mentioned Marvin Lewis. This guy was a head coach for a long time. Took the Cincinnati Bengals, which was essentially the laughingstock of the league for a while, and turned them into a perennial playoff team. We all know what Joe Philbin did, with the Dolphins. We all know what Tom Coughlin did with an expansion team in the Jaguars, and then turn around and won 2 Super Bowls with the Giants. So
with AP, right?
One with AP.
One with
AP. So I think, yeah, man, like that's the smart thing, right? You got to understand your weaknesses and hire to compensate for those weaknesses. He has a guy that that has experience at offensive coordinator, not the guy that a lot of us wanted, but he's a guy that is experienced at offensive coordinator. He has a defensive coordinator who is experienced as defensive coordinator. He has an experienced special teams coordinator. He has Edgar Bennett, who was at wide receivers coach, who was also once an offensive coordinator. So he has a wealth of experience on this staff, and I think that is just going to AP has the temperament. He has all those intangibles. It's just the technical aspects of the game that he needs to work on. And he also hired a guy that's going to be in charge of basically the game management aspect of things, like the clock management, managing the timeouts and the challenges. That's something he had some issues with down the stretch last year. So he recognized that, and he didn't have an ego, right? That's the one thing about AP. He didn't have an ego. He recognized that was a weakness, and he hired to compensate for that weakness, man. So I just think that, so far, man, I think AP this offseason is knocking it out of the park.
Well, check this out, right? The one thing you got to remember, and what was amazing.
Paul,
was, yeah.
One moment.
Yep.
We gotta address this super chat. My guy Daniel Kim, one of the king of mods, man.
Daniel Kim, salute.
Appreciate the super chat, man. Hey, man, he says Raiders, let's go. Hey, man.
Yes, sir.
You know what?
Yes, sir.
I got you one more time, man. Hey, man. I got you, man. Hey, man, next time you'll be out here, man. Appreciate you the super chat, but go on there.
Yeah, I just want to do a quick shout out. We're starting to see people coming in at Ahern. So if you guys are here in the Las Vegas area, come through. People are starting to come in, and it's going to be a fun party, good little crowd. So let's have some fun. But the one thing that I loved to see was when AP addressed the team when the non-mandatory OTAs came into play, and he had that speech that was all over social media about, he called out, he said, Max Crosby, get better. Devonta Adams, get better. Running backs, get better. Receivers, get better. And how did he end that? He ended it with AP, get better. And that just shows accountability. That shows that he understands that not only does the team, the coaches, everybody needs to get better, he needs to get better, and he's leading by example. By bringing those individuals, the Tom Coughlins, the Marvin Lewis, bringing them around him, it's proving to the team that he is also willing and able to learn to make sure he perfects this position. So you got to be excited about it. I'm stoked.
Yeah, no doubt.
Now, before we get into this draft, man, I just got a question for y'all, man. What is one surprising move?
Before you ask that question, I seen some people say that there might still be an issue with the audio, with the volume. Let me know right now. Actually, let's do it right now, because I don't want this to be an issue moving forward. Can y'all hear us? Does it need to be a little bit louder? Let us know.
Yeah.
I can make that adjustment.
Is it anyone specific? Is it me? Is it Pharaoh? Is it 805?
Just let us know, man.
I got that perfect volume on my side.
Okay, Brian says we're good. All right, appreciate it. All right, cool, perfect. But you got a question for Raider Nation?
Yeah, man. I got a question for you guys and for Raider Nation, man. What is one surprising move that you guys think could happen that could I'm talking about like a break the internet type move, where it's like all over Twitter, all over social media, all over all over ESPN, all over Fox Sports, like something that happens where it just shocks everybody.
You want me to go?
Yeah, I'm going with you first.
Let's go.
805 is the go.
I think something that would shock the NFL world would be Justin Herbert gets dealt by the Chargers.
Wow.
You got J.J. McCarthy coming into this draft. Obviously was coached by Jim Harbaugh, and he's within range. He's within range to get him. J.J. McCarthy's stock has risen over the last month or so. Everybody's talking that he might find himself in the top 4 of quarterbacks taken. There's a chance that Drake May might drop. But with the Chargers sitting there at 5, and you talk about getting a quarterback with the 5th-round option, Herbert is an expensive quarterback. They've been offloading that offense like crazy. If Jim Harbaugh wants J.J. McCarthy and continues on that, and they actually trade away Justin Herbert again, it would shock the world if it happened. Obviously unlikely, but it would shock the world. That's my shocker.
True. Hey, we got a little bit of breaking news. Looks like wide receiver A.J. Brown of the Philadelphia Eagles just signed an extension. This comes right after they paid Devontae Smith and signed him to a huge extension. So it looks like the Philadelphia Eagles are going all in. They're putting their chips on the table. They think they can win. They're paying a lot of money to 2 wide receivers. So they are trying to win. But back to our question, Pharaoh. What do you think? What is a move that you think? And now, wait. First, let's address 805. Because, Jim Harbaugh's been talking up J.J. McCarthy all offseason. So this would be an opportunity for him to put his money
Severe about to
where his mouth is. Right?
Severe about to come for you after you say something.
No, I'm just saying, Jim Harbaugh's been saying how J.J. McCarthy is the best quarterback in this draft. He's the best quarterback in Michigan history, better than one Tom Brady, Thomas Edward Patrick Brady, as they call him. So if he's really that guy, why don't you get off some of that salary that you're paying Justin Herbert and draft J.J. McCarthy?
Right.
If he's really what you say he is. But what I think? I think that Jim Harbaugh is full of crap. And I think that he has a plan in place to get some stupid team to move in front of him to the top 4 so he gets whoever he wants at 5.
It's not just because we're Raider fans. That's not just because we're Raider fans.
Exactly. So, but back to the question, Pharaoh. What do you think? What do you think? What's a move you think could potentially break the internet?
Okay, hold on one second. Daniel Kim says, point the mic down a little bit.
Severe, me.
Let's see. Severe, point the mic down. Pharaoh, Severe's mic to be turned up a little bit. All right. It's probably because we're not all the way close. So hold on. I'll just put it up just a little bit because I don't want it to be too loud. But let me know if it's a little bit better. For me, how do we not talk about the Raiders? When we talk about big time moves, I honestly we always keep it real here on this channel when we have our show, and obviously Paul, he keeps it real as well on his channel.
His show is called Real Talk.
Real Talk Raider Nation.
I try to keep it real.
Yeah, hey man, subscribe if you haven't subscribed, man. But I think the Raiders probably trading up in the top 3. I think that's going to be earth-shattering move. I think we've heard the noise, we've heard the smoke, we heard Michael Penix, and I like Michael Penix, but at 13, pause. I don't know if that's pause-worthy, but but look, I'm saying I'm calling it right now. Raiders trade up top 3. And get their guy Jaden Daniels. I think that's it's a real possibility. I think what the issue is right now, they're waiting until the last moment, and I don't know if you guys are gonna like this. I think it's gonna be a trade where the Raiders give up a lot because Mark Davis has given this front office to go get their QB. He literally hired Tom Telesco because he felt like he had a better plan to get their quarterback. That was the reason. We all thought that Champ Kelly was going to be the GM, but he didn't trust that inexperience. He didn't trust the plan that Champ Kelly had for it. He was tired of that. He wanted experience. He wanted a guy that's been there, done that. And I'm calling it. Can I be wrong? Yes. But Severe, do you want the smoke, sir? Do you want it right now? Live in Vegas.
Let's get the smoke. Let's get the smoke.
But Severe, let's go. Let's hear yours. I want to hear how we shocked the world.
So
he didn't want the smoke.
The year was 2006. There was a certain dynamic running back from a storied school in Southern California. Heisman winner, been to the national championship game. He was supposed to be the #1 overall pick. Every mock draft by every expert had this guy going #1 overall to the Texans. His name was Reggie Bush. And on draft night, what did the Texans do? They drafted Mario Williams, defensive end, I believe out of NC State.
Yes.
So I'm saying that the move that could shock the world is Caleb Nail Polish Williams doesn't go #1 overall. They elect to go with the player who everybody says had the better year last year, and that is Jaden Daniels. The Chicago Bears take Jaden Daniels over Caleb Williams, and Caleb Williams cries again in his mother's arms.
I was gonna say that too. If that happens, hey, I'll bet on it. We're in Vegas. We can bet, but I'll bet that if that happens, Caleb Williams will cry on national TV.
Bro.
We'll see it.
I'm with you. It would shock the world if Caleb Williams, after all the talk over the last handful of months with Caleb Williams going #1, that would shock the world 100%. You know, but it wouldn't be. Let's do this. It would shock the world, but it wouldn't be surprising because there's a lot of people that are Jaden Daniels fans.
Yes.
You know, so it wouldn't. Like it would shock the world, but for a lot of people, it wouldn't be surprising.
Yeah.
But can we talk? Can we talk just real quick? You know, when you talk about is if the Bears do take Caleb Williams, like everybody's talking about, do you think the Bears' situation will actually allow Caleb Williams to thrive? That's a big question.
By the way, it is officially 5 p.m. The Bears are on the clock, so we'll find out if Severe's take the severe truth is actually true. Casper says Patriots are talking to the Niners about trading 3 for Ayuk, Brandon Ayuk from the Niners. Giants called the Patriots 2. Niners taking calls on Samuels and Ayuk to get into the top 10. Wow.
Interesting.
Patriots making moves.
What would they want to do? What do you guys think they would do in the top 10?
I think they would get a receiver and go cheap at the position.
Yes.
If the Niners if the Niners trade up in the top 10, then they have a chance to get one of the top receivers in this draft.
Yeah.
A draft that's full of talented wide receivers. I mean, I don't think the Niners have to, unless they really like Malik Neighbors or Rome Odunze. I don't know how true this rumor is, but if this does happen, it's a big time move, crazy move. If the Patriots are taking calls, I said this earlier, if they're taking calls or not taking calls, but if they get a veteran receiver, wouldn't you say that's a sign that they're probably going to go quarterback with their early pick?
I would assume so.
You know what I mean?
It would make sense because you obviously you got to get that tandem early, right?
Yes.
You got to get that tandem early. If you could imagine, you got a top tier receiver and you get that quarterback with that 5th round option. I mean, you have set yourself up for the future, and you have Gerard Mayo as their head coach. He is a defensive guy, yes. And so if you can nail down your quarterback, you can nail a top tier receiver, then you can start working on that defense. And so, I would not be surprised if they try to target a quarterback, get that 5th year option.
No, very, very, very true. And yeah, man, interesting with the Niners. I didn't think about that because I mean, obviously, if I'm going to trade one of the two, I'm trading Samuel, and I'm just going to pay Ayuk. If I had an option, I think Ayuk is a better player. He's also, more healthy. Samuel seems to, he's a weapon, but he's almost never on the field. So if I can get a 1st round pick for Deebo Samuel, move off of him, and then if you like a guy that people compare Malik Neighbors to, is kind of like a Deebo Samuel type guy. If you can get up that high, which I don't know if you will be able to.
Yeah.
If you can get up that high to get Malik Neighbors, that would be the perfect replacement for him.
And not to talk too much about the Niners, but it is interesting because you got the Niners that have Brock Purdy. Brock Purdy's going to have to get paid here very soon.
Yes.
And they have a lot of high-paid talent sitting on that Niners roster. And so they're going to try to figure out who do we offload. Is it Ayuk? Is it Deebo? They're going to have to offload some high-salary players. And the Niners also have a lot of draft picks in the later rounds. They get a ton of compensation picks year over year because they lose all their coaches, right? They lose defensive coordinators year over year. And so they get those compensation picks, those picks in the third round.
Yeah.
And so they're going to have to offload some salary cap so that they can pay Brock Purdy, because you know Brock Purdy is going to get paid here very soon.
Yeah.
So we could see some movement. Wouldn't be surprised.
At all. No, very true. Very true.
So we're waiting for the Bears to make it official. You know, it could. I think it's Caleb Williams, in my opinion. But you know, we'll see, man. Hey, we'll see. Jaden Daniels, because you know what? Because every year it's always something random that happens in the draft.
Yes.
Like it doesn't go according to what the people think.
Exactly.
Because how the NFL views players is not the same as how the public views the players. You know what I mean? So there's going to be plenty of moves where we're going to be scratching our head like, damn, he went a little bit earlier. Last year, Detroit drafted a running back in the first round, early, top 10, right?
Yeah,
And Gibbs, right?
Yeah.
So there's moves like that can possibly happen. And obviously, we just talked about a trade where the Niners, all the way down from the bottom of the first round, could come into the top 10, top 5. We'll see. I think top 10, I think, is what some of the people in the chat says. I got to actually look that up real quick, see how true that is, man, because sometimes y'all be trolling here, man. Casper, man, I'm going to give you the benefit of doubt. But this Brian Chavez is dying off the the mother crying on the mother's arms.
So as you look that up, let's ask a quick question.
Yes.
To the chat too. Let us know what you think. Who's that first team? Who's that first team you think is going to actually trade out of their spot? Severe, I'll throw it to you.
I would say if I had to make a choice, I'm going to say the Chargers. I'm going to say the Chargers move out of that spot. I want to go Patriots, but I think they make stick and pick. I think they want their choice of any of the quarterbacks that are left after Caleb and Jaden go. So I think they'll probably stick and pick. I think the Chargers are in the sweet spot where they can get out of that pick and they can move down, and they'll still have guys like Joe Alt available. They'll still have Fuaga available. They'll still possibly have Brian Thomas available, maybe even Rome Odunze, depending on how the draft goes. I think I'm going to go with the Chargers.
Okay.
Farrah, what you say?
Well, I just made, I just answered Severe's question earlier about the Raiders being the team that makes that earth-shattering move by getting in the top 3. So, Commanders get a historic trade from the Raiders.
Man.
You know what I mean? And then get their guy.
You really want that trade up, don't you?
Hey man, I want us to get a franchise QB. That's what I want. I want us to get a franchise QB.
Farrah wants to shock the world. I like it.
Hey man,
What about you, 805?
You know, it is hard pressed to really make a good point with the Chargers. You know, but I think there's a really good chance the Patriots want to deal that pick. I think the Patriots want to deal that pick because, and I only say that because of Gerard Mayo, you know, being a defensive guy and all that stuff. I think there's a good chance the Patriots trade out of that pick because you got Minnesota. Yeah. Minnesota's going to want to jump up. They prep themselves to jump up. Yeah. With trading with Houston, getting that, they're sitting at 11. And they got that 23rd pick as well. I think there's a really good chance they're setting up, and I think the team that is really primed to kind of trade out of that pick is possibly the Patriots. So
that's interesting. That's interesting. And yeah, it can go a lot of ways, man. It can go a lot of ways.
Yeah, I could easily say the Patriots, but then if these rumors are true, like, and if they get a better receiver in a trade,
yeah.
I see quarterback.
Quarterback, man.
I see quarterback with
That's the best move to make, man. And the reason why I said the Chargers, because the Chargers need a wide receiver. This is a deep wide receiver draft. They need a tackle. This is a deep tackle draft. They need a cornerback. This is a deep cornerback draft. So they can move back to where the Vikings are picking, and they can easily still get one of the best receivers in this draft, one of the best tackles in this draft, and possibly the number one cornerback on the board if they move back.
Yeah.
So, I mean, it could be a situation where they can easily move back, address multiple needs, especially because all their positions of need are very deep in this draft. So they pick up multiple picks, and they can address all those needs later on in the draft.
Yeah.
And Jim Harbaugh gets the opportunity from day one to build this team in his own identity.
Man. And speaking about the draft, man, great turnout in Detroit.
Yes, sir.
Man, that was a huge crowd that they showed on the field. But that being said, it looks like Adele's getting ready.
Boo that man.
For real.
Man.
But
my guy Marshall Mathers is hyping up the crowd right now.
Man.
Look,
they're building a bully out there.
hey, the Lions become good, and Eminem finally shows himself.
You know, right?
Where were you 5 years ago?
This guy's about to get a huge cheer. This guy too. That guy just got
he
paid.
got paid.
That's new money.
Man,
He got paid.
Hey, man, that's a huge crowd. That's
That's a huge crowd, man. I love to see it, man.
Huge crowd.
I love to see it, man. I'm happy for the city of Detroit, man. I thought that was a Raider hat at first.
It's so strategic to.
That should have been. He should have been a Raider.
Yeah, Calvin Johnson.
Should have been a Raider.
But we went with one of the. Let's
Oh, the legend, the man, the myth.
Barry Sanders.
Man.
But you know what though, man, that's a huge thing, man.
That's a huge crowd, man.
Great turnout.
I love to see it for Detroit.
It's so strategic, man. Start off the draft with all these past successful, former players for the Detroit Lions and current players as well.
Facts, man.
But
Amon-Ra St. Brown got.
Did they do this in Las Vegas with the Raiders?
They did.
Did they bring out some? I'm talking about to start the draft like this.
Yeah.
They did?
I don't know if it was to start the draft, but I know that you had current players coming up.
Yeah. Jared Goff, man. That guy.
Is he? You feel like a top 10 quarterback?
Definitely. Like people like to compare Aiden O'Connell, and every time I hear people compare Aiden O'Connell to Jared Goff, I throw up in the back of my throat. It's disgusting. He is nowhere near Aiden O'Connell. Jared Goff was the number one overall pick in the draft. Aiden O'Connell was a fourth round pick, and people thought that was like when he was drafted. People thought that was a reach. Like there were people that were saying if Aiden O'Connell was in this draft, he would have been a first round pick. I think somebody said if he was in this draft, he would have been a first round pick.
They did.
And in the class before this, with that was weaker at quarterback, he couldn't make it into day two. Yeah. And one of the best quarterback classes we've seen in a long time. He's going to be a first round. Like, give me a break, man. Give me a break.
I'm with you, but hey.
I'm a homer, but come on now.
One thing I gotta say, I don't care if you're a Raider fan or whatever fan you are, you got to give all the respect to Barry Sanders, man.
Oh, man.
He just stepped up to that podium, and you want to talk about a guy that dedicated himself to that team, and put the team on his back as much as he could with an organization and a team that didn't do anything for him. I mean, that boy is dangerous. Gotta love what he did.
Man, if anybody remembers that video, bro, one of the greatest videos of all time. Put the team on the back. But yeah, man, and Calvin Johnson's another guy, man. Calvin Johnson, look, man, Calvin Johnson is my second favorite receiver of all time behind Tim Brown. Calvin Johnson was just a dog, man.
Over T.O. Randy Moss?
Randy Moss would have been up there until he disrespected my team. So it would have been Tim Brown, Randy Moss, then Calvin Johnson as my favorite.
I respect it.
Calvin Johnson, a guy that should have been a Raider.
I mean, T.O. was a Niner too, but damn, he was
man.
Like everybody else, I was a huge Charles Woodson fan. But when I seen T.O. destroy him live, I was like, whoa, this dude.
It's crazy because T.O. is probably one of the most underrated because when you talk about the greatest receivers in history, you look at T.O.'s numbers, it's almost like you can't deny that he's got to be in the conversation. But because all the drama, all the stuff that he went through, you just sit there and go, it's almost like he just gets put on the back burner. So that's tough. That's really tough.
I wish.
Sorry, but shout out to my mom and dad. If they're watching, they're big Niner fans. I'll give them a shout out. So.
Oh, damn, it was 8-9 minutes. Wow. Okay, I didn't know it was that long between each pick. So I would say this. I always think back.
It's cool. I have plenty to talk about.
Exactly. Now I always think back to that picture, right? I think, and it happened multiple times where it's Calvin Johnson on the goal line, and they lined up two guys on him like they're covering a punt. Like, that's how unstoppable Calvin Johnson was. And I think it was the DB who put it up there. They were, talking about Calvin Johnson, and they were comparing him to some other wide receivers. And they're like, until you see somebody else being guarded like this, stop the comparison. I've never in history seen anybody be guarded like this, and to this day, it has not happened again. So until I see that happen again, I don't want to hear about nobody else. That guy was a physical freak, 6'5", 230, running the 4 threes in somebody else's shoes, a 40-inch plus vertical jump. Like, that guy was crazy long arms, huge hands, could run routes. Like he can do everything on the football field.
Yeah. Nah, man, I wanted Calvin Johnson in that draft too, but it is what it is, man. That's in the past.
Yeah,
we are now in 2024, man, and hopefully the Raiders will be able to get their franchise QB in this draft, or at least get some good players, man. We need some talent on this team, man, at some key positions. I know I've been talking about quarterback, but I haven't forgot about offensive tackle. I haven't forgot about corner. There's a lot of different positions we can go at 13. I would like for them to trade up, but I know that at the end of the day, it takes two to tango.
Yes.
Yes, it does.
So we'll see, man. And the Bears got 7 minutes. I don't know why they're taking their time.
Yes.
You had the whole offseason to make up.
Make up your mind.
They're trying to make a trade.
Man.
So the one thing to think about, though, with the Bears, I'm not saying they're going to trade right here. I think they do go Caleb Williams, but they only have 4 picks in this draft. They have 4 picks in this draft, and they have a lot of holes. Obviously, if you have the number 1 pick in the NFL draft, that means you are not a good football team. So you have some areas that you need to address. And so they got the number 1 pick here, and they got the number 9 pick. And so I would not be surprised if you see them actually move back, not here, but that 9 pick.
Yeah.
I could see them moving back in that 9 pick. I could see them dealing that away so that they can stockpile some picks and do some work. So, I don't know if they're just letting Caleb kind of soak this in and enjoy the moment, which, whatever. I don't care who you are, if you like Caleb or not, to have this type of moment, to be the first pick in the NFL draft, it's got to be something you want to soak in. It's got to be something that you want to be able to just enjoy, because not very many people in this world that step on this planet get an opportunity to say, I was the number 1 pick in an NFL draft. So,
Yeah.
And know what? I just heard this. This came down from the NFL today, actually. A trade has been amended. So in the trade to Pittsburgh, the Pittsburgh traded for Justin Fields. They also threw in nail polish for Caleb Williams. That just came down in the league offices today. It was approved by Roger Goodell. So you guys be hearing about that soon.
Are you sure that's just soda over there?
Hey, man, Severe Schefter, Raider.
You guys heard it first. You guys heard it here first. The severe truth. You guys heard it here first. But nah, man, it's very interesting, man. It's very, very interesting. Chicago, in a lot of ways, that they control this draft with the number 1 overall pick. Of course, they control it from that aspect, but also with that 9 pick, because they can move up or down, and depending on who's on the board, if a team wants a quarterback, if one of those quarterback falls, maybe a Drake May falls, maybe J.J. McCarthy falls, and the team is willing to will and deal, man, Chicago could be in the catbird seat, man, and they can really do a lot for their team. And I think Caleb Williams is in a pretty good spot, man. I think.
And Daniel Kim has a question. He says, do you guys think that Williams can thrive throwing on time and in the pocket? So we all know Caleb Williams, he's a great talent. and he makes a lot of off-schedule plays. You know, on the run, plays breaking down. Do you think that he can play in an offense where he can run that system the way it's supposed to?
Yeah, man. I'll let you take it, 805.
So, when you look at Caleb Williams and the way that he played last year, I think the reason why we did not see him throw a lot of timing type of throws and having more chemistry with his receivers is because his offensive line was so bad. And the thing is that when your offensive line struggles, the hard part is being able to trust that O-line's going to allow you to take that 5-step drop. You know, take that 3-step drop at a gun, and be able to throw on time. You know, if you go 3, 4, 5 games and you're getting hit, you got guys in your face, you're going to have that tendency to want to get out the pocket. And sometimes you want to get out the pocket a little bit early, and that forces you to have to get out, and now you're not able to throw on time. And so I think, unfortunately, the verdict might still be out whether he can, but it's solely because he was running for his life 50% of the time he dropped back to pass. Yeah. So that's the hard part, is he didn't have a really good O-line, and he had way too much pressure on so many passing plays that he had to figure out, how do I buy myself more time?
Hey, man, hold on 1 second. Hold on 1 second, man. The pick is in. Caleb Williams has been picked number 1 overall by the Chicago Bears.
Or shock the world. Shock the world.
Caleb Williams.
I'm going to give a boo.
Boo this man. I mean, I think it's the pick that we all expected. I think this is a situation where, last year, Matt Eberflus I don't think he's a good head coach. And I think he put a lot of the blame for what happened last year, basically on Luke Getsy, right? Luke Getsy had to fall on the sword. But then conversely, he threw Justin Fields under the bus as well. Mm-hmm. So he picked a guy in Caleb Williams, and kind of like we talked about with Josh McDaniels, right? Maybe this buys him a little bit more time. Maybe this gives him, like, you know what? I have a rookie quarterback going through growing pains. Give me another year or two, and maybe he can appeal to Ryan Poles to give him more time. But so and it's a situation where this guy's been the consistent number 1 overall pick for a while. So if they don't pick him and he goes somewhere else and he balls out, that looks extremely bad for them. Yeah. So I think it's kind of a situation where they kind of had to make this pick.
Yeah, and a lot of the quarterbacks that are going to be drafted, it's going to be a lot of projection with them. Yeah. Because what the NFL likes to draft, they like to draft with quarterbacks that have a lot of traits.
Yes.
The NFL traits, you know what I mean? So Patrick Mahomes kind of is starting this trend because obviously he's the best quarterback in the league. You see his play style is Super Bowl worthy. You know what I mean? So you look at a guy like Caleb Williams, you can see teams are looking at it like, okay, we can win with this guy. We can make it happen.
No. Yeah, man, but to get back to Daniel Kim's question, I'm a Pac-12 guy. I watched most of Caleb Williams' games at USC, especially when he played the Bruins, a team that actually kicked us behind us last year. I will say this. I didn't see him even the previous year, in his Heisman year, I didn't see him play a lot in structure. It's a lot of freelancing, a lot of, willing and dealing. And he's a guy that he's an incredible playmaker. Off the script, he can do all that. But in the NFL, where if you get cute back there, you're going to get a 270-pound guy hitting you in your neck. I don't think he can afford to do that. And Caleb Williams isn't a big guy. People talk about like he's essentially the same size as Johnny Manziel.
Yeah. But he's heavy though. He's a little heavier.
Nah, he's about the same size. He might got him by like 10 pounds. So they're about the same size. So he's not a big guy.
Severe, to your point, what you said previously is I think they were kind of forced to make this pick, right? And when you've done so poorly in the
His
past,
nails paint. Oh my goodness.
the tears are coming.
Oh my goodness. With the nails painted. You see how look how he wiped his face though. Did you see that? Come on, dog.
I think severe to your
Come
point.
on, man.
I think what's tough is that I do think the Bears are kind of forced to make this pick because Caleb Williams was for so long the overall consensus. This is going back to last year, right? When he balled out last year, he was the overall consensus number one. And if the Bears were to go with a Jaden Daniels, if they were to go off script and do something different, could you imagine if the Bears did horribly, Caleb Williams goes somewhere else like the Commanders where he could team up with Cliff Kingsbury, a guy that is very familiar with him.
Yeah.
If the Bears tank or the Bears fall short of expectations and Washington does well with Caleb Williams, Eberflus is done. Like that's automatic. I would go as far as Brian Poles, the GM. He's done.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? So I do think that they were forced to kind of make this decision and get Caleb Williams because if you don't get that overall consensus number one, you're done. You're already on a short leash.
But you can see why Eberflus would want to get a young QB. He has the opportunity because, like Justin Fields, he wasn't getting it done, and I think he was on the hot seat, or probably most likely on the hot seat. And you could tell with Justin Fields being gone, like he was the scapegoat.
Exactly.
And I think they fired their offensive coordinator, Lou Getsy, so another scapegoat. So, at the end of the day, like I think Caleb Williams could possibly buy them some time, or Caleb Williams might have a new head coach, new offensive coordinator, year two in the NFL, which we can see how that could not lead to success in the NFL because we've seen multiple quarterbacks.
Let me ask one question, and then we got about 3 minutes until the next pick. But if it buys you some time, the question is how much time? Because Eberflus has already shown that he has struggled. And so the question is how much time? What happens if the Bears go 1-6? 1-7. At what point do you cut that cord? And so that's what would be my biggest question when it comes to the Bears organization.
Yeah. But moving on, man. Hey, 2 minutes until the Commanders. So I predicted a trade here.
Yeah, you did.
I did predict a trade. But if I'm wrong, Raider Nation, I was just trying to be positive, man. Don't take it out on me, man.
Yeah.
But yeah, there's 2 minutes left on the clock for the Commanders to make their pick. They're using up all the time.
So do the Commanders go Jaden Daniels? I think that is the consensus number 2 quarterback for most people.
It would break the heart. Oh, the pick is in. It would break the heart of a lot of Raider fans.
So it's not a trade.
No.
It's not a trade. The pick is in. Let's see what they do. Do they shock the world? Do they do on Muhammad Ali and shake up the world?
Pick is in.
Very interesting. Last year, they reached in the first round for Emmanuel Forbes over Christian Gonzalez, which is a disastrous pick because Emmanuel Forbes was not good. I compared him to DeMarcus Van Dyke coming out.
Yeah.
And so far, he got benched down the stretch of the season. If your number 1 overall pick gets benched down the stretch of the season, that's not a good pick.
Yeah.
So it'd be very interesting to see if they have a new regime in here. Adam Peters, Magic Johnson is there. That they're being advised by Bob Myers of the Golden State Warriors, essentially an all-star panel of executives. So let's see what they do here.
I know we're only 2 picks in, but we're still waiting for that shocker. Let's see what happens.
Still waiting for that shocker.
Man, if Jaden Daniels doesn't get picked right now, I mean, Raider Nation got to be.
Hey, real quick before they walk up, could it be Drake May?
If it's Drake May, but we speculated that it could be Drake May because Drake May and Sam Howell were best friends. And they traded Sam Howell prematurely.
Correct.
So for them to make that trade.
And there was talks that they did not want them in the same quarterback room just because they were friends. They didn't know how that competition was going to happen. So
man. The pick is in. And they selected. Damn. Jaden Daniels.
All right, okay, let's
Boo
see.
this selection. Man. Damn, look, he's upset. He's happy, but he's upset at the same time.
Oh, my God. Jaden Daniels gets drafted.
That's a slow walk.
I try to put it into existence, y'all. I was trying to see if the Raiders could possibly maneuver their way into number 2 pick to pick Jaden Daniels. Now
that is the happiest unhappy man on the planet right now.
Nah, he good, man. He number 2 pick overall, franchise QB.
He about to get paid.
He's about to get paid. He's good, man.
But you don't see that exuberance on his face. He didn't cry those tears of joy like Caleb Williams did.
Damn. Yeah, man.
That's tough.
Yeah, man. So now the Raiders, you probably could say, are probably not going to be trading up into the top 5.
No, they were not.
But who knows? Tom Telesco hasn't really talked too much. We don't really know which quarterback he felt was the top quarterback in the NFL draft. We don't know who was the top of the board. Is it a Michael Penix? Is it a Drake May? It's a possibility. Drake May has gotten comparisons to who? Herbert. Didn't Tom Telesco draft that guy? So, hey, it's a possibility. So we'll find out soon enough.
I think that's the biggest thing is that one of the quarterbacks that I felt, because of the talks of J.J. McCarthy, I felt like Drake May could be that quarterback that drops, right? And so if Drake May finds himself dropping to, let's say, like the 9th spot, would Tom Telesco pull the trigger? Because, Pharaoh, to your point, Drake May's pro comparison is Justin Herbert. Yeah. And so that's where it becomes interesting. And now we got the Patriots pick. The Patriots pick is going to this could be the one that could throw off the draft. No, it really can't.
Right, yeah.
Hey man, Space man, they're not gonna let this go, man. I'm just gonna let you know they're not gonna let it go. We just lost severe to Washington, man. Hey man, it was nice knowing you, man.
Yeah, man. I will give you guys a tour of the White House. I will sign you guys up. But I will say this.
That's hilarious.
I will say this. Speaking of, we were speaking of J.J. McCarthy and Drake May. What is a pick that you guys, now that our guy's off the board, Jaden Daniels, this guy, I've been talking about Jaden Daniels since Jaden Daniels wasn't even considered like a first-round pick for sure. Mm-hmm. I've been saying he was my number 1 quarterback in the draft. Yeah. Now he's the number 2 quarterback drafted. But what is a guy that if we drafted him, you guys would be upset? Like you guys, this is like an Alex Leatherwood, Damon Arnett moment where it doesn't have to be that big of a reach. Those guys were massive reaches. But what is a guy that we draft you guys would be upset?
If we draft anybody outside of corner, offensive tackle, and quarterback, I would be mad.
Okay.
Because I'm not saying that we wouldn't get a good player. It's just there's an opportunity to grab a good player at those key positions. We know the Terrion Arnolds. We know your guy Keon Mitchell.
Yes.
We know the Fuagas, the Troy Fatanus, the J.C. Lathams, and obviously the quarterback. You know what I mean? We know some people like McCarthy. We know we've been talking up Michael Penix. So if we get players outside of those key positions, you gotta. I'm not gonna lie. I'm not gonna be happy about it, but
I think for myself, I think if we stick at 13, the guy that I would be probably the most disappointed is Troy Fautanu, because I feel like he is a guard. One of the things that I had on him is when I watched the combine, and I don't take a lot from the combine, but when I was kind of watching the combine and I was going through my notes and I was evaluating some of the players, I thought he was a guard, because he was titled just an O lineman in the draft, and so I personally thought he was a guard, and I wanted to look for him. I kept looking for him, and he wasn't in the tackle section or in the guard section on some of the online rankings, and so I had to actually move over to tackle, and that's when it surprised me because he was never on my radar.
Yeah.
So if we go someone like that, Troy Fautanu, I wouldn't be excited.
That's interesting because a lot of people have said that about Fuaga.
I feel that way about Fuaga. I feel that way about Fuaga. Actually, I think Troy Fautanu, the talk of the Washington Pro Day was Michael Penix, but another guy who absolutely killed the Pro Day at Washington was Troy Fautanu.
Pick is in for the Patriots.
The Patriots didn't waste no time. Could this be a trade?
Michael Penix at number 3?
Pick is in, I think.
Could this be a trade? That would be crazy.
I mean,
J.J. McCarthy?
I feel like Drake May is there.
Drake May?
I feel like Drake May is there. Like, if you're going to pick in the top 3, you're going to get your quarterback. You have to.
Yeah.
if they're getting phone calls, it might be phone calls from Minnesota. It might be phone calls from someone other, like possibly in the top 5 early teens.
Yeah.
Or, I'm sorry, top 10 early teens. And maybe they go back and pick a position that's not a quarterback.
And I gotta break some news. The Patriots are gonna go with Drake May at quarterback. Y'all heard it here first,
you have
man.
to. It's a top 3 pick. You're not going to not go quarterback in the top 3.
That is.
So, that makes sense.
That is interesting. That is very interesting.
Yeah, man. Drake May. So 3 straight quarterbacks get drafted. This hasn't been done, I think, since the Trey Lance draft.
Yes.
And Trevor Lawrence. It was Zach Wilson pick number 2?
Yes.
Jack Wilson. So it's been a while since there's 3 straight quarterbacks. But that being said, Drake May goes to the Patriots. That's an interesting fit, too.
Who's the offensive coordinator over there?
I don't know. They just it was obviously somebody new.
Yeah.
I forget who they hired as their offensive coordinator. Was it the guy from? I think it was the guy from the Browns. Was it the guy from the Browns that went over there?
Don't know, to be honest with you.
The guy from the Browns. What's the guy from the Browns' name?
What do you mean? The offensive coordinator for the Browns that went to the Patriots.
Yeah, it was the Patriots, right?
Yeah, let me look that up.
I believe that's the guy who went over to the Patriots as their offensive coordinator. But yeah, man, like you said,
not Bill O'Brien.
No, not Bill O'Brien.
No.
Not Bill O'Brien.
Alex Van Pelt.
Alex Van Pelt. There you go.
Alex
there you
Van
go.
Pelt.
He's a guy that interviewed with us.
Mm-hmm.
They compared him to Jordan Love. Interesting.
Yeah, man. That was a guy that interviewed with the Raiders for their OC spot.
Yeah.
But you know, we'll see what it. So where do the Cardinals go from here?
I'm interested to see. Do you think the Cardinals make a trade? I think right now
Vikings maybe
possibly
might be
the Vikings,
talks.
right? The Vikings, they didn't acquire those first round picks for nothing, right? They did not acquire those first round picks for nothing.
Wow, that'd be crazy. Four straight picks, quarterback.
Yes. And the Cardinals, their biggest need right now, most people assume, is wide receiver. You can move back with the Vikings and still get a very good wide receiver. They also need help at edge, right? You can get help on at the edge a little bit later on, right? They're not expected to go high.
Because Marvin Harrison Jr. is the consensus number 1. That's what everybody says. But there's a lot of people out there that think Malik Neighbors is the number 1 receiver. And so, you got Arizona. Yeah, they can move back. They can move back and still have a chance at arguably the number 1 receiver in Malik Neighbors.
Yeah, 100%.
So that would be very interesting.
I mean, and then also if they need edge help, right? I mean, most people have the top 3 in whatever order you want to put them in. It's Dallas Turner, Jared Verse, and Leatu Latu.
Steve Orellana, Alex Van Pelt.
Yeah, we said earlier. It's Alex Van Pelt. Well, Daniel Kim's already on it, man. He says now the question is who's gonna bust.
Man. If I had to make the guys that were drafted right now, I would say Drake.
Yeah.
I would say Drake would be the guy that's right. You get drafted to a defensive head coach. Drake.
Let me ask you, and I said this on
we should have had that.
Yeah, I know.
Let me ask you, because, and I know we've talked about this before, so I'm gonna reiterate a little bit. Is, in my opinion, the Patriots are very unknown, right? Brand new organization. They've been the same organization for so many years that we don't know what to expect from the Patriots just yet.
Yes.
And so, why do we feel? Because a lot of the experts, a lot of the NFL analysts are saying that Caleb Williams is gonna make the Chicago Bears great. And my thing is, why do we all of a sudden think the Chicago Bears organization is going to put the things in place that's going to allow Caleb Williams to be great? And so, not to say that Caleb Williams is a good quarterback, not to say he has a lot of talent, but why do we all of a sudden think the Bears organization can make him great? Some organizations make decisions that force them to stay bad. You know, so that, I think that there's a really good chance that Caleb Williams could be that bust.
I don't.
All right, got some breaking news. The pick is in, and y'all want me to tell you who got picked at number 4?
No, let's wait.
You want to wait? You want to wait?
I want to wait.
I'm gonna guess Marvin Harrison.
Marvin Harrison.
Yeah.
I'm gonna guess Marvin Harrison Jr. I'm gonna guess Marvin
Okay,
Harrison
no, we're
Jr.
not waiting.
Yeah, I mean, look. According to some people, think Marvin Harrison is a number 1 player in the draft. Period. You know, regardless of position, some people feel that way. And so, if you have an opportunity to get him, you want to pair him with a guy in Kyler Murray, who you gave a lot of money to. You know, I can't be mad at that decision. So, and the people say he's the next Larry Fitzgerald. So, you know, you bring the second coming of Larry Fitzgerald to Arizona Cardinals. I think it's very fitting.
It's huge, and you give Kyler Murray a big time weapon out receiver.
Yes.
Obviously, he was like the number 1 receiver. It was like the Marvin Harrison sweepstake for a lot of last season.
Yeah.
You know, but I think you have a lot to say about it. I know a lot of people that I know have a lot to say about who the top receiver on the board was. Malik Neighbors is that guy, and possibly, which I don't want this to happen, but you know, the Chargers do need some weapons at wide receiver after they drafted Allen to the Bears. You know what I mean? So I could see Malik Neighbors might be a possibility. Offensive tackle has been mocked to them as well.
Yes.
Who do you guys see Chargers taking at number 5? Do you think it's a trade down situation, or?
I mean, Severe had them trading down, but for me, you know, there's 2 positions in need. It's offensive tackle and it's receiver.
Yes.
You know, so I think he can go in a lot of different directions, but you know, I think in order for Herbert, if you look at the past, in order for Herbert to be a successful quarterback, I really do think he needs to be protected. So I could see them going off the tackle.
Yeah.
That's what I can see. And so, but and if you look at what Jim Harbaugh has done in the past, you know, look at him just in Michigan, right? But one of the big knocks on J.J. McCarthy is the fact that he didn't have to do a whole lot. Why? Because they ran the rock. They pounded the rock, and they made sure that they made a statement on the ground. And there's a really good chance that that's what Jim Harbaugh might want to do again, is establish the line of scrimmage, bring on an offensive tackle, and really control the line of scrimmage.
And before I ask Severe to let us know who the Chargers are going to pick at number 5, man, hey, make sure to hit that like button, subscribe if you haven't subscribed, hit that notification bell. We are going live on all our channels. So make sure to support Raider, man. If you're a Raider fan of anything football related, man, I'm telling y'all, man, just make sure to subscribe to our channel. You won't be disappointed, man. But Severe, go ahead and explain it to people, man, and let us know, man. Hey, it's all good, man. These thumbs ain't hurting us right now. It's all good.
Man,
They actually feel good.
I seriously think that this is I seriously think this is a trade down situation, man. I think that the Vikings, that's my bold prediction, the Vikings move up right here. They want to get ahead of the Giants, who could potentially, you know, draft a quarterback. They made that trade. They got the ammunition to make a move up. I think, you know, now's not the time to keep your powder dry, right? If you got those picks, move on up and get the guy that you want, right? So if the Vikings, they need a quarterback, I don't think they you know, they rest on their laurels and wait for one to fall to them. I think they go up, and I think they possibly get J.J. McCarthy. And J.J. McCarthy is a guy who I said could potentially fall. I thought, you know, people's interest in him was a lot of smoke, but, you know, where there's smoke, there's fire. So I think the Vikings move up, and I think they trade back. The Chargers trade back, and I think the Vikings take J.J. McCarthy.
So a lot of people in the chat are talking about Malik Neighbors possibly going to the Chargers. They'd be foolish not to take him.
They would be.
Steve says they have a need at right tackle.
Yes.
And he's putting out J.C. Latham and Fuaga out there. Harbaugh wants a run blocking O-line. You know Harbaugh wants to run the rock.
That's high for Latham, though. I think they can get Latham a little bit. I think they can trade back. That's my point. They can trade back. So if they don't draft Joe Alt here, who is the only guy who I think for sure will go there, they can trade back and still possibly get Fashanu. Still possibly get but Fashanu I think is a left tackle right now. They had to move to the right. They can still get Latham later. Yeah. If they think Fuaga is a right tackle, they can get Fuaga. I mean, they can get guys like Guyton later on. I mean, I think it would be foolish of them to draft a right tackle right here, or especially a guy like J.C. Latham.
And that's the biggest thing. This offensive tackle class is so deep. Is if you're targeting a tackle, and you're a brand new head coach, Jim Harbaugh, brand new head coach, brand new GM. You know, got the guy from the Ravens, which is their new GM.
Yeah.
You know, they're going to want to put a stamp on this. Yeah. And if you can only trade back to 11, and you still have a chance at probably the top tackle in this, or one of the top tackles in this division, and get that additional first round, it's how can you pass it up? In all honesty.
Yeah, and know what? 805. I'm glad that you think that this is a top tackle draft.
I like that you like it.
Because that means we should pass one at 13. Boom! Got him.
But here, and look, like I wouldn't be opposed to it as much as I do like Talisi Fuaga, and we'll kind of get into it as we get closer to our pick. But like, I wouldn't hate it if we traded back, 3-4 spots. You know, if there's still some very viable tackles sitting on the board, why not? Why not trade back a little bit, knowing that you're still going to get a top tackle? I wouldn't be opposed to it. Now, I do like Talisi Fuaga. I do like what he brings to the table. One of the things that I love about him is just the fact that I think he fits Getsy's system very well, because Getsy runs both a zone and power scheme. He mixes it up very well. And the way that the tenacity that Fuaga brings to the table, I think he can fit. But if we were to trade back 3-4 spots and there were still some top tackles on the board, I wouldn't be opposed to it.
Okay.
So I mean, one pick I've seen picked to the Chargers a few times. I know you guys said Malik Neighbors, but some people feel that the best pass catcher in this draft, outside of Marvin Harrison Jr., is a tight end from Georgia, Brock Bowers. In my opinion, this is too high. But could you see a situation where the Chargers take Brock Bowers here?
They do like to use a tight end.
Yes,
you know what I mean?
We know that.
If you think about when Jim Harbaugh coached those 49er teams, he had Vernon Davis.
Yes. With
Greg Roman at OC, who's now his OC with the Chargers. So it's definitely a possibility. But
and Greg Roman in Baltimore had who at tight end? He had two. Yeah. He had two guys, right? Yeah. He had Hunter Henry, not Hunter Henry, the other guy.
Yeah, Mark Andrews,
but the other guy was the guy. He went to the Falcons. I want to say.
Someone in the chat, let me know.
I want to say it's Hunter something or Henry something. It's not Hunter Henry. Hunter Henry was a Charger and went to the Patriots. But it's.
I think he went to the Falcons, or he went to one of those teams.
He went to the Falcons.
I know what you're talking about.
Yeah, but the pick is in.
The pick
they're not
is in.
They're not moving.
They're not moving. This is interesting.
It's very interesting.
It has to be Malik Neighbors. If they're standing here, it has to be Malik Neighbors or Joe Alt. That's my assumption.
But I mean, severe to your point, it could be Brock Bowers. They do not have a tight end over there.
I can see them doing that. I can see it. What if it's J.J. McCarthy? Oh, man.
That'd be the one of the funniest things to happen in the NFL draft. I think Raider Nation will be celebrated if J.J. McCarthy gets drafted here at pick number 5. But
what if Jim Harbaugh's still thinking like 2008 Jim Harbaugh, and like he drafts Blake Corum?
It was Isaiah Likely?
No. But that's his brother.
Yeah. But
Hayden Hurst.
Hayden Hurst.
That's who it is.
Yes.
I was way off. I said Hunter or Henry. It was neither one of them.
Hunter or Henry?
I said Hunter. It was either Hunter or Henry. It was neither one of them.
He plays for the Patriots. He got drafted by the Chargers.
He was with the Chargers. Yeah, he was with the Chargers.
I'll be right back.
That's the year the Patriots picked up They picked up, I want to say they picked up him and they picked up Jonnu Smith, I want to say that year.
Okay.
I want to say that year.
Yeah, man. And the pick is in, and it looks like JoJo wants to predict it right now. He's saying it's Joe Alt. Joe Alt will be the pick at number 5. I haven't heard anything just yet.
Yeah, my assumption was that it would be Joe Alt or Malik Neighbors. I can see them, with the way that he likes to play football, I can see them prioritizing the trenches and going with Joe Alt.
Well, I mean, you heard Jim Harbaugh a few weeks back when he was at the owners' meeting, and he was talking about how, like, name one player that doesn't need help from anybody else, but everybody needs help from them. And offensive line was his answer. Now, some people might have looked at it as a smokescreen, but it makes a whole lot of sense if you think about it, man. Like, the guy likes to run the ball. Every Jim Harbaugh coach team is physical. So obviously he's going to go offensive line. So you would think. So. And they do. They do draft
Joe Alt.
JoJo called it Joe Alt.
Wow. That is surprising, man. That is very surprising. The Giants are in a great spot.
Right. So,
if the Giants can take Malik Neighbors, this is crazy.
Wow.
The Giants can take Malik Neighbors.
Right.
And
you just heard like a Charger fan here. I don't know how he got in, but the security's working on removing this Charger fan out the building. Don't worry.
Take care of it. That is the man. That is crazy. Yeah, that is definitely going to sell tickets in Los Angeles. Drafting an offensive lineman.
so Leroy Master, he said Leroy the Master. This dude. He said. Giants get a QB here. You think Giants get a QB?
Bruce Leroy is saying that the Giants get a QB here. Okay. We'll see.
Is that who that is?
Bruce Leroy, yeah. Okay. Who's the master? Show enough was the master until Leroy put paws on him.
Severe caught the reference.
Yes. You gotta go back and watch that movie, man.
Hey,
who's the master? Show enough.
Hey, but going back to what my guy here saying is Giants get a QB. They could easily go get a guy like JJ. Please, no penny. Hey, please, let's not even say it.
Don't even say it.
Don't even say it.
You almost did.
I almost said it, man. Hey, man. But look, they could easily grab an offensive weapon, wide receiver, Brock Bowers.
Yes.
It's like the Giants. It's kind of weird because, like, why did they give all that money to Daniel Jones? Like, just off of 1 year. And he didn't really. It's not like he broke the NFL. Like,
I mean, he led a team that was pretty underwhelming in terms of talent, especially at the steals position. They really didn't have, a number one receiver.
Yeah.
And the receivers they did have were hurt. So essentially, it was Daniel Jones and Saquon Barkley, and that was the year that both Daniel Jones and I believe Saquon Barkley were up. So they have to make a decision. So they decided to give Daniel Jones the money so they can franchise Saquon. So that was the decision they had to make. So they paid Daniel Jones, franchise Saquon. But I mean, if the Giants take a quarterback here, do you think the Raiders have to move up for a quarterback? If they take one here. Because the Vikings are still looming, the Broncos are still looming.
If they want a quarterback, if they're going to prioritize a quarterback in this draft early, I think they have to, because the thing is that the one thing that the Raiders have to keep in mind is teams can also jump up from second into the later half of the first round.
Yes.
You know what I'm saying? So it's like, it's not just the teams that are in front of you at this second. It's also the Broncos, the Vikings. There are teams that could jump up. Even the Giants. If the Giants don't go quarterback here, the Giants are one of those sleeper teams that could jump up into the first round and possibly get a quarterback. So, yeah, if they want to prioritize a quarterback, I definitely think they better get one in front of the Vikings and the Broncos.
Tommy DeVito went 3-3 last year as a starter.
So the pick is already in. Giants are pretty much getting ready to announce their pick, so no one traded up with them. We'll see who they grab, man. It's going to be interesting.
So no trade back so far, which is very interesting. That is.
You know what? I think teams were asking for a lot. I think the teams knew that There's a lot of value in these quarterbacks.
Yeah, exactly.
So they were asking probably for an arm, leg, eye, your
Yes.
brain, your head. Like, they were asking for everything.
And that was one of the things that I was talking about quite a bit, is that you don't want to find yourself in a bidding war.
Exactly.
And that's what I think was going to happen, right? Everybody knew the number 1 was kind of a lock. But the number 2 pick and number 3 pick, you had so many teams that could potentially jump up that you didn't want to find yourself in a bidding war. And so I think that's where they found themselves, and we didn't see any teams move back.
Yeah. So this is going to be interesting because this could determine a lot.
It can.
Depending on what they do, this could have really greatly affect what the Raiders decide to do.
Could this be Brock Bowers?
So I got it, but I'm a.
Yeah, you got to wait.
Paul doesn't want me to.
It got to be Malik
Gotta
Neighbors.
wait.
It has to be Malik Neighbors if they're picking.
Very nice.
Got to be Malik Neighbors. I knew it. Got to be Malik Neighbors.
Malik Neighbors
That
is
is
the guy.
a great pick for them. That is a great pick. That's a great pick for us. Because that's not a guy. That's not a guy I wanted for us. I mean, if he failed at 13, I think at that point you got to take him.
I mean, if the Raiders get him, and that goes back to what I said earlier, man. I want the Raiders to get better at some key positions where they can get some good players, offensive tackle, corner,
Yes.
and obviously we want quarterback. But he's a talented receiver. But,
Yes.
but yeah, man. Now,
Let's see.
So we got the Giants who just picked up Malik Neighbors. Pick number 7 is the Tennessee Titans.
Tennessee Titans. I think they may go wide receiver here, or do they go offensive line?
I think they go offensive line.
Go offensive line.
Right.
I think that because we don't have a
They
tackle
got
off the
Traylon
board
Burks.
yet.
Yeah, they got Traylon Burks still. They got Will Levis last year, who had some pretty good games last year.
Yeah.
So I think they want to protect him.
They got some weapons over the offseason for their guy at quarterback.
Yes,
who's Will Levis.
Butter coffee.
Yeah.
Or mayonnaise coffee, right? But mayonnaise coffee.
Mayonnaise coffee.
Mayonnaise coffee.
Did he eat like a banana with a banana peel or something?
Yes.
He did something weird.
He is a very odd guy.
Definitely. But that being said, I think that the Tennessee Titans definitely go offensive line here because now you complete their whole offseason where they kind of focus on like players at skill positions. Now you can get a guy in the trenches at pick number 7.
Yes. I'm trying to check out some mock drafts to see who is the most accurate so far. Oh no, that's what I messed up.
Go to Daniel Jeremiah's. He did predict last year's mock draft.
So right now, of course. So Peter Schrager, he only has 1 pick wrong, and he got the position right. So Peter Schrager had Caleb Williams number 1, Jay Daniels 2, Drake May 3, Marvin Harrison 4. He had the Chargers going with J.C. Latham instead of Joe Alt. Then he had the Vikings. Then he had the Giants going with Malik Neighbors. At 7, he has the Vikings trading up to get J.J. McCarthy. So far he's only missed 1 pick, but he got the position right, just the player wrong. So he's been pretty spot on. He has the Vikings trading up. So let's see. You said Daniel Jeremiah mock draft. Let's check that out.
Let's go. Daniel Jeremiah. I think he got some wrong.
Daniel Jeremiah is very suspect.
He predicted last year though.
Very suspect.
That's Mike Mayock's disciple, man. That's his pupil.
There you go, man.
Let's see what Jeremiah.
That's why Mike Mayock can't get a job back at NFL Network.
Oh man,
Where's your buttons? Shots fired, right?
Daniel Jeremiah's on it too. Okay, so Daniel Jeremiah had Caleb 1, Jaden 2. He had Drake May 3. He had Marvin Harrison 4. He did the same thing. He had J.C. Latham 5. He has Tennessee sticking and picking. He had Tennessee taking Joe Alt, so maybe they take J.C. Latham here, or maybe Olu Fashano here.
I do think that they go tackle. I mean, you got to be able to. If Will Levis is your guy, you got to be able to protect him. And it's even though it's a deep tackle class, it's a very strong tackle class.
Daniel Jeremiah has the Raiders taking Michael Penix. He has the Eagles.
Didn't I say Jeremiah's very suspect?
I see why. I see why you say that now.
I love it.
So I mean, I think that would be if we get Michael Penix, I am going to run up and down this corridor right here. I'm going to be very excited as a Raider fan. And someone might thinking is this.
Oh, you know what? I thought about this earlier. I said if the Raiders get a position outside of their big needs, I'm not gonna lie. If they draft Bo Nix at 13,
Oh yeah, if they draft both niggas 13.
All right, here, look at this. I've talked about Bo Nix, but I don't want him at 13. I don't think Bo Nix is a first-round guy. I think there's one team that could trade up into the first round for him, which is the Broncos. I think he can fit that system, but I'm not a Bo Nix guy in the first round.
So
Titans doesn't make any sense.
Titans are picking. Pick is in. Do they go Olu Fashanu here or J.C. Latham? I think some people say Olu Fashanu has the most upside of any tackle in this class. Some people say that's Samarius Mims if he can stay healthy, but a lot of people really like Olu Fashanu.
I think Olu Fashanu.
Think Olu Fashanu?
I think that's where when you talk about just grades and how he performed throughout the season and the fit that the Titans need, I think Olu Fashanu would be a good fit for them.
Okay.
Steve says, "Hey, look at the past drafts. Recent, all the QBs that were drafted after the first QB have been better. QBs like a Lamar, Stroud. So, and Steve says he's trying to be optimistic here. So, I feel you, my guy. Man, hey, look, man, I'm trying to be positive too, man.
Look, man, look.
There's still a lot of good players left. A lot of good players.
Look, Steve, you can trust your boy Severe. I said all last year, C.J. Stroud was that guy. C.J. Stroud ended up being that guy.
Yeah.
I've been saying for a long time, Jaden Daniels is going to be one of the top quarterbacks taken in this draft. Before it was a popular thing to say. When people looked at me like sideways, I was saying Jaden Daniels is one of the top guys in this class. Now he ended up being the number 2 overall pick, and a lot of people in NFL circles had him as their number 1 player. I'm telling you, Michael Penix is going to be a guy.
The only thing that I'll add to it is there's so much that has to go right in order for a quarterback to work. Because as much as there are good quarterbacks,
so I got breaking news, but we'll wait.
It got to be a trade.
I know who's going to get picked right now.
Oh, we got to wait.
You got Adam Schefter on speed dial. Like
I do, man. They're hitting up right now, man. But
you got to make sure that a quarterback fits a system. You got to make sure the structure's around him to succeed, because there are so many quarterbacks that are highly touted. I can look back at the Matt Leinerts and those like the Mac Joneses, right? Where everybody said he is pro ready, and they're busts. And it's not because they're bad quarterbacks.
Yeah.
It's that they were drafted into a system that either didn't fit their style or the support around them didn't allow them to find that success.
Well, I'll push back a little bit on the Mac Jones thing.
Okay.
Because I think Mac Jones, his first year, by all accounts, he had a successful rookie season.
Yeah.
And in his second year, the guy who was his offensive coordinator was unfortunately hired by a team that shouldn't have hired him. And then, with all his wisdom, Bill Belichick hired 2 guys that were defensive coordinators to be his offensive coordinator. And I think that kind of destroyed Mac Jones. And I think that broke his confidence, it broke his faith in the organization, and he essentially quit on the Patriots. So I don't think that's great. Matt Leinart, I agree with that, but Matt Leinart had physical limitations. Matt Leinart didn't have the strongest arm. Matt Leinart is somewhat, some people would say Matt Leinart is like the Bo Nix of this draft. He's a guy.
I haven't heard that.
Nobody's comparing him to Bo Nix. Bo Nix is more athletic, but I'm saying in terms of he's a guy that has physical limitations in terms of arm talent. He's a guy that super experienced, won a lot, very accurate in college, but will those physical limitations hold him back in the league?
And this is what's difficult is Matt Leinart had so much talent around him. You get drafted to a team that doesn't have that.
Yeah.
Right? And so you're so used to having those targets that you can just put a ball up and they're going to find it.
Yeah.
And you have receivers that have so much separation. And so you get drafted to a bad team that you don't have that talent, you struggle.
Yeah, and the pick is in there, and J.C. Latham goes to the Titans.
Wow, okay.
I think that
shout out Big Mike Raider, his guy.
His guy.
I think it's somewhat early.
Yeah. So yeah, I mean, I said it was J.C. Latham or Olu Fashanu, so they went with J.C. Latham. That is That is a win for, well, so J.C. Latham and Joe Alt flop places for Daniel Jeremiah. So Daniel Jeremiah, he's on point so far. He had J.C. Latham going 5 instead of Joe Alt, and he had Joe Alt going 7. So those flop places. I think Atlanta's on the clock now.
And my guy AJ Simpson says ATL is a place where a trade up could happen for anyone. Vikings, Raiders, donkeys.
Yeah, man. I will say this: most of the mocks I've seen, just about every mock has them taking Dallas Turner. I've made it clear my number one edge in this class is Leo Tulatu. Not because he's a UCLA guy, but I love that he is a UCLA guy. But just I think he's the best edge in this class. I think he's a guy that translates the best to the league. I think he's a guy whose skill set, his hand-to-hand usage, his pass rush moves, he has the size that you want at the position. I think he's just a guy that translates very well. But just about every mock I've seen has Dallas Turner going there. So this is the spot to trade up, right? You want to get this spot and number 9. I think those are 2 spots. The 2 spots for a potential trade up.
It's a good spot because I think if you think what's past Atlanta, I don't know whether or not if you think what's past Atlanta, the teams that need to pick, I don't think that they're looking for a DN, and so
Michael Penix, you call?
No way. No way. Hold on. Let's let it play.
What?
Hold on, let's let it play.
Look, dog. I told people.
Okay, hold on. Just because he goes there doesn't mean it's gonna be the Falcons are winning the Super Bowl.
No, I'm saying but this is the opportunity.
Hey, man, someone just broke some news to us, man. Mike Penix.
Stay tuned. Stay tuned.
I do not, bro. If this happens, I told people he's the number 2 pick quarterback in this draft class. If this happens, look. And people are, he's gonna fall to the 2nd round. We can trade back. I told people it wasn't gonna happen. In our mocks we did with Big Mike, we traded up to secure him.
Wow.
And people talk.
The big surprise, bro.
Are we late?
You see it? You saw it?
Like he got it earlier. Look, it's crazy. That's crazy.
Happens,
I don't even know.
Did you see it? You for sure? Confirm?
Yeah, confirm.
Huh?
Yeah.
You got it?
Yeah.
Rap sheet?
Man, if y'all don't know, now you guys are going to find out here live on our NFL draft show.
I am.
Michael Penix is going to be drafted by the Atlanta Falcons.
All those people. I'm looking dead at all of y'all. Told me Michael Penix wasn't that guy, right? There's a certain person, a certain user that told me we can get Penix later on. A lot of people were saying, why draft him there? He'll be available late in the 20s. You can trade up for him in the 2nd round. And I told people it wasn't going to happen. You have to draft him at 13 if it's available. And now...
This is disgusting. I'm not going to
lie. Let's look. Whether you like Michael Penix or not, I do think that this was kind of a shocker. I really didn't have the Falcons
Nobody.
After Michael Penix, but
nobody had him.
That's crazy.
But that's what I was telling people. Look, Michael Penix is a guy that the only reason he's not top 5, top 3 is because of the injury history. In any other draft class, he's one of those guys. So when you get an opportunity to get a guy of that talent, who everywhere he's gone, he's won. Look what he did with Indiana. Indiana's not a football powerhouse. He had them beating ranked opponents in the Big Ten. He went straight to Washington, who at the time was a laughingstock. He took that 4-8 team, took them to a national title game. Everywhere he goes, he's won. His first 12 games in Indiana. At Indiana, he was 10-2.
Yeah.
So in the Big Ten.
Yeah, and you know what? The Falcons taking Penix, man, they're playing chess right now.
Bro.
They know they took a risk in getting Kirk Cousins, paying him big time quarterback money, but he's coming back from a Achilles injury. It's I don't know how long that contract was. I don't know. It wasn't super long.
It was a big contract.
It was a big contract, but they felt like he was a guy that they give them an opportunity.
That's crazy.
Man. Man.
That's crazy.
It's not crazy, man. I'm telling you.
No. I'm not saying that it's crazy that Michael Penix is being picked to go to the Falcons. You know, after what they brought on Kirk Cousins, they still have a lot of needs and they have a lot of holes they need to address. That's very interesting. I mean,
yeah.
That's I'll be honest. It is the shocker of the draft so far. It has to be.
No, definitely, without a question, the shocker of the draft, and now we are screwed. We are screwed.
We are not screwed.
We're not screwed. Don't do that.
I think Tom Telesco has a history of taking his success in the first few rounds have been documented. He's going to take the best player available. But I will say this: the smoke looks like right now. I might be wrong. Might be real with J.J. McCarthy.
Oh yeah. J.J. McCarthy is that guy, right?
Hey.
All these teams wanted J.J. McCarthy.
Hey, don't put that out there. Don't put that out there.
No, we better not. Oh, dog. I'm telling you right now, if we draft J.J. bro, I'm going on hiatus, bro. It ain't gonna be no 50-50 show for like 2 months. I'm gonna be on an island like Tom Hanks talking to a volleyball.
Man.
Penix is, bro, he's a high-level player, man. And a lot of people say, look, and this is the thing that kills me. A lot of people say, no, he had so much talent at Washington, right? He had Roma Dunze, and he had Jalen Polk, and he had Jalen McMillan. I watched him at Indiana. He was doing the same thing there with the bums, doing the exact same thing. Pulling the ball, back shoulder, pulling up the ball in places only his receivers can get it. He was doing the same thing at that school. Look at this. Who was that guy? Name that receiver. You can't, because he's a nobody.
Hey, severe.
Watch this throw right here. Perfect. Is that Roma Dunze? Is that Jalen Polk? No, that's some no-name that's probably working at Avis right now.
Severe is talking his mess right now, and is saying, wow. First off, no one thought Penix was bad. It's more so that ATL didn't need him, and we knew Denver didn't want him.
No, it's people were saying that we can get Penix late. That was my thing the whole time. I told people we wouldn't get him late. If he was there at 13, you take him because somebody else would. People were telling me J.J. McCarthy was better than him. He's not. You know why? Because he's young. That's what you can point to. He's young. That's all he has over him, his age, and he wasn't injured.
And the pick is in. Chicago has.
So Chicago's not going to trade back. That's
probably Roma Dunze. I'm guessing. Either Roma Dunze, maybe Brian Thomas, or
maybe a tackle.
If they want to go 2 tight ends, get Brock Byers, but I'm assuming it's going to be Roma Dunze. That's just but they got Keenan Allen, they have DJ Moore.
They got DJ Moore.
But I mean, if they want to put DJ Moore, Keenan Allen could be a hell of a slot.
But it depends on how much value they put on Keenan Allen because of his injury history.
Yeah,
and if he goes down one time, and you got to make sure that Caleb Williams succeeds.
Yeah.
Then I could see them going Roma Dunze. But I've also seen that the Bears could possibly go tackle.
Yeah.
To really help bolster, because let's be honest, the Bears had a bad O-line last year.
Yeah.
They were not very good, and so you got to bolster that O-line.
According to another YouTuber who we interviewed, the Bears were very good on the offensive line last year. I mean, I didn't hear that, but this guy broke down watched all their games. He said they had a good offensive line, in his opinion.
Who are you talking about?
I'm not putting names out there. I'm not putting names out there. But this person said they had a very good offensive line. And one thing I did look up, when you look at advanced analytics. Yeah.
Oh, they were trying to trade up?
Yeah.
Wow.
So.
Oh, wow.
A lot of Jets are trading.
Man, so there's news happening every second of this draft
So
right now.
Roma Dunze is the guy. I think this is a good pick. I think
make sense.
I think if you look at Keenan Allen, he's a guy that can work in the slot. I think DJ Moore can work in the slot too. So I think it gives you a three-headed monster, and I think you really help your young quarterback. You talked about him potentially being a bust. How do you prevent him from being a bust? You acquire Keenan Allen. You already have Cole Kmet as a tight end. You acquired DJ Moore last year, and you get Roma Dunze as well.
And you have that safety, because if Keenan Allen does go down with his injury history, you got a guy that slots in right away.
Yeah.
Right.
So, not only is it a great player, because Roma Dunze is a great player. It's a great player, but it's also a great insurance just in case someone goes down.
No, facts.
And he's the third receiver off the board. Man, Raider Ray in the building, man. My guy, man, appreciate you coming through. He says, wow, did not see that coming. Yeah, me too, man. Me too, man.
I told you.
The Raiders, man, it's tough. But you know what? Hey, there's still a lot of good players left. Raiders can definitely get better still.
They still get better.
There's still.
This is a pivot. I really do not, at this point, we cannot take a quarterback in this first round at all. I mean.
I'm with you. I'm with you. You can't, because there's at this point right now, there's no quarterback that's worth a first round grade. So I don't think you go quarterback. Now I'm leaning 100%, and I've always leaned this way, but now it's 100% an offensive tackle.
Yes, but I see.
You called it before the draft too.
I do not. I mean, I said I thought our pick would be offensive tackle. If you look at what Tom Telesco has done in the past, I think the guy asked us who I think we'd take. I thought it would be offensive tackle in case if we didn't get a quarterback. I didn't expect Michael Penix. I mean, I didn't know if Michael Penix would be off the board or not. The Vikings moved up right here, likely for J.J. McCarthy. I think the only reason you trade up is for J.J. McCarthy.
When you trade up into a top 10, but what's interesting though, it's one spot. So, do they give up that second first round draft pick? I don't think they do.
I don't know.
To go one spot?
You have to think that with the Vikings getting that extra first round pick earlier in the offseason, they probably thought about all the different types of scenarios that could happen. Yeah. If you make a trade that early and know that there's a possibility that you might not get your guy.
Yeah.
So what do? Is that something that you wanted? They felt like that was the best move for them. They still got to pick number 23. They probably can get quarterback here, and then maybe I don't know another. I think it's a great spot for McCarthy. If McCarthy gets drafted to the Vikings, is it not a great spot? It's a great spot.
Okay, it's right here. So they got the 10th and the 6th. They traded a 4th and a 5th to move up one spot. So it's not bad.
Yeah, there's no way you give up that second first round.
So there must have been other people trying to trade up with the Jets.
So the Vikings traded up to number 10 overall. They traded. I think they received a 6th round pick and obviously the 10th pick. And the Jets, who had the pick, go down to number one spot down, and they get a 4th round pick this year and a 5th round pick as well this year. So.
Yeah, and I think that's a safe move for the Jets because the Jets don't need a quarterback. It's likely to move up for a quarterback. Other teams likely had interest in moving up right there, so they wanted to prevent those teams from getting in front of them and trading with the Jets to secure their signal caller of the future. I think J.J. McCarthy goes to a great situation. He goes to a team that has Jordan Addison, Justin Jefferson, even though Justin Jefferson trying to break the bank.
And I mean, you have a good offensive mind over there. Kevin O'Connell as the head coach. He's a good head coach, a good offensive mind. for him to be able to turn around that program so quickly with Kirk Cousins to where they were competitive, they were a viable playoff team. I think you put him in that system, he has a good chance of finding success.
Yeah. So my guy, Spacey, appreciate the super chat. He says you guys were never going to buy a jersey with Penix. Space, you got jokes, man. You got jokes, man. Now he's in Atlanta with the Falcons.
Man, that is wild, bro.
It is what it is, man.
Wild, man.
You can't get touch any players in the draft, man. You don't know who's going to go to the team, but you definitely want good players to come.
And so much works behind the scenes, right? Like, we see a lot in the media, and so much is a smokescreen. So much is, GMs and head coaches trying to throw stuff out there that you really don't know what's going to happen. Now, what was one surprise? Penix going to Atlanta, because not a lot of people had that. That is a surprise. But, so far, I mean, up until the last couple picks, not a lot of trade backs. I mean, there wasn't like that complete shocker in that first 5-6 picks.
Yeah, the first 5-6 picks, there was no shockers.
So the Vikings pick is in?
Maybe there was no shocker because we weren't in the first 5-6 picks, You never know.
I mean, I think Penix is. I think it went kind of according to plan. I'm pretty sure it's J.J. McCarthy is my assumption.
Yep.
You don't trade up unless you're drafting J.J. McCarthy.
Right.
So J.J. McCarthy is my assumption. He goes to a good situation, and he's going to go to the Minnesota, and guess what J.J. McCarthy is going to do? He's going to hand the ball off a bunch of times because he's a bum.
Severe is just still so mad, Michael Penix is off the board.
I'm pissed at everybody. Everybody getting smoked today. Justin Fields going to get it.
Pissed off at the
J.J.
world.
McCarthy is going to get it. Justin Fields going to catch some strays. Everybody getting it now for the rest of this first round. And the Tom Telesco screws this up, bro.
Hey, hold on. Shout out to everybody in the chat. Shout out to everybody at Ahern. Everybody here at Ahern Hotel. I appreciate you guys showing up. You guys are making this party, making this draft party, something that we'll always remember, and we're stoked about it. So shout out to everybody that was able to show up and be here and participate.
Yo, man, and I want to just say a big thank you to Ahern, man. This is a very nice hotel, man. Got us some nice rooms. The Vita Bella Wine Bar, man. It's a very, very classy spot, man.
It's a sleeper. It's a sleeper in Vegas.
You guys are in Las Vegas, man. You guys come down, and man, big shout out to John for making this happen, man. If you guys come to the Ahern,
hey man,
John. Make sure y'all ask for John, man. Tell him that we sent you, man, and show the guys some love.
Yes, sir, man. Hey, shout out to Ahern Hotel, John, everybody that's making it happen today, man, and everybody that showed up too as well. It's a good turnout, man. And man, it's still a lot of draft coming. Yeah. There's still a lot of draft left, I should say. And at this point, man, best player available. But who's the best player available right now?
Quinyon Mitchell.
Who is the best player available at pick number 13? Obviously, there's a few picks in between. We kind of feel like Vikings are going to be picking quarterback at this spot. They're not going to trade up to not get a quarterback here.
Yes.
They obviously lost Kirk Cousins in the offseason. You got the Jets, who I think would go offensive line.
I would assume.
I think we'll go offensive line. I'm just throwing some predictions out there.
Possibly. Do you think possibly receiver? Possibly receiver. They got Garrett Wilson. Do you think they possibly give Aaron Rodgers? They go all in and give Aaron Rodgers another weapon and go in a very deep offensive line draft. Do they go receiver with a guy like a deep threat like Brian Thomas?
Nah, I think it's risky because you got to protect the guy that's coming off like an Achilles injury. You want to protect him, man. So
this is a deep class.
It's a deep class, and I think
deep class.
I think that if
it's deep at both positions.
If you look at Aaron Rodgers,
but peep this though. In the Jets, remember, they made 2 acquisitions at offensive line.
I know, that's
Moses
what I'm saying.
And Tyron Smith.
That's what I'm saying. I think that a quarterback's best friend is a tight end in this day and age. Mm-hmm. And I think that there's a good chance if Brock Bowers is still sitting there.
That would be a great pick.
I think that it could be Brock Bowers.
I know what? I forgot all about that. Would excellent analysis right there. I forgot all about Brock Bowers. JJ J.J. Glocker McCarthy going to the Vikings.
So
He
Rob,
runs fast and throws hard, guys.
So Rob got something for you, Severe. He says Penix will be 27 at the start of the season. He could be sat until he's 30 if Cousins plays most of his 4-year deal. It is a bad draft for him.
Penix is 24. He's younger than when Aiden O'Connell was drafted.
Right.
So,
and just FYI, J.J. McCarthy has been drafted by the Vikings.
Official.
Yes, official. Man, all that smoke, but he technically gets picked top 10. So
he picks top 10, but
it was not on smoke. But
people were saying he was going to be top 5,
and he was going to get picked over the Penixes and
over Penix and over Drake May and over Jaden Daniels, he's not better than any of them.
Yeah.
But he won games. So did A.J. McCarron. So did Matt Leinart.
Yeah.
He's a winner though.
Right.
Well, it's tough. It's not saying that he doesn't have potential, but that potential is just so hard to see because he wasn't forced to really do a whole lot. Especially look at the national championship where they won that national championship on the ground.
Exactly.
You know what I'm saying? So
he threw for 154 yards.
Correct.
And he was inaccurate. Not only did he only throw for 154 yards, he threw for like 54%.
Correct.
So he was not only he was bad. He was just bad in that game.
At the end of the
against
day,
the bad defense.
You know what helped him? At the end of the day, you know what helped him? He was coached up by one of the best quarterback coaches, touted as one of the best quarterback coaches in all of football in Jim Harbaugh.
Yeah, fact.
So
If J.J. McCarthy was not coached by Jim Harbaugh, he may not be a first-round quarterback.
So the Jets have made their pick, and I know who got drafted. But that being said, 5 QBs picked in the top 10. Never happened before.
Crazy.
The question is,
That is crazy.
6.
Five QBs picked in.
Crazy. So
The question is, could
Brock
6
Bowers,
quarterbacks go?
Brock Bowers, Brian Thomas Jr.
There you go. Let's go. Problem. Shout out to my guy. He says, "Thank God McCarthy off the board."
Oh,
Okay.
bro, this is disrespect right here, bro. Disrespect. They're comparing J.J. McCarthy to C.J. Stroud, bro. This is the most disrespectful thing I've ever seen in terms of comparison, bro. The most legit.
That's a horrible
That is
comparison.
disrespectful as all get out, bro. J.J. McCarthy lacks the instincts to play
hold on.
quarterback at a high level.
Hold on, I heard it. Raiders!
Yeah, man. So the Jets. So what are you thinking? 805. You think Brock Bowers?
I think, well, everybody talks about an offensive tackle, which still could happen. I think there's only, one off the board right now?
Two. J.C. Latham and
Joel. That's
Joel,
right.
yeah.
So I still think Brock Bowers would be a good pick. I mean,
I think so.
if Aaron Rodgers has any say in what happens, Aaron Rodgers, he could have the bitterness of what happened to him back in Green Bay.
Yeah.
When back in Green Bay, when Green Bay had a top pick and they went with Jordan Love after Aaron Rodgers had his MVP season, and that was his chance at really getting back to a Super Bowl and fighting his way to a championship, they went Jordan Love. If Aaron Rodgers has any say, he's going to want a weapon on the offensive side. So,
Yeah.
I think there's a good chance Brock Bowers does sit here.
We have the pick early. You want to go ahead and give it to the people?
Hey, man. The Jets, obviously, we talked about offensive line, and they felt like the best offensive line on the board. Fashanu, Olu Fashanu gets drafted to the Jets. You heard it here first.
Yes.
And he's going to the Jets, man. He's going to be protecting Aaron Rodgers, man, coming back from an injury.
Yeah.
That was predictable, man. He's coming back from an injury. They need to protect him. He got hurt. He got hurt trying to get away from a pass rusher.
Yeah.
So it's like, come on, man. Like,
I mean, fair. That's a good call. I mean, they were tied to a tackle potentially, but good call. Very good call.
A very good call. I mean, and you look at it, like I said previously, some people think Olu Fashanu has the highest upside of anybody in this draft. if everything goes according to plan, Tyron Smith stays at left tackle, Morgan Moses plays at right tackle, and you give OLV Raiders some time to learn under Tyron Smith, who's one of the best left tackles in the league for a while. Basically injuries is the only thing that really held him back. And then OLV Raiders is a guy, hey, you got a little bit of insurance, right? Tyron Smith goes down, got a high pick at tackle, a guy with all the physical tools that you want.
Right, and we know who's on the clock right now. The Broncos are on the clock. They can they go ahead and get Bo Nix, a guy that could run Sean Payton's offense? He's going to do what the coach says and run his offense.
That or you got two guys. You have two guys that you just don't know. Could we see the first player traded, in order to kind of move around a little bit? You never know.
So my question is that. So, Bo Nix is definitely an option. I think
for the Broncos, I think so.
I think wide receiver is an option as well. They traded away Jerry Jeudy, and they traded. And Cortland Sutton. Is Cortland Sutton still there?
He's there, but he hasn't.
He can't stay healthy. He's
there,
but he's not there.
There's some bitterness there. He hasn't reported to non-mandatory OTAs.
Okay.
So there is some bitterness there.
So
and I got an announcement to make. Breaking news.
We better not have traded up with him.
The Broncos have made their pick.
Okay, I'm about to say, bro. If we traded up with
Broncos,
party.
The Broncos have made their pick, and
yeah. So that's great. So look, a situation where the Raiders have they swung and missed. They apparently. We heard from our sources here, live at the Vita Bella Lounge, the Vita Bella Wine Bar, that the Raiders tried to trade up for Michael Penix. They weren't able to get that trade. They weren't able to consummate that trade. And so that quarterback went off the board. J.J. McCarthy went off the board, and now potentially.
Now we got someone interesting off the board.
Not potentially, it's official.
Someone interesting.
Bo Nix is coming off the board.
Yeah, there you go, Bo Nix.
Oh, we're hearing it first.
You're hearing it first.
So the thing is, though, look, I do think Bo Nix would be a very good fit in the system, mainly because for a long time I had Bo Nix as kind of like a much more athletic Drew Brees. And so he's got a lot of timing on his throws. That's what Sean Payton likes in his quarterbacks. So, but I will say, as much as I was a Bo Nix fan, first round is very early for Bo Nix.
See, but
very early.
That's why I was worried.
It smells like desperation.
Yeah, that's why I was worried.
Yeah.
That's exactly what it was, man.
That might be the first reach. I'd say that is the first reach of the draft.
6 quarterbacks. Taken within the top 15 picks. Wow.
Can we look it up? I don't know. Is it the first time?
Well, they just said first time 5 quarterbacks have been taken in the top 10. That's never happened before. 5 quarterbacks taken in the top 10 has never happened.
My assumption is that it's the first time it's happened. If 6 in the first round, I doubt if that's ever happened before. I seriously doubt that's ever happened. 6 in the first round.
6 quarterbacks? Because, so with all these quarterbacks potentially off the board as it stands right now, there's nobody else that is worthy enough to jump up into the first round.
Yeah.
Because who's next? Spencer Rattler?
Yeah.
Yeah. Spencer Rattler would probably be the next guy.
So I don't think there's anybody else worthy enough to jump up into the first round.
Depending on how you feel about Michael Pratt, Spencer Rattler will be the next guy. Yeah. So, but guys, on the right. But guess what? We can still get Penix in the second round. Oh, wait a minute. We can't.
Oh, it's going to be all night, ladies and gentlemen, all night.
Man, all those mock drafts where they had Bo Nix and Michael Penix going into the early second round, that's why when we did mock drafts, we did every scenario. But the scenario that we were all for was
Yeah.
You get your guy at number 13, or you trade up to get him.
Yep.
And we talked about it on previous shows, man. We said that, hey, at the end of the day, like if the Raiders have identified their quarterback, they have to trade up and get him.
Bro.
There's no way, because there's so many teams that want quarterbacks. And as you can see, 6 quarterbacks taken within the top 12 picks.
Bro.
It's crazy.
Ain't no Kano if you listening, bro. You better sack up,
man.
bro. You better be ready, bro.
Raider Rayman has something for you, man. He says Raiders about to trade for Justin Fields.
Bro, if we trade if we trade for Justin Fields, I'm gonna just start watching lacrosse.
Don't get Severe started. I'm
gonna start watching lacrosse, bro. I'm gonna just give up football. I'm gonna start watching professional bowling.
So look, hey, as the Broncos take their pick, we're gonna be up next. Yeah. Are we doing offensive tackle? Are we doing corner? You know, I mean, because Severe, to your point, Quinion Mitchell is a top tier corner. I think he's proved himself to be potentially the first one off the board.
Yeah.
But here's my question: is we have Jack Jones. Jack Jones had a great season with the Raiders, right? He proved that he can have potential to be that number one. But we also have Jacorian Bennett. Jacorian Bennett was our 4th round draft pick last year. Yeah. And do we feel like he can have potential to be that? Because we're not talking about number 1.
Right. Yeah.
We're talking about number 2. So
right.
do he have that potential to be the number 2 corner? And we don't have to go corner at this point. And it is a very deep corner draft class. So.
Well, look. Los Angeles Raider 11, he has an interesting comment here. He says, I feel like Pierce might want Terry Arnold. We seen that conversation he had, you know, where he had a visit, he was talking to him. And Pierce likes a certain type of player. He likes the alpha player, outspoken player, a leader. And Terry Arnold is one of those rare guys that at corner spot is, you can see he's a leader. Yeah. He's a leader for the Crimson Tide last year. So, do you see it? How do you feel about Terry Arnold at 13?
I do like Quinion Mitchell.
Yes.
Let's put it that way. So,
okay.
I am a fan of Quinion Mitchell. If we were to go corner at number 13, I do like Quinion Mitchell. I know a lot of people talking about small schools and all that stuff, but the thing is that it's not about the small school. It's about the skill set that he brings to the table,
exactly.
Right.
And the fact that he was able to transfer that skill set to the Senior Bowl.
Right.
And so when you see that he can transfer that skill set and not just transfer it to where you had conversation about whether or not he was good. No, he locked guys down.
Exactly.
You know what I'm saying? Like, he held it down in that spot. And so
Yes, sir.
I do like Quinion Mitchell if we were to go corner, but it also kind of goes back to is Jacorian Bennett enough to be a number 2 corner, because he was still drafted by Patrick Graham. Antonio Pierce had some say in that when we drafted him. So the question is, how much confidence do we have in Jacorian Bennett?
You think the linebacker coach has say in?
No, Patrick Graham.
No, Patrick Graham, but
Patrick Graham did for sure.
correct.
Yeah.
Antonio Pierce as a whole, because the thing is that when you're going into a draft, it's a collective effort, right? Because Antonio Pierce has his guys, if he's trying to grade some guys, and then Patrick Graham obviously has I guess second to last final say. But
oh my God!
But don't do it. I think at the end of the day,
Take his hand. You know, oh, bro.
Don't
look.
No. Hold on.
Oh, bro. Is this a throw?
Hold on,
bro.
What I'll say is, I think Patrick. I do think that it depends on what Patrick Graham is thinking when an AP when it comes to Jacorian Bennett.
I can see. I
Real quick, but before it drops, who do you want?
I will say this. If it's Fuaga, I will be okay. If it's Quinion Mitchell, I will be happy. If it's Terry Arnold, I will be disappointed. If it's anybody outside of those other guys, I'm going to be upset.
Who do you want?
I mean, like I said before, man, I feel like there's good players at spots at the positions that we know that we need, and if we don't do that, it's kind of a disappointment. But we could get a good player at another position. It's just going to be disappointing. But
Bro, you're telling me right now, bro.
Hey, to all the viewers, everybody out there,
We know the pick,
pick
y'all.
is in.
Just give it to him.
pick is in,
Just give it to him, man.
pick is in, pick is in.
Just give it to him. Just give it to him, man. Let him know. We know.
Let's let them know in real time. Real time. Pick is in.
Yo, bro. Like, I can't say I'm mad.
No.
Because the player is a good player.
Hey, be mad, Severe. But pick is in. Damn it. Pick is in.
Let's see.
Wow.
Let's see. This is the moment of truth. This is all that experience.
Hey, this
We had a GM.
this is AP Tom Telesco's first pick. This is going to set the tone for what we expect to see from this point forward.
Man,
Hey. Should we point the crowd? I don't know. Let's see. What we got? But
Brock Bowers gets drafted at pick number 13. Tom Telesco, he stays true to himself by taking the best player available in his eyes, and they pair Brock Bowers with Michael Mayer. I mean, I can't. Like I said, man, I would be disappointed if the Raiders went after a position outside of the position that they need. Corner. You guys mentioned Keon Mitchell. We talked about Terran Arnold. They could have went offensive line here possibly, but
no.
At the end of the day, I'm disappointed, but they do get a good player. Brock Bowers is a good player.
Look. I will say this. Brock Bowers is a good player. But we just traded up last year to draft a tight end, a guy that some people thought was the #1 tight end in that class, and Michael Mayer. So you draft a very similar guy, and Brock Bowers. Brock Bowers, if I ever see Tom Telesco, bro.
So can we say that this is probably the shock of the draft so far?
I think Penix is probably a bigger shot.
No, possibly.
It was a shock to me. I knew with his talent-wise, Penix is a top 5 talent. So him going in the first, nobody said he would go there. Brock Bowers is a top 10 talent as well. But we don't need a tight end.
Does this mean? Let's do this. Let's flip the script and let's talk about this for a second. Does this mean possibly Thayer Mumford, our right tackle, does he stay at right tackle? Does he move down to right guard? Are we okay with where we're sitting? Does Cody Whitehair actually become the starter at the guard position? It's trying to understand what the mindset is. Now, if you can take AP wants to beat you up. That's his mindset. So I don't know how well of a blocker Brock Bowers was at Georgia. So if you guys know, let me know.
No, he's
a pass catcher.
He's more of a pass catcher.
I know he's a pass catcher. I just don't know how well he was as a run blocker.
I see what they're doing. I think Michael Mayer is going to be that physical guy at the point of attack as far as that tight end. That can off. Man, it's tough, man. I feel like they could have went somewhere else, but Tom Telesco stays true to himself. He takes the best player available according to his board, and it's Brock Bowers, man. I'm not gonna lie, this is kind of hey. Oh man, but it.
As I sit here and evaluate my life decisions.
Hey, Raider curse. I'm telling you. I don't
cannot.
know.
All right, y'all. Well, that's been the 2024 first round. Let's go ahead and pack this thing.
But let's do this.
Well, I'll say this: we'll remember this pick.
Oh, bro.
We'll remember this pick.
And
good or bad, we'll remember this pick for sure.
I like the player, right? And this is a situation. Like it's almost.
Okay.
I don't want to say it's like last year, but it's kind of like last year with Tyree Wilson. I didn't hate Tyree Wilson as a player. I just thought there was a player that was better at a position of need in Jalen Carter. And it's the same situation here. I don't dislike Brock Bowers, but I think if I had to grade the pick just on what we got in terms of what we should have gotten.
So Severe, to your point, Severe, let's do this. Grade the pick.
It's a C, man. It's like a C. I want to give it a C minus. It's a C, man.
Pharaoh, grade that pick.
Man, I'm with Severe, man. It's a C minus. I don't want to say D because I feel like Brock Bowers is a good player. It's just like we could have went somewhere else with it. We could have got a corner.
Yes.
So
we could have got a corner.
So and that was gonna say. I give it a D.
Man.
I give it a D because one, you didn't spend a ton of money on a running back
At all.
You didn't spend a ton of money or a first-round draft pick on a quarterback. So you better protect your quarterback and open running lanes for your protect your quarterback, open your running lanes for your running back.
Yeah.
And it's one of, if not the biggest need for us, is offensive line. And you didn't address it in the first round.
So I have a question.
Sense.
Do the Raiders make a move back up for a tackle? Do they move back into the back end of the first round for a tackle?
They should have traded down, man.
Bro,
they should have traded down.
I don't think you trade down if Brock Bowers was on their radar. I don't think you trade down. But I don't
he shouldn't have been on the radar. He shouldn't have been.
If you look at Tom Telesco's history, he doesn't move around. So I think he's going to stay. I think he's staying at number 2.
But this is the thing, right? Because I already know the chat. And people, when I said we should draft Quinion Mitchell at 13, if we couldn't get a quarterback, we should draft Quinion Mitchell. And they were like, oh, but we already have Jacorian Bennett. But we already have Michael Mayer. So why do this?
You know what's ironic? Is that when we heard why Champ Kelly didn't get hired at GM, they said that his plan was to roll with AOC and draft a corner in the first round. And the Raiders were in a prime spot to get probably the best corner in the draft, and Keon Mitchell, maybe a Terry Arnold. This was for sure a Tom Telesco pick, by the way. 100%.
1,000%.
This 100%. Tom Telesco written all this whole draft. Is
But
Tom
watch. I guarantee you this. Watch this. The media, they're gonna love this pick. Oh man, Brock Bowers. Oh, they got Brock Bowers at 13.
The pick is in for the Saints.
Let me ask you guys, because I wasn't paying attention. What were the experts saying on the pick?
I couldn't hear it.
I couldn't hear it.
Hey,
chat down below. If you guys are watching also the NFL draft, let us know what that panel, the expert panel, let us know what they were saying about that pick.
Yeah, the experts love Brock Bowers. They love Brock Bowers. So I can hear them now talking it up.
But do they love Brock Bowers to the Raiders?
No.
That's the question.
I don't think anybody loves Brock Bowers. I don't think Brock Bowers loved Brock Bowers to the Raiders.
Yeah.
So, you know.
I mean, I'm looking at the Raiders' offense. They got weapons.
There's only one football, and they don't have anybody to throw it. So it's bro. They look. The Raiders have like 4 20-inch rims, but they don't have a in car. Like, bro, who's going to drive this thing? Like, you know, it's like, come on, dog.
I think they do draft a quarterback at some point in the draft, but it's. I think we're seeing a little bit of Tom Telesco's footprint on the draft for sure.
Well, man,
the Tom Telesco era has begun.
Look, man,
and he starts it off by taking. He stays true to himself, man.
Man, all I know is that
we should have seen this coming. And before you say anything, man, my guy Space Beast. He makes a comment here. Appreciate the super chat.
Yeah, Space Beast, shout out to you, man.
He says, "How smart is Toto and Tom Telesco? He's in signing Minshew."
Man, that could very well be the starter. All I know is this. I know is this. Aiden O'Connell better be somewhere wearing a trash bag with some Nikes on, jogging his ass off, because he better be in goddamn shape when he reports to camp. He better be ready to compete and win this job. Man. Because, bro, all y'all talking about Aiden O'Connell. There's been a lot of people telling me Aiden O'Connell was that guy, and we should roll with him. Now it's his chance. He has weapons all over the place. He has 2 good receivers, 2 good tight ends. So I don't want to hear no excuses. He better play well next year.
Raiders
he
are
better
gonna
play
Raider.
well.
Raiders are gonna Raider. Man, they always surprise us.
Oh, dog,
They always surprise us.
it never fails.
Is it Raider?
It's like have you have you guys heard
Don't
that?
worry, I'm gonna be positive in a second, but just give me some time. Just give me some time. And Fuaga goes to the Saints, by the way.
It's
Great
the guy,
pick, man. That's a great
It's
pick.
the guy we should have picked right after us. How many
Great
times
pick,
does it
man.
happen? How many times does it happen?
It happens a lot. Fabian Washington,
and
Aaron Rodgers.
And look, Tom Telesco, I'm sure, talked to the coaches on the coaching staff about the top offensive line, the prospects on the board,
Yes.
who they wanted. So, would you say this is an indictment on Tom Telesco or the coaches on the coaching staff? Because they have their guys, and maybe their guy wasn't Hawaii.
It's indictment on Tom Telesco because he's the one that puts those guys in place. So, but the thing is that how many times? I understand there's people that were on Talisa Fuaga, there's people on J.C. Latham. I liked them both. I thought Talisa Fuaga fit our offensive system better, but
Man, appreciate you, man.
Appreciate you, man. Appreciate you coming through, brother. Man, thank you, man. Thank you, man.
Appreciate you coming through,
All right,
man.
Have a good one, man. Stay safe.
Hey, tomorrow.
Yo, so
Hey. Come early, we'll hang out. But hold on,
go finish your point, brother.
this is what's tough. Is this going to be another example? Is this going to be another year
Yes.
that we sit there and go, we could have gotten this guy, we could have gotten this guy, and
Yes.
and Severe, to your point, it's not to say that Brock Bowers is a bad tight end. It's not to say that he's going to be a bust. Like, he might be able to be.
He could be.
He could thrive. We don't know, but
No. But know what's crazy? What's funny? I don't know if it's me and Pharaoh talking or all of us were talking, but I was just talking about look at the recent run of tight ends drafted in the first round, right? I was just telling you guys about that. All of those guys have been pretty much bust so far, right? Kyle Pitts, he was supposed to be the best player in that draft. Has he panned out? No. Well, I think
where was
Quarterback play's kind of been bad too.
where was Sam Laporta?
Sam Laporta is the only one. Sam Laporta is the only one. Sam Laporta and Dalton Kincaid was kind of hurt. Sam Laporta is the only one. But people didn't think Sam Laporta was gonna go first round. They thought Michael Mayer was gonna go in front of Sam Laporta. So people thought that was a reach. People thought that was a reach.
Correct.
So he's been the one. Sam Laporta he's a small school guy. But I will say this, man. It's to Pharaoh's point, right? It's been a string of us taking guys we shouldn't have taken, and the very next player being a Hall of Famer. Jamarcus Russell,
Right.
and then it's Kelvin Johnson, Fabian Washington, then it's Aaron Rodgers. There was somebody, I forgot who it was, taken right in front of Ed Reed. It's like it happens to us consistently.
So we're actually just going live.
And it could be happening again, man. It could be happening again.
Man, it sucks, man. But earlier you said that. Do you see the Raiders possibly trading up? I don't think so.
In the room yet.
Right.
Maybe
But
there might be a
People that
possibility
we kind of know locally,
if
they've come and
their guy at the end of the draft, possibly.
Come
Man,
enjoy the show.
KC, you got KC, the 49ers. Obviously, the last two teams that.
The Raiders trade up for Xavier Worthy. Bro, I would look. I'd check out, bro. I'd be like, look, bro, I'm in the room. Bro. I'll see y'all later, bro.
Wow, it's so.
we grab dinner or something.
It's crazy how history really repeats itself.
Bro, it's like. Have you guys ever heard have you guys ever heard the story of like the scorpion and the frog? You know, you know, have you ever heard that story?
No.
Okay, so let me tell you guys, right? So there's a scorpion and a frog, and they're at the edge of a riverbank, right?
It's story time, y'all.
Right, and it's story time with Severe.
You had a button for that?
This is swaggering literacy with Severe Raider. Swaggering literacy with Severe Raider. So there's a scorpion and a frog, right? They're both on basically on the edge of a riverbank, right? And the frog, of course, can cross it because he can swim. And the scorpion's like, you know what? Can you take me across? And the frog is like, no. He's like, man, you're gonna sting me. And the scorpion's like, no, I won't sting you. Like, why would I sting you, right? If I sting you, then we'll both drown.
Right.
And the frog's like, no. He's like, man, why would I sting you? If I sting you, we're gonna both drown, right? That makes no sense.
Right.
So the frog relents. and he tells the scorpion to climb on his back.
Yeah.
And when they get about halfway across, the scorpion stings them. And the frog is like, man, why would you sting me?
Right.
Now we're both going to die. And the scorpion's like, man, I'm a scorpion. That's what I do.
Right.
And this is the Raiders. That is what they do. And we keep letting these fools get in our backs to cross the damn river. God damn it.
Clap up for Severe. Story time with Severe. But hey, look, at the end of the day, man, they took the best player available. What's interesting though with Tom Telesco, history really repeats itself, and people show you a pattern. Tom Telesco was a GM for the Chargers, and he showed you time and time again he takes the best player available in the. So it's man, it sucks, bro. This is one of my fears too with Tom Telesco is that the fact is, why not go after a young GM and let that GM be the next GM for the Raiders, where he kind of makes his name. It sucks, but I don't want to be too negative right now. We did get a good player with Brock Bowers.
I guess my question is,
there's still a draft to be held too.
Here's my question. So we take on Brock Bowers, right? Good tight end. Don't take into consideration whether he's a good pick for the Raiders, right? He's a good tight end. How does he help improve our offense? That's my biggest question. Because we now have Gardner Minshew, Aiden O'Connell, which are more, you can call them game managers. We don't, depending on what we do in the draft, we don't have a solidified deep threat out of Trey Tucker.
Right.
We have 2 possession receivers out of Devontae Adams and Jacoby Myers.
Yeah.
Right? So the question is, how does Brock Bowers elevate this offense?
Yeah.
You guys want to get real depressed? You guys want to get very, very depressed?
Nah.
You guys want to get extremely depressed?
I don't know if I want to get depressed.
We're going to do it anyway. All right. So look at this. So we all talk about how good Tom Telesco drafts in the first round, right? He has a history of drafting well in the first round, right? This is true. But nobody doesn't draft well in the first round. Skill position players. So let's take a walk down memory lane. His last skill position player drafted in the first round was Quentin Johnson. So far, he's been a bust. The last guy before that drafted in the first round as a skill position player was Justin Herbert. Good player. The last guy before that, Mike Williams, our wide receiver. He's no longer with them. The last guy before that, Melvin Gordon. He's no longer with them. Kind of bad toward the end of his career, right? So he's good drafting in the first round as long as his offensive lineman drafted in the first round. Zion Johnson, out of Boston College, a guy who dominated the Senior Bowl, a guy I wanted us to draft. Very good guard. Rayshawn Slater.
The pick is in.
One of the best.
And your guy.
No. Hey, Severe, to your point. That's why I wanted him so much to pick an offensive tackle.
Latu.
That's why, to your point, what Tom Telesco, his history has told us that he knows how to draft O-linemen.
Yes.
He can build in the trenches. And if you look at another big point, if you look at percentage-wise, what position has the most success by re-signing by their original team that drafted them? It's the interior offensive line. It's the offensive line. Like, the offensive line has the biggest percentage to thrive and actually be re-signed by the original team that drafted them.
Yes.
And to me, it just doesn't make any sense. I can't. As we're all talking, right? I'm trying to go through my head and justify, outside of just best player available, try to justify the pick. And I just can't find it. I can't find how you justify the pick.
Oh, that's the guy, right?
Yeah,
man. I can't justify the pick either, man. I cannot justify the pick either. But I just want to say my guy Latu was drafted to the coach. I don't want to say I told you so, but I told people he was the best edge player in the draft class, and looks like he was the first edge taken in this class. So Latu is a dog. He's the only question mark about him is his health.
Wow.
If he's healthy, he is a monster. He is. I don't want to say he's Julius Pepper. He's Julius Pepper's size with the Max Crosby motor.
How much does Latu weigh?
Like 265, 6'5". The guy's a big ass dude with incredible hands. Or 250.
And I'll say, one of the films that I went back and watched, I watched a ton of film on Talesco Fuaga.
Trey Hendrickson. Oof.
One of the films that I watched was Talesco Fuaga against Latu.
Yeah.
And it was a battle.
Yeah.
But in my opinion, I think Talesco Fuaga won that battle. But the thing is that like, how do we not? And I hate if I repeat myself, and maybe it's just out of frustration. But how do we not address our offensive line situation or corner? Because again, we talked about Quincy Mitchell.
Yes.
How do we not address those two positions? This early in the draft. Why not trade back?
Man, like I said earlier, man, Tom Telesco, we're gonna remember this pick. And if it doesn't work out for Tom Telesco, this could be a reason why. You know what I mean? His draft, and this is the reason why we always say like the same old Raiders is because the draft has not been a strong point for them for how long? How long has it been since we've drafted well? But you know,
time,
as a whole, I can't remember when, to be honest with you.
Hey,
I've been a Raider fan a very long
shout out Reggie McKenzie, man. Shout out Reggie McKenzie.
Yeah.
Shout out Reggie McKenzie. Mark didn't know what he had. He should have. That's a whole different conversation. But
so this is why I was kind of actually excited for Tom Telesco. Because if you look at Tom Telesco's history, I think the Spanos family really screwed that situation. They constantly screwed that situation. But we finally brought in a legitimate GM, somebody that is going to run the GM role properly. It's not bringing in a head coach, and then the head coach brings in their GM, whether it be Mike Mayock with John Gruden or McDaniels with Ziegler, right? We finally, even though AP already got the job, we all knew that Tom Telesco was truly the GM. And if AP screwed up, there's a good chance that Tom Telesco probably kept his job. But I was kind of excited for this draft. I did think that there was a chance that Tom Telesco was going to evaluate it properly. And again, for all you viewers out there, you guys watching, if you disagree, okay, I get it, but it's not a good look for Tom Telesco to start his regime with the Raiders. That's just my opinion. I don't think it was I don't think it was a hit. Put it that way.
Right.
I am in a glass case of emotion right now. This is
Hey, but look, there's still a draft left. You know what I mean? They still have a second round pick. They still have a third round pick. They still have a fourth, fifth. Yeah. So if you're telling me that if Tom Telesco kills it the rest of the draft, it's a failure in your eyes?
I want to say it's a failure. But I mean, look, our number one priority, in my opinion, was quarterback. So I mean, like I said, we needed to address that position, and I don't think. I mean, apparently they loved Spencer Rattler. So now my thinking is that the Raiders. This is. Oh my goodness, it's getting me pissed off just thinking about it. So now the Raiders might have to draft Spencer Rattler in the second round to make sure they get him. They might have to take. I said I laughed. I thought they were joking. I wrote it in my journal. Somebody told me a very funny joke today. They said that Spencer Rattler could go in the second round, and guess what? He might go in the second round, and I swear to you guys, if we follow Brock Bowers up with Spencer Rattler in the second round, bro, I'm done.
Okay, so check this out, though.
Hey, D-Mokes has a question for you. Real talk, man. He says, D-Mokes says, can Brock play freaking right tackle?
So let's do this. Let's do this, right? And I'm not trying to play devil's advocate. I'm really not. But, and I'm only mentioning this because Severe, you and I, we've had this conversation just a little bit. The offensive tackle position's very deep. The corner position's very deep. Yes, we didn't address quarterback like we wanted, both you and I.
Right.
So we'll hold that there. But what if we do? What if we do pick up? Not sure if he'll make it, but Amarius Mims in the second round, right? And then we do pick up a corner in the later rounds because there are some sleeper corners. You know, two of my favorite sleeper corners is Dwight McGlothern at Arkansas. I think he can be a very good number 2 corner. If Jack Jones is our number 1, I think Dwight McGlothern could be a great number 2 corner. You have Kamal Hayden out of Tennessee, that I think is very underrated.
Later round pick.
Later round pick. This is more, like 6th round pick. But if you are one of those that are in the boat of you didn't get a top tier quarterback, so you failed, then I get it. Then I think that it's a failure as a draft, and so it's tough, man. It's really, really tough.
Raider Ray's trying to keep it positive. He says 2 tight end sets, heavy fronts. We definitely have the best tight end room in the league.
So hold on. I'll respond to Raider Ray. Raider Ray, look at me.
That's based on potential.
No.
Because what did Michael Mayer do last year?
He showed some promise, but
hold on. We now have 2 tight ends, and this is why I asked you guys, because I didn't know, so I want to reach out. Is Brock Bowers a good blocking tight end? Because here, Michael Mayer has had Max Crosby put him on his ass for week 1 of practice. So he has to work on his blocking. He wasn't touted as a great blocking tight end.
Right.
And now you bring in Brock Bowers, and if he's not a good blocking tight end, well, guess what? You got rid of Josh Jacobs. Josh Jacobs is we no longer have that premier running back because Zamir White, yes, he found some success at the tail end of the season, but guess what? Prior to him showing some flashes, he was considered a bust.
Right.
And so my thing is that you just brought in 2 receiving tight ends with a very questionable deep threat. Trey Tucker is a deep threat, but he has questionable hands, in my opinion. He's bobbled quite a few passes. I don't know if he is that deep threat that we're looking for. So now you literally have a bunch of possession type of receivers and tight ends across the board. This is where I struggle. I struggle to know what the offensive scheme, what the offensive philosophy, and now, I really don't know what Luke Getsy's going to do, because Luke Getsy, now you're handcuffed.
Yeah,
to be dead honest with you.
And Los Angeles Raider, he brings up a point here. He says Telesco lowballed everyone probably, and that's the thing too as well. It's like, if everybody that was asking, because we were like, we should have traded up and got Penix. We should have traded up and got this quarterback. Yeah. What happens if some of these teams were asking for a guy that's coming out of college, whether you like it or not, Severe, had an injury history, and the Falcons or whoever asking for 3 first-round picks? Are you doing that trade to go to number 7 to get Michael Penix? You know what I'm saying? Like, it takes 2 to tango, and maybe the Raiders didn't want to make that deal because they weren't 100% confident.
I mean, we don't know what the asking price was. We heard what the asking price was up to get to number 2, and it was something insane. But to get to number, wherever the Falcons were, what was that, 8? And I don't think it would have been moving from 13 to 8. I don't think you're asking for that much. So it's just.
Can I ask you guys something though? Because
Byron Murphy to the Seahawks. Who the hell cares? Because Tom Telesco doesn't know what the hell he's doing.
Wow, but Byron Murphy.
Can I ask? Hold on.
Corners are dropping.
Corners are dropping.
Yeah, Quincy Mitchell's still on the board, right?
On the board.
Yep.
So let me ask you a question. It was one of the questions that I want to ask previously. Is who's running the draft? Because if
I have thrown the wheel.
If Brock Bowers is not a hard-nosed blocking tight end, if Brock Bowers is not a hard-nosed blocking tight end, AP wants to win in the trenches. AP wants to beat people up on the line of scrimmage. He's expressed it. That's his mentality.
Yeah.
So
now you go to Brock Bowers, which is not a blocking tight end. You know what I'm saying? And I'm sitting there going, is AP happy with this? Does AP walk away from the first round happy with Brock Bowers? And I can't see how he could be.
Kafka says, to be honest, I like the pick. The dude's a beast. He's won 2 championships. Yeah, we could have used it on a cornerback or O tackle, but they picked the best player. at number 13. I like the positive outlook.
Look,
I like the positive outlook.
Optimism.
The guy won 2 championships because they've had 5 first-round picks on their defensive line. It's like, bro, they've won championships on defense. So it's not like, Brock Bowers, and that's not to take anything away from Brock Bowers. And you're right, he is a good player. But bro, it's. So
did the Vikings just trade it up?
Vikings trade up. They're getting the corner, dog. They're getting the corner, bro.
I guarantee you. So hold on, Kafka, I'm
getting the corner, bro.
Kafka, I'm with you. The thing is that we're not saying that Brock Bowers is a bad player. It's just we have so many needs. That's the hard part. We have so many needs. There could have been better players that could help us win now.
If the Vikings get Quinyon Mitchell right here, dog.
It's
gonna be Quinyon Mitchell or Terrion Arnold, in my opinion. Quinyon Mitchell, Terrion Arnold. They don't.
So they trade up. They trade up from number 23 overall. They get to the 17th overall pick. They probably could get one of the best corners right now in the draft.
I mean, look,
Quinyon Mitchell or Terrion Arnold right here.
Has a corner gone off?
No, that's what I'm saying. It's going to be Quinyon Mitchell or Terrion Arnold. I got Quinyon Mitchell as the better player, but I can see them drafting Terrion Arnold if they think he's a better fit.
Here we go.
So,
Dallas Turner.
Oh, Dallas Turner. Okay.
Dallas Turner. Dallas Turner was a guy that was projected to go in the top 10 in a lot of mock drafts.
Yeah.
But obviously that didn't happen.
Yeah, he was mocked to Atlanta consistently.
Yeah.
I kept telling people Latu was better than him. I still think Latu was better than him. This is part of the move, but it makes sense. They did just lose the guy, the pass rusher,
Danielle
Hunter to the Texans, correct?
No, it is. It actually is a very good fit because look, when you now have some competition in your own division, right? Where the Atlanta Falcons, they get Michael Penix, they're trying to improve. They didn't revamp their defense, but you have the Falcons. The Falcons are trying to revamp that quarterback position. Get after them. You have a quarterback that's coming off of an ACL tear, right? Yeah, is going to be, who knows how mobile he's going to be. Come after him. Put him down. And I think it's actually a really good pick. I really like the pick out of Minnesota.
Yeah, I think it's a good pick, man. I think it's a good pick. I thought that I didn't really identify edge rusher as a need for them, especially he's a little on the smaller side, but the guy he was a baller and he's crazy athletic.
The way this quarterback draft is going, I see Spencer Rattler probably getting taken in the second.
That's what I just said, bro.
I don't know. Yeah, I don't know about who.
They'd have to.
Yeah.
And if the Raiders won them, they'd have to.
Yeah, I don't know if it's going to be the Raiders, but I'm just saying, it's just now, the teams want to improve at that quarterback position. John Miller says Mahomes was Kelsey, right? Has Kelsey, right? Sarcasm. The NFL has become a pass-happy league, and now, especially with the new tackle rule, I think it's best to focus on offense and have a pretty good tight end. And
we took one in the second round last year. Not only did we take one, we traded up to get him. So it's not like tight end is an obvious need. We took one last year, a guy who most people thought was the number 1 tight end. So it's not like so do you? How many tight ends has Kansas City drafted in the first round recently? None, because they don't need one.
Yeah.
And we didn't need one. We had a young guy we can let develop. Pair him with an older guy, a veteran guy, if anything, like we did last year with Austin Hooper. Find another Austin Hooper, right? Wait till teams make those June 1st picks.
It's like this is what's very interesting because there was a free agent out there that I put in a video months ago.
Yeah.
When we picked up Luke Getsy. Luke Getsy brought on Robert Tonyan to Chicago, which he thrived in Green Bay.
Yes.
My biggest thing is bring in Robert Tonyan because he's a pass-catching tight end. He can help Michael Mayer learn the system, get him up to speed very quickly, but he's a really good second option as a pass catcher. And that was one of the guys that I thought we could bring in, because obviously offensive coordinators like to bring in their guys. They like to bring in their guys that know their system. And to me, not saying that Robert Tonyan is Brock Bowers. I'm not saying that. Yeah. But like, you're essentially trying to cheat the same thing. Mm-hmm. And that's the part that frustrates me, is that we could have brought in a high-powered offensive tackle, a guy that could really vamp up this offensive line. Again, we didn't spend big money on running backs, so you better open up some holes. But
Right. And before we move on, Raider Smoke, man, again with the super chat.
Raider Smoke, what's good?
He says, I'm sick right now, bro. He says, shaking my head. This is some BS, man. It's hard to say that you're wrong, man. I think that was like that's the first reaction. Everybody's like, what? And I called it. You asked me earlier before the draft. You said, what's something that you do not want to happen? And I told you, I just don't want the Raiders to go away from their needs, because there's players at those positions at pick 13. But, Tom Telesco gets the best player available on his board, and that's Brock Bowers. So
look, everybody knows I wasn't the biggest fan of Talise Fuaga, right? Especially if it was between taking him or taking Michael Penix. Obviously, we didn't get that option, but I would 1,000 times over prefer taking Talise Fuaga than taking Brock Bowers. We do not need a tight end that badly.
Yeah.
Not to race your crown jewel resource of the offseason. You have a first-round pick. That is like your most important resource of the offseason. And we wasted it on something we didn't need.
So now that you've experienced this, right? Now that you've experienced this, is best player of taking the best player available, is that garbage now? Like do you believe in that now? Does that make it? Because a lot of people always say, like, you should take the best player available. Because, we've seen many drafts, right? And we've seen the Raiders, they reach for players, right? This is a different type of scenario. They didn't.
I'm not a fan. I'm not a fan of best player available unless you are a competitive football team year over year. You know what I'm saying? Like, if you can prove that you can be in the hunt every single year, then I'm okay with taking best player available, because you are going to be able to find yourself in situations where you're going to have to mess with your salary cap. Some good players are going to want more money. Mm-hmm. So even though you have a good stud at a position, they might go find money elsewhere. And so I'm okay with going best player available, because you need to replace some really good talent. But when you have so many holes, when you truly have a need, you go after it.
And I will say this about Brock Bowers. And someone made a comment about this earlier too, about how the NFL rule as far as players tackling. Brock Bowers, if you watch, he breaks a lot of tackles. He's a yak monster. And now you got the rule changes where you can't tackle that hip drop tackle is taking out the game.
But know what? But know who else?
There is some positive. I guess there's a silver line.
You know who else was a yak monster coming out of school?
Tight end out of Atlanta.
What happened?
The
No. Talking about Kyle Pitts? No. No, I'm talking about who's another guy with Georgia who helped them win. It was Georgia, right? Yeah, Georgia. Kyle Pitts was Georgia too, right?
No, Kyle Pitts was Florida.
Florida, there you go. Florida, yeah. But Michael Mayer, that was one of his things. He's a guy who get the ball in his hands. He's a yak monster too. Baby Gronk is what they call him, right? So why are you duplicating skill sets? I mean, so this tells me that.
No, he wasn't. You talking about Michael Mayer?
Michael Mayer, yeah.
Michael Mayer was not that big of a yak monster coming out.
Oh, dog. Did you watch Notre Dame?
He was not that big of a yak monster compared to.
Watch Notre Dame. Nah. Watch Notre Dame. Right? Watch Notre Dame. I'm telling you.
I'll text my buddies.
He was their offense. He was their entire offense.
I'll text my buddies. My buddies are die-hard.
He was their offense.
I'm not saying he wasn't their offense, but I don't think he was a yak monster. I think he was a guy. I think he was a guy that attacked the ball in the air. He had good hands.
They called him Baby Gronk because once you get the ball in his hands, that's why they called him Baby Gronk. So, but yeah, man, but yet and still, it's like, bro, this pick, it just doesn't make sense.
Look, this pick is it deflates us because it is. Like I'm not, you know, and Severe, I know you and I, like, we eyeball each other a lot. But, like, I'm not the biggest, you know, Michael Penix fan in the first round. But I would have taken Michael Penix over Brock Bowers.
Oh, bro.
Would 100%. Like, without question.
Every single day and twice on Sunday.
Yeah, like, without question. Look, Amarius Mims, okay, he didn't make it. I didn't think he would, but Amarius Mims, the only knock on Amarius Mims
he's hurt all the time.
Is that he didn't have a lot of starts.
Because he's hurt all the time.
Yeah.
Yeah, because he's
It's
hurt
like,
all the time.
He didn't have a lot of starts, not a lot of experience, and I understand that, you know, but, man.
This is going to be a great season this year. Offense, baby. Bengals.
Let's do this. Amarius Mims. Hey, that's a good pick. I'm not gonna lie, it's a good pick. Better than the Raiders.
But yeah, so the Bengals picks is it. Bengals are on the clock, and they draft their guy Amarius Mims. They get an offensive tackle, a position that the Raiders definitely need.
It really is a good pick. That late in the draft, it's a really good pick because I think that
even with 8 starts, and his health issues, you don't think it's a concern?
No, I think it's a good pick because the thing is that when you look at the guy's film, and because offensive tackle is one of our needs, I went back and I looked at this film. Even though that was his biggest knock was the fact that he just didn't have too many starts, and when you look at his play, he's a very all-around good tackle. He's got great punch, great leverage. He's extremely athletic. His feet are extremely good.
Nah, he's super athletic.
Yeah, like his feet are very good, and so. You know, and that's one of the biggest things nowadays with the offensive tackles. They're trying to keep up with how athletic these defensive ends are becoming, like Latu, right? Yeah. Latu coming off the edge is extremely athletic. These big tackles are trying to keep up with that. And Amarius Mims, I think, is a tackle that can do that. So I think it's a really good pick for Cincinnati, and they're trying to keep Burrow upright. So
okay. Tight end Jason Witten. Would you say he's a yak monster?
No.
Okay, so that was one of the pro comps for Michael Mayer.
Yeah.
Was Jason Witten.
Well, because
it wasn't just.
They compared J.J. McCarthy
to C.J.
Stroud.
So, yeah, it's like
that's a horror.
But
they're
the
not too
reason
good
they
at pro
compared him
comps.
to Jason Witten is because he's a very good route runner that wasn't real. He wasn't real athletic. So
okay then.
No, but
so why are you bringing up C.J. Stroud?
I'm saying like pro comps really.
I understand why. I understand.
Hit or miss.
I know what you're saying, but what I'm saying is that's an extreme example. Yeah. That's an extreme example. That's not what I'm talking about. I'm talking about like a Jason Witten and Michael Mayer. Just watching him play, you can see a little bit of like he's not super athletic, but he got good hands.
But the thing is that Michael Mayer is good in yak because he's difficult to bring down. It's not because he has breakaway speed. Like his yak ability is because he's breaking tackles, which is what you were talking about with Brock Bowers because they can't do the hip drop tackle. So this benefits. So if anything, that would benefit Michael Mayer more than it benefits Brock Bowers.
Nah, man, I think they have two different games. You're trying to say they're the same exact player.
No, I'm saying you have a tight end who you get the ball in open space and he can create yak. So that hip drop tackle doesn't help you with a guy like Brock Bowers because he's not a guy he gets yak because he's athletic. Michael Mayer gets yak because he's a bear. He's difficult to bring down. He's running through people. A la Gronk. That's my point. Mm-hmm. So you have a tight end, you can get yak. It doesn't matter how you get the yak, as long as you're getting it.
Yeah.
So my point is you don't need that type of player. You need.
I'm not defending the pick though. I'm not defending the pick. I'm not saying that we needed him.
Yeah.
We were comparing the two players, and I don't think they're the same type of player.
But I'm saying, but they're not the same type of player, but they do the same thing. They perform the same job, right? You see what I'm saying?
It's going to be interesting. We don't know how the Raiders view their tight end room. It's going to be interesting how they use Michael Mayer. I think Michael Mayer, they kind of view him as a guy that could develop into a run blocking tight end.
Michael Mayer has
because if you look at their tight end room, like who do they have?
So this is I did some work in looking at Michael Mayer, how he improved as a run blocking tight end, and over the season he improved extremely well.
Right.
And I would credit that to, honestly, I'd credit it to Max Crosby, right? When you're having to block Max Crosby in practice day in and day out, you're either going to succeed or you're going to fail.
Right.
And so I do think Michael Mayer improved on his run blocking ability.
Yeah.
And so it's whether or not Brock Bauer improved still does not justify the Brock Bauer's trap.
I'm not. If y'all were listening, if anybody was listening live, I'm not justifying nothing. What I'm saying is that this might be a case of also how they're two different types of players. Maybe they're trying to create an offense where you got Michael Mayer, run blocking tight end. We've seen it before. Right. We've seen it. Aaron Hernandez and Rob Gronkowski. We've seen it. Now, do you agree with it? That's a whole different conversation. You know what I mean? Do you agree with that offense? Do you agree with the pick? That's a whole different conversation. I can understand where y'all coming from, and I'm with y'all. But at the end of the day, like, they made the pick. So how are they going to use them? Yeah. How are they going to use the tight ends? Let's make sense of it. How are they going to how are they going to use Brock Bowers and Michael Mayer moving forward?
I tell you, so
that's a good pick for the Chargers, man. That's a good pick for the Chargers.
Yeah, it is.
Jared
Verse is a power rusher. It's a good pick for them, man.
So one way I think they can use him is Luke Getsy like his RPOs. He likes his RPOs.
Mm-hmm.
So
and I think that if this actually kind of leans, to be honest with you guys, this leans to Gardner Minshew is going to start it's going to lean to Gardner Minshew starting at quarterback because Gardner Minshew does thrive. He thrives in a RPO type of system. And if Brock Bowers, he'll win one-on-one matchups with linebackers and nickel safeties. He will. Mm-hmm. And so I think it's leaning more towards Gardner Minshew will be our starting quarterback this year.
I agree. And I think they're going to use Brock Bowers as like a move tight end. He's going to be like a wide.
Right, yeah.
But,
yeah.
I mean, but by that kind of, you kind of take Trey Tucker kind of out of the offense a little bit. Because, like, you're going to have, I'm assuming Jacoby and Devontae on the outside. If you have Brock Bowers as like your move tight end, and you have Michael Mayer in line, it's like, where does Trey Tucker kind of fit in that system? And we kept talking about, all we heard was that we wanted to, Antonio Pierce wants to push the ball downfield, right? That's one of the reasons why he wanted Luke Getsy, because he liked what Luke Getsy did in terms of, designing, scheming stuff up to get the ball downfield. So what do you need to get the ball downfield? You need deep threats at wide receiver. You need protection for the quarterback, and you need a quarterback that has the ability and the willingness to push the ball downfield. And right now, we really don't have any of that.
Let's do this.
And Rob in the chat says Brady likes two tight end system. Just saying.
Bro, I swear, I will be done. Bro.
Oh, stop it!
I will start watching. I'll start watching the XFL.
But
but
the one thing I will, if you put too much stock, and I don't know how much stock I put into it, so you guys correct me if I'm wrong, but you got the top 30 visits. One guy to possibly look after in the 6th, 7th round is the Dietrich Griffin. The Dietrich Griffin at Mississippi State. He's a 4.4 guy. He stretches the field. One of the things I like to look at in later rounds is a guy that can combo as a kick returner because of the new kickoff rule.
Yeah.
But Ledietrich Griffin out of Mississippi State, he's a guy that can stretch the field. So are they looking at a guy to complement Trey Tucker, two guys that can stretch the field, and then you have Devontae Adams, then you have Brock Bowers and Jacoby Myers to work underneath and do those things. So I know I might be trying to tuck myself into how it could work, but
No. What you're doing is
tough.
you're trying to make sense of what they're trying to do.
Correct.
Like you don't necessarily agree with the pick and where he was taken, but you're trying to say like, okay, what is their plan? What's the plan with Brock Bowers at tight end and you got Michael Mayer in the room? That's what I was trying to say earlier. It wasn't just justifying the pick. I was just like trying to make sense of their plan at quarterback. But the pick is in for the Steelers. Any prediction on who they're going to get at this spot?
I gotta be. I'm assuming Quinn Mitchell. It gotta be. I think
It's got to be, right?
it gotta be Quinn Mitchell, man. That would be.
Corners are dropping.
That would be a very Mike Tomlin pick. Former DB coach, if I recall correctly.
Let's paint a scenario. Let's say corners continue to drop.
Okay.
Do you see a world where the Raiders trade up and get a corner? No value in draft in getting a corner?
No.
Okay. Only offensive tackle?
No, offensive tackle or quarterback. That's the only world I've seen.
At this point, man, I'm sticking and picking, man.
Okay.
At this point, I'm sticking and picking, man.
Hey, Severe.
And watch I say that, and watch Tom Telesco move up and draft like Brian Thomas Jr.
Severe.
What's up?
Severe. What if we trade up for Rattler?
Oh my God! If we trade up to like 33 for Spencer Rattler, bro.
I love it.
Oh, bro, I will start a petition. I will fundraise to get Telesco fired and give Mark Davis whatever money he would have had to pay for him. I will start a GoFundMe, a Patreon, all of that.
So hold on. So I don't know if we can. Pharaoh, and shout out to Pharaoh because man, he's on the technical side, man. He is handling it down.
This is
he's
producer
doing his
Pharaoh.
thing. He's rocking it out. Like
Appreciate it.
it's what he does, and he does it well. He does it great.
Yeah.
We got some Raider fans over there. I don't know if they know who we are or what's going on, but I'd be interested to see how they feel about the pick. So I might.
I'm sure a little bit of frustration. I mean, we can see it in the chat. We can see everybody in the chat commenting right now. It's definitely some frustration here.
How about this? Let me walk over and talk to them,
What
and I'm gonna come back and I'm gonna let you know how they feel.
What I'm not going to do.
Translation: bathroom break.
What I'm not about to do is I'm not going to do what I do every single year. Every single year, the Raiders do some dumbass stuff.
Yeah.
And I'm getting mad at the time, and
Yeah.
then I'll be like, well,
Yeah.
you would think about it.
Yeah.
And I do it all the time. Every bad pick. Damon Arnett, Chris Carter said he should have been a first-round pick. I get mad about it. Alex Leatherwood. It's like, he's super athletic, and I do it all the time. I get mad at the pick, and then the Raider enemy gets me to like somehow do some judo mind trick and convince me that hey, they have a plan.
Shout out 50/50 show. We'll probably pick something for y'all.
Exactly, man. So
We'll make sense of it, but right now it is frustrating. But earlier, like I said earlier, man, I wasn't trying to justify the pick. It was more like, what's the plan at that tight end room, that tight end position. But it is what it is. It's happened now. They got a tight end. Looking at who possibly might be available, there's some corners dropping, and there's always going to be the top players available. So it's kind of early right now. It's pick number 20, but Terrion Arnold hasn't been drafted yet.
No.
Kenyon Mitchell has been drafted. These are guys they're supposed to go top 15.
Yes.
So
I would have thought Quinion Mitchell would have been drafted. I can either see Terrion Arnold or Quinion Mitchell here. I think Quinion Mitchell is the better player, but Terrion Arnold has the pedigree coming from Alabama.
Yeah.
We see PS2. He's one of the best corners in the league right now.
Yep.
He's the most recent Alabama success. Before that, they really haven't been as successful in terms of getting corners to the league.
Right.
So.
Yeah, man.
It's man. Brock Bowers though, dog.
Man, so M-Easy saying, are you comparing this pick to Damon Arnett Severe? Come on, B.
No. I'm just saying every year the Raiders do something I don't agree with, and then I justify it. But I'm not doing it this year, bro. I can't justify this. It's stupid. You know, it's just a stupid pick. It's.
Man, Severe ain't holding back today, man. He's giving you severe truth today.
Man.
Los Angeles Raiders says, I'd run to the podium for Nate Wiggins, round 2, but very doubtful.
Bro, yes, that's my number 2 corner. I got Queen Mitchell number 1, Nate Wiggins number 2, but
we'll see, man. So my guy over here is got a speech going on before making an announcement. Man.
Is that Ironhead? Is that Cam? Is that Cam Hayward?
So they picked Troy Fatanu. That's what they picked him.
Okay.
From Washington.
Okay, that makes sense. Trying to protect what, man? So man, corners are dropping like flies.
Right. Corners are dropping, and the offensive tackle are getting drafted right now.
That is crazy, man. So that's what hurts, man, because we thought this was going to, I mean, it's a deep offensive tackle draft, but they are drafting those guys like hotcakes right now.
Right.
They're flying off the board.
And I think there's going to be a run on the receivers, too.
There's going to be a run on receivers.
Right now, the top receivers have been taken, and then one of these teams is going to pick maybe the Eagles. We've seen a lot of mocks with Eagles possibly getting they're looking for some speed on offense, which is kind of surprising that a lot of teams are mocking the Eagles taking a receiver because at the end of the day, like
why would they take it? They have Devontae Smith and A.J. Brown.
Yeah, a lot of for some reason mock drafts had them taking receivers, but I think at some point there's going to be a little bit of run of receivers.
So the Dolphins are coming up next, right?
Hey man, I like this, man. Hey, the positivity right here. We got the best tight end in college.
Yeah, we thought. Guess what? We thought we had the best tight end in college last year too.
Hey, Raider Way says, I'm with you, Severe. Hopefully the food is good. Man,
I can't even eat, bro. I ain't got no appetite, bro.
Yeah, man.
I can't eat shit, bro.
We go eat in a little bit, man. But right now, man. Hey, look, we just gotta we gotta get this out of our system, man.
Yeah, man. But man, shout out to Raider Way, man. That's another great Instagram channel right there, man. Always putting up some real cool stuff. But yeah, man, it's I'm hurt, dog. Don't ask me if I'm all right. Hell no.
Bauer's just from Napa? I didn't know that. For wine country, huh? Man, I didn't know that.
I really don't.
I didn't know that. But that being said, the Steelers pick Troy Fatanu. Tackle goes off the board. At this point,
we got the Dolphins coming up next.
Dolphins going up next?
Yes, they're 21.
Okay.
They're 21st. That's where a lot of people projected Michael Penix could go. So they could use a corner.
Okay.
They let go Xavier Howard. They have Jalen Ramsey. So they can definitely use a corner.
Yeah.
So we'll see.
Yeah.
We'll see if the first corner goes off the board here. If not, man, it's gonna be a lot of corners in the second round.
And that's a good point. They did let Xavier Howard go. Yeah. So that kind of opens up another spot, maybe outside of the guy
Jalen
Ramsey. So we'll see. We'll see if the cornerback. So if the corner goes off the board, you could tell someone's gonna probably take a corner after this team as well. So.
Yeah, man. Actually, you know what? If the Raiders go corner now, I wouldn't be surprised if we wait to the second round. If we're going to go corner in the second round, Kool-Aid McKinstry, he's a guy that plays corner, but he also returns punts and kickoff. Oh, not punt. I don't think he returns kickoffs. I can't remember. Either punts or kickoffs. He's a return man as well. So he could add some value there.
I'm going to give y'all a little special announcement right now. The Dolphins are picking Chop Robinson.
Really?
Yep.
With Bradley Chubb and Jalen Phillips.
Pass rusher. Yep.
That's crazy.
They're going pass rusher.
It's Strager. Yeah, had later on, but he had it.
Man, that's crazy. Yeah, he caught it. But man, corners continue to drop. And Raider Chubb says fans complain about wanting a GM with experience and track record, then get mad when he uses experience to draft. But you know what? What I said earlier is that history is it really repeats itself and there's a track record, and not just a track record, yes. a pattern in his drafting, and the pattern in his drafting is that he always takes the best player available.
But the pattern in his drafting as well is that he's not good at drafting skill position players. That's been the pattern. He's hit on one, and that's Justin Herbert. and that choice is basically forced on him. You feel me? Because remember, the Dolphins wanted to draft Brian Flores wanted the Dolphins to draft Justin Herbert, and they took Tua. So the choice was made for him. So it's not like he was some draft guy that's like, you know what, we're gonna take Justin. That was the best quarterback left on the board. So he essentially had no choice. So the only skill position player he's hit on, the decision was taken out of his hands.
Yeah.
So he's not good at drafting skill position players. What he's been good at drafting is people in the trenches. And what did he not do? Draft somebody in the trenches. So make it make sense. I'm not going to give nobody a pass because they have experience if it's a stupid decision. I mean, that's not what I'm here for.
Daniel Kim, no cornerbacks have been taken. No corners have been taken just yet.
Yeah, just yet, yeah.
Yeah. So we'll see how it goes.
Crazy.
Tune in.
Man, what if Cooper DeJean is the first corner off the board, right? Wouldn't that be crazy?
Cooper DeJean? Man, that was a guy that some people were mocking to go to Denver and going in the top 15.
Yeah, bro.
It's crazy. But just a little friendly reminder. Make sure to clock in, hit that notification bell, subscribe if you haven't subscribed. We're going live on all of our channels, so you want to make sure that you are subscribed and hit the like button, man, so we keep coming back and doing this content. We are live in Las Vegas, not Detroit. We didn't want to go to Detroit.
Exactly.
We didn't want to go to Detroit. We wanted to come to Las Vegas, man.
The home of the Raiders right now.
Home of the Raiders, man. Home of the Raiders. And, hey, man, we appreciate Ahern for having us here. And shout out to John and all the good people here.
Thanks,
but, yeah, man, the pick is in for the Dolphins. I just announced it. I just announced it.
Yeah.
I just announced it. So we'll see what's after that. But yeah, man. So like, man, I'm kind of interested in the cornerbacks dropping. I wonder what's gonna come first. Is it gonna be receiver, a runner receiver, or is it gonna be a runner in corners?
I would say receivers. Man.
Because there's some good players left, obviously in corner, but there's some good players left at receiver too. I got at his boy Malik Neighbors kind of predicted this. He said Brian Thomas is going to the Bills.
That would be crazy. That makes sense, bro.
He predicted it before the draft or whatever, but
it makes sense.
I mean, the way it's looking, we'll see.
Can I give you some feedback from the Raider fan base?
Yes.
Let's go.
Over in the corner.
They're probably not happy.
It's a mixed bag.
Really? Interesting.
Mixed bag.
Interesting.
Yeah. Some wanted actually an offensive tackle.
Right.
But then some actually was okay with Brock Bowers. So, we'll see. We'll see at the end of the day how it works, but the overall consensus was that, yes, there's a good chance that Gardner Minshew is our starter, which would make sense.
Right.
Yeah, man, I think it makes the most sense, man.
It doesn't make the most sense, but
well, hey, let me ask you guys, man, how this draft is going, man. Outside of the Raiders pick,
yeah,
because we didn't see that coming. Is this going to how you guys thought it was going to go?
The draft itself.
Outside of a Raiders pick.
Hell no.
No, absolutely not, because Quinion Mitchell's still on the board.
Yep. Quinion Mitchell's on the board. Terran Arnold's on the board.
Arnold's still on the board.
Nate Wiggins is on the board.
That's crazy. To me, I feel like that's probably the biggest shocker that we are at pick 21, and the top corners are still on the board.
So let's try to fast forward real quick. You know what I mean? Because this is the Raider channel. We're gonna keep it Raider.
Yep.
If we get to the end of the draft and the top players left on the board are, let's say there's 2 or 3 corners. I posed this question earlier. Do they trade up in the second round to grab the top corner on the board? It's happened before. You remember Mike May got traded up to get a DB and Trayvon Merrick to get the top safety on the board. If there's a top corner like a Quinion Mitchell for whatever reason, or Nate Wiggins, do they go trade up to the what? I don't know.
Speaking of the big man himself in the building with the Dolphins, Reggie McKenzie was in there dapping up Mike McDaniel and the scouting department.
Reggie McKenzie, man, I don't know, man.
Yeah, man. Yeah,
I liked him.
We let Gruden mess that up. We let Gruden screw that.
I mean, the last time the Raiders absolutely killed the draft, was with McKenzie. Now you could criticize him in here.
Not fair. You're a hater. We just killed the draft today. Obviously, you're a hater.
You can criticize.
Come on, bro. You're a hater because
you can criticize.
You don't think this is a great pick? A tight end, top 15? After we just drafted one last year?
I'm gonna have to buzz. I'm gonna have to buzz Sabir right now. We got to reel him back in. You know what I mean?
You can criticize Reggie McKenzie, but the thing is that you're not gonna hit on every single draft pick.
Yeah.
The thing is that you got to hit in the most important aspects of it. And I think Reggie McKenzie did a really good job of hitting in good, crucial parts of areas of need. And at the end of the day, he brought us to the playoffs. Mm-hmm. He established a playoff team.
Right.
So you can't really complain about that.
Nah, man. It's a situation where, like I said, man, I don't dislike the player. I dislike the pick. I don't think the pick makes a lot of sense, man. Of everything we needed, of all the needs we have, up and down the line, right? Offensive tackle, quarterback, cornerback, linebacker depth, which we wouldn't do in the first round.
Right.
You know, offensive guard. All of these needs. We take a tight end.
It's severe. We can bet all we want, but man, we didn't get none of our players.
And you know what's crazy? I wanted to bring up this point earlier. You guys were talking about, we shouldn't stay away from small school guys just because they're coming from a small school.
Yeah.
If they're talented, if they got the right traits to be successful in the NFL, you should draft them. In a classic example, we were talking about Reggie McKenzie. Who did he draft with the 4th overall pick?
Talking about
Khalil Mack.
Yeah, Khalil Mack. Yeah, out of Buffalo.
Out of Buffalo. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Let's pull up
or you want to go more recent? It wasn't a first round pick, but Max Crosby out of Eastern Michigan. Small school guy. It's a situation where.
So Raider War Report says, man, stop. Reggie McKenzie was trash. We picked in the draft with Mack and Cooper. Oh, top of the draft with Mack and Cooper.
Okay.
So my question is, why do you hate it?
Yeah, and those two good picks.
Yeah, why do you hate?
And we needed them. We needed those.
Like we hadn't had a 1,000-yard receiver in like a decade until we got Amari Cooper. We didn't have
Khalil Mack.
Yeah.
Was without a question the best pass rusher out of that draft.
Yeah.
And continued to be so.
Yeah.
So that's a hard one.
Ooh. Well, hey, and he wasn't perfect too. I mean, obviously
he made a mistake.
I thought we could have got better deals as far as his trade downs. Like I remember there was some.
DJ Hayden was a mistake. RIP.
RIP. But there was some missed. His second round picks was kind of. But then if you look around the league, there's certain players they're still playing.
Or guys he acquired.
Jihad Ward.
Jihad Ward is coming on strong.
You know what I mean?
Danico Autry, Shelby Harris.
Yep.
And then we had the guard. We drafted.
Where's Jihad Ward? Sorry.
I think last year he was with the Giants, and then
I think with the Giants.
Let me
He's
look
playing well though. I think it was with the Giants because he was from New York. He went to high school in New York. He went to like some weird high school in New York, but I believe he's with the Giants.
But like,
he's
a lot of guys like John Feliciano.
John Feliciano was a good pick.
Feliciano was a good pick, and now he's with the Niners.
He's bouncing around lately.
He's balling with the Niners.
With the Vikings now. Okay, he must have just went there.
He left the.
I don't think he was there before.
Because he was with the Bills.
He left with the Bills, yeah. He's with the Niners, I believe.
Yeah, he went to the
Niners now, I think. And the thing you got to think about the other, and Colton Miller was his pick too, wasn't it?
Who?
Colton Miller was McKenzie too, right? Colton Miller, I want to say Colton Miller was McKenzie.
Hey, Mac. He said. So with your logic, McKenzie can't draft skill players. He drafted Cooper.
Drafted Amari Cooper.
The only reason
Amari Cooper and Derek Carr.
The only reason why you can say that maybe Amari Cooper wasn't in that top tier is because of the drops. He led the league in drops. And that's why I do feel like when the rubber met the road, you had, do you let go of Carr, do you let go of Khalil Mack, or do you let go of Cooper? That was the decision. And in my opinion, I did think that you let go of Cooper at the time. So because of the drops, he led the league in drops.
If we would have kept 2 out of the 3.
Yeah, like he led the league in drops. So I think you have to let him go. But it doesn't mean that he didn't drop.
But he was still getting like 1,000 yards.
He was still getting 1,000
with-
yards,
with-
bro.
with
He's
his-
still
with
productive.
With his eyes closed, he was still like a weapon in the offense. You know what I mean? So
Exactly. It's still very, very productive. And then you think about it, that year he actually had a choice, right? It was either draft Leonard Williams or draft Amari Cooper. And he made the choice to draft Amari Cooper. And so, you know.
But yeah,
and,
let's reel it back in, man. We're not trying to be negative. Obviously, we're severe.
Because Michael Penix is
I don't
going.
give a damn what they say. You damn what they say, bro. This is a mistake. I would have took Fuaga, bro. I was happy with Fuaga.
Yeah, man.
You know, it's making.
But the pick is in for the Eagles, and they're gonna make their pick at pick number 22. Might have been announced already.
Yeah, rooting for Brock Bowers, but it was a mistake nonetheless.
Eagles, what do we got? What do we got, Eagles?
And Severe announced that, earlier on the show they just gave A.J. Brown
So-
extension.
Yeah.
So Eagles could go corner.
Man,
Quinn
okay.
Mitchell.
Yeah.
Wow.
Yep.
Quinyon Mitchell.
Quinn
They-
Mitchell. I figured.
Quinyon Mitchell.
They-
He's off the
go
board.
corner.
His eyes a dog. I would have took him over Brock
Well,
Bowers.
shout out to Walt. He says we got a dog at number 13.
So who would have thought that Quinyon Mitchell drops to 22?
I sure wouldn't have. But I mean, honestly, I didn't think
Surprise.
Brock.
It happens every year, man. There's always been
I
players.
know.
Now,
That's the crazy part.
do the run on corners now begin?
I didn't think.
I don't know.
I didn't think Brock Bowers. I didn't think Brock Bowers would have dropped to 13. But I just didn't think that was a position of need. You know.
Raiders 33 might pretty much echo a lot of people's feelings around hate the pick but love the player.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Exactly.
Yeah.
He's a good player.
Makes sense.
There's nothing wrong with the player at all, bro. He's a good football player. But he's not like drafting. You have a finite amount of resources to do a lot with. What you can't afford to do is waste it in areas that you don't need, right?
Correct.
That's what you cannot afford to do. Like if you're, it's like I'm trying to think. I'm trying to come up with an anecdote, right? Like if you have some issues on your house, right? If you're fixing on your house, right? Let's say you're trying to improve your house. You're trying to improve the resale value of your house. And you already have a very nice bathroom, but you have a terrible kitchen. You don't do like, know what? I'm just gonna do a whole bathroom remodel. Like that's stupid. Why? It's dumb.
Hey, hold on. Severe. Good one. That was brilliant.
Hey,
I like it.
Steve says, well, just a little FYI, when Bowers arrived at Georgia, he instantly became the best weapon on offense. Just look at all the receivers that transferred since he arrived and was basically the wide receiver tight end 1 as a freshman. So
And we're not arguing that.
But the
Like,
thing
I'm
is,
not arguing the fact that
Look.
he's a good receiver, a good target. We're not arguing that.
But Georgia wasn't. They weren't a good offense like that. Don't tell me he was the number 1 receiver on a mid offense. Who cares?
But no. But either way, Brock Bowers turned into a great receiving tight end. He was, without question,
Yes.
the best receiving tight end coming out of this draft.
He was possibly the third best pass catcher in this draft.
but
know
did
what?
we need it?
What we don't need on this team? No. What is the one thing
Did we
don't?
need it?
Guess what is the one thing we don't need on this team? People to catch passes. Isn't that a coincidence? So don't tell me he was the best player on a mid-ass offense. I don't care.
8710.
So check this out. So let's hear this out though. Let's hear this out. Like, this is what's interesting. Is you got all of the players that we wanted in day one off the board. Michael Penix, Felicie Fuaga, J.C. Latham, Quinn Mitchell. They're all off the board. Day one.
Yeah, and 2 of those guys were after our pick, so we had opportunities to draft 2 of them.
Yeah, and
So it makes you kind of think though, like, man, we're kind of investing again on skill position, that skill position,
On
whether
off-
it's on offense,
on
tight
offensive
end.
end.
If you look at the receivers, they're getting paid.
so
Is there like a expiration date?
Locking guys up, Senior Bowl.
Is the time now starting for Devontae Adams or Myers?
Possibly on Devontae.
yeah, well,
Oh, pick.
so let's do this though, because we're at the number 23 pick. So the question is, for everybody in the chat, who do we go after in the second round? I mean, I understand the corner position is pretty
agree.
deep. Maybe does Kool-Aid McKinstry, does Arnold drop into the second round?
Exactly. Who's passing these people the ball?
But like, at what point, like who do we target truly in that second round? I mean, you guys have talked about we would be so pissed. I'll say it bluntly, if like Spencer Rattler find himself in the second round.
We may have to, man.
You know what I'm saying? It's
That's
like,
the problem.
so the chat, let us know who do you think could be our second round pick, and do you think we somehow trade up into the first for somebody? You're crazy.
Yeah. And you know, Raider Rob says we didn't need tight end. Fuaga was there. If we're going to ride O'Connell or Minshew, next year Q class is horrible.
Yes.
So, hey man, look, the draft is not over.
It's not.
There's still plenty of good players left. A corner just got taken. Now, Keon Mitchell, arguably the best corner in the draft, got drafted, and he got picked up pick number 23. So now, do we? Like I said earlier, man, there's a possibility some of these players might slide. There's going to be some good players that might have got drafted in the first round that might get drafted. That might be available after the first, in the second. So stay tuned for that, man. But right now,
Corners have definitely slipped big time. Like corners have dropped big time.
Mm-hmm.
We got Jaguars up. They're gonna make their pick.
Brian Thomas Jr.
Brian Thomas
I
Jr.
figured as much.
Very good receiver.
Very good receiver, bro.
So
Very good receiver.
it makes sense because they lost Calvin Ridley, right, to the
Yeah.
Titans, Titans. So I can see why they went there. But
Very good.
maybe does the run on receiver continue, or do we see some of these corners get drafted, man? I don't know what's
I know, man. We saw the best corner go off the board, and we saw the next best wide receiver go off the board in Brian Thomas Jr. So it could be a situation where we see a nice run on these corners.
So who's next on the board?
I think we're at pick 24 right now.
Is it Cowboys?
Cowboys.
Okay, so I think Cowboys can pick a corner. I almost think you have to, right? You got Stephon Gilmore, that's a free agent that could be picked up by somebody. And here's my thing about the corner position. This is why I wanted to go tackle in the first round, is that you still have Stephon Gilmore, you have Xavier Howard,
Yes.
and we have Jack Jones. Jack Jones could be looked at as the number one. So if Jack Jones is looked at the number one, Stephon Gilmore and Xavier Howard are amazing number 2 corners. And you got additional cap space that's going to hit post June 1 with Garoppolo. So, and there's a lot of players that are in free agency that know June 1 cap space will hit. So they'll wait. They won't sign. A lot of people panic. They sit there and go, oh, well, why didn't a player sign, or why didn't we go after a player and sign them right away? Well, guess what? Because a lot of players know cap space will hit. A lot of money will become available, and that's when more contracts, more dollars can be spent. And so Xavier Howard, Stephon Gilmore, are they waiting for that post-June 1 to hit? So in my opinion, I think that the Cowboys, this is where an Arnold, a Kool-Aid McKinstry, those type of guys could go to the Cowboys.
Okay, so we got the Cowboys on the clock right now. and they can. Where do they go with this pick, man? They got obviously
offensive tackle. They lost Tyron Smith.
So
who's the best guy left?
They can go receiver as well too. They need a receiver. We just seen Brian Thomas Jr. just go off the board. Who's available that they can pair with?
CeeDee Lamb.
A CeeDee Lamb, maybe a speedy
Xavier Worthy possibly right here, or maybe Ladd McConkey or Ricky Purcell.
I'm thinking possibly. I'm thinking a corner.
It could be a corner. It could be Terran Arnold. I can see Terran Arnold.
Because Stephon Gilmore's gone.
Yes.
And then Diggs.
Yeah.
Is coming off an injury.
Yeah.
We'll see how it works. So like, we were shocked to see these corners drop the way they have.
Yeah.
So I'm thinking they
I think Pierce is eyeing Terran Arnold, man. I think Pierce is. I don't know what's gonna happen in the first round, but like maybe if he's available after the first, which it's gonna be hard to believe because like.
Which is crazy. It could happen because remember nobody thought Trevon Merrick would be available after the first.
I didn't because you know what? I wanted Trevon Merrick. I was pissed. I was so mad when we took Alex Leatherwood because I wanted Trevon Merrick in the first round. Luckily, he was there in the second. Okay, cool. That was great. But I wanted Trevon Merrick real bad. Luckily, we ended up with him.
Yeah, I'm one of the people, I didn't want Trevon Merrick. I had him behind Richie Grant. Also had him behind Javon Holland. But I didn't hate the pick. I know a lot of people like him, but I had Richie Grant was my number one safety that year.
So would you be mad at a Tyler Guyton?
If we get Tyler Guyton, I like Tyler Guyton.
Yeah. If he's available late in the first, do you see a trade up possibly?
Late in the first or like trade up?
The only way I was comfortable with the trade up for tackle is if that meant we didn't go tackle at 13 because we got our quarterback.
Right.
That was the only way I would have been good with a trade up because you dressed our two most pressing needs on offense. Instead, they got a hell of a player at a position we didn't need at all.
Right.
That's I mean, I was good. If we took Penix at 13 or a trade, no, I would have been good with that. If we had to go back into the back of the first round to get a tackle, that would have been good. Obviously, Atlanta made sure we didn't have an opportunity to take him at 13. So I would have been good right there. If we go tackle at 13 and then best player available in the second round, I'm good with that.
What's the question, Tyler Guyton in the second round?
No, Tyler Guyton, if we trade back up into the first round for Tyler Guyton.
Okay. I don't like trading up for a tackle like Tyler Guyton in the first round. I'm not a fan of that.
They have to though, because the Cowboys need offensive tackle help. I think the Packers need offensive tackle help.
The Lions have just traded up to pick number 24. So I think they're taking corner.
They're probably taking Terran Arnold.
They're taking corner or Nate Wiggins. Nate Wiggins or Terran Arnold.
Nate Wiggins is still on the board.
I have Nate Wiggins in my CB2. I said from the beginning, Quinton Mitchell and Nate Wiggins my two guys.
So let me ask you, how are corners dropping so fast? Because here's my thing, is there's certain positions in the NFL that are the hardest to develop and the hardest to predict.
Right.
Quarterback, cornerback, offensive tackle, and edge rusher. Those are the hardest positions to predict in the NFL. How is a corner position dropping so fast?
So they just
often?
traded with the Cowboys. So
that's
They
crazy.
traded their pick, and they're definitely getting a corner here. I see them taking a corner.
You think it's Terran Arnold or do you think it's Nate Wiggins?
It's one or the other. I mean, it's one or the other. Terran Arnold kind of fits that culture, though. He kind of fits with that head coach.
So the Lions just traded back up.
I just think Nate Wiggins is a better player.
He's a better player?
In my opinion.
Okay.
In my opinion, he's a better player. Some people disagree. Some people have Terran Arnold number 1 corner. I have him 3rd. So I mean, it just depends on what you think.
So we'll see what happens there.
I'll be honest. I didn't do I know there's a whole lot of hype on Nate Wiggins. I really liked.
Hey, so know what? And this is just to further emphasize my point. You look at positional hit rates. The worst positional hit rate in the first round is 27%. It's wide receivers. The second worst is tight ends.
Yeah,
Just,
that's what I was saying.
Just to let you guys know.
No, that's what I was saying before. When it comes to look, how's offensive line?
The offensive line is high.
The best.
Center's the best.
Yeah,
Center's the best.
that's what I'm like. How did we do it?
But it's also because if you're going to draft a center or a guard in the first round, they're usually like a generational, like can't miss prospect. If you're drafting a center or a guard that high, you see center is super high, and then it drops significantly for tackle, and guard is right after that.
But tackle is still up there.
Yeah,
You know what I'm saying?
quarterback is way ahead of tight end. You know, the last tight end, like you said, the last one is Sam Laporta.
Detroit probably going crazy right now with this trade up.
Man, exactly. Man, they're loving it.
And because it's in Detroit, you know they're gonna make some noise. They have to.
Right.
Who was their first pick? Did they pick it? Who was their first pick?
One second.
Who was their first pick? Chad, if you guys know right out your box, who was the Lions' first pick?
No, I think their first pick was right now.
They traded back, right?
They traded up.
But they had a pick earlier. So did they trade
Oh,
back?
they did trade back. What's up, brother?
Oh wow. No, that's not true.
No, yeah, I am.
You are. So here's the tickets. Donate it back.
Wall coming for you, Severe. He says Severe Raider needs to take a nap. Wall coming for you, man.
Because he likes Brock Bowers. Brock Bowers is a good player. He's not in need. No, I don't give a damn what says. He's not a position of need. So I mean, we're wasting first round picks. It doesn't make any sense. And when first round picks are at a premium, we need help all over the offensive line. We need help at quarterback. Walt was the same. Look, Walt is the same guy who sent. Remember his message. If we don't get a top 6 quarterback, remember when we drafted Spencer Rattler? If we don't get a top 6 quarterback, we failed. Now Walt is saying Tyler needs to take a nap. Nah, bro, you were the one that said this. These are your standards. Now you're changing your standards. Don't move the goalpost, bro.
Severe's not gonna let this go.
I'm missing some yelling. That's what I'm hearing.
It's facts, bro. Don't move the goalpost. I've stood 10 toes down from the beginning on what I've said. I'm not changing my opinion. This was a bad pick. He's a good player. It's not a good pick.
Severe, you. Sorry, I was off for a second. You respond to Severe needs to take a nap?
Yeah.
Okay, I got you.
Yeah.
I was just trying to catch up. Sorry.
Man, Walt need to go throw a porterhouse on the grill and sip some wine from his wine cellar.
So here's Lions pick is in, and they're announcing it right now.
Lions pick is in.
So real quick, what's the pick?
I'm gonna say.
I think it's corner.
Say Nate Wiggins. Say Nate Wiggins.
Nate Wiggins.
Damian Hall. Shit, Nate Wiggins might be a good one.
Nate Wiggins, Taron Arnold. Okay.
Because they're very comparable.
Or it might be Johnny Newton. Maybe.
Nate Wiggins can run though. I think he ran well.
But they picked up Lee McNeil though.
I mean, because
they did trade for Carlton Davis from the
They have their tackle situation done.
Oh yeah, from what's called it. Yeah. Maybe Johnny Newton.
You know who hasn't been drafted yet?
Maybe
Jackson Powers.
Maybe
Johnson.
Yeah, a guy that's
maybe.
That's been.
Yeah. When you get this deep in the draft, it is like I mean, when you see players fall, John Newton, Taron Arnold.
I predicted it too. I said his personality, it fits that locker room.
Yeah, it fits.
And it would have fit with AP too. It would have fit with AP.
Fact.
But
I think Quinion Mitchell would have fit with AP too.
It's possible. But Los Angeles Raiders says, tell Paul, fun fact, I coach Roadrunners as well.
Whoa.
There you go.
That was good.
Hold on.
Shout out to all the coaches, man.
Hold on.
My 4-year-old son is playing
Raider
6U
11.
right now, so
Shout out.
to all the young coaches.
Hey, hold on. Los Angeles Raiders 11. Tell me, how can I know? How can I tell you? Bro, tell me your name. Then I'll say what's up. Because honestly, I mean,
Oh, okay. That's why.
you know who I am now.
Okay. Yeah, that's another player that was people thought that was going to go early, but injuries, man, those last-second injuries can sometimes drop a player's stock. So
look, I would not be mad at that. Okay, if he falls to the second,
oh yeah, huge.
Oh my goodness, if he falls to the second, I'll look. Even if we don't get a quarterback, I'm good with that, bro.
Huge.
You fix the interior of the offensive line.
Oh yeah.
You know. Bro,
but do you put him at guard and then like kind of have him, or do you have him go straight to center?
I'll put him at guard. Put him at guard. He can be a center in waiting.
Right.
But I'll put him at guard right now.
Right.
Kind of like what Philadelphia did with the guy they drafted. I forget his name.
So Tampa Bay is on the clock right now. I just told you that they traded one of their corners, Carlton Davis, to the Lions.
Okay.
So corner is definitely a need for them. Nate Wiggins, possibly.
So I think Green Bay was picking before now. The pick is in for Green Bay.
Oh yeah. Well, the pick is in for Green Bay. My bad.
So that might be why Detroit moved in front of Green Bay.
Yeah, Green Bay might be taking the corner.
They might take Nate Wiggins.
Yep.
They might take Nate Wiggins.
Los Angeles Raiders 11, man. Okay. You coach QBs. Talk to me, man. Let me know. Talk to me.
Yeah, man. Come on.
Tell me who you are, man.
Come holler at Aiden O'Connell and Gardner Minshew for us.
But
hey, you know who's the happiest man on the planet right now? Gardner Minshew.
Gardner Minshew, bro. Gardner Minshew is looking at Aiden O'Connell like, this is what I have to beat out.
Everywhere he's gone, he's always been that guy that's the placeholder, the guy that had to fight his way to stay on the roster, to be that backup guy, or be that the guy to help mold like last year was Anthony Richardson. They drafted him, and now this year I think he has a real chance to start this year, bro.
He has a legitimate chance to start.
Real
He might be the favorite. And I'm just be curious to see what AP thinks about the pick, because in terms of personality, I think he'll love Brock Bowers' personality.
And I'll say this though, whoever's quarterback for the Raiders got weapons everywhere.
Bro,
they got weapons everywhere. So that's one of the positives.
But we got, but that's the point though, bro. We got hollow tip rounds, but we only got a deuce.
Right.
Like, bro, we can't. What are we doing with this? We got a banana clip, but we don't got an AK.
So look. So right now we're at pick 26.
Yes.
Well, the pick is in with the Packers, so the Packers haven't announced their pick yet. But Tampa Bay is actually on the clock. So let me go ahead and adjust this real quick. Or actually, I might be on point with this one right here. So we're still waiting for the Green Bay Packers right now. What's your prediction? Corner, receiver?
I'm
They
gonna
don't
say
have receiver, but they got D-line, linebacker, O-line, corner.
I'm gonna say, you know what? I'm gonna say Tyler Guyton. Oh, no, what? Now, what's the? I'm gonna say Tyler Guyton.
So you see Nate Wiggins dropping.
So I'm gonna say Tyler Guyton.
Who's Green Bay pick first round?
I'm gonna say Tyler Guyton right here.
Who's Green Bay pick?
They didn't pick it. Well, the pick is in, but they haven't announced it.
Okay.
I'm gonna say Tyler Guyton. I was gonna say Nate Wiggins before. I think they might have been targeting Terry Arnold, and since Terry Arnold got swooped up in front of them, I think they might recalibrate and do what they can to make sure they protect their young franchise quarterback. And I think they might go. But I wouldn't be surprised. I mean, they have a young wide receiver core. You know,
they do, but they can add to it.
They can add to it. Yes, I'm saying they can add to it.
So, hey, who is that? Who is that receiver out of Oregon?
Nate Wiggins.
I think it's gonna be Nate Wiggins.
Troy Franklin.
Yeah.
Troy Franklin. He's a deep threat.
He is a deep threat.
That's another thing I'm scared. Man, hey, to be honest with you, a lot of the teams right now in the first round can grab corner right now.
Yeah.
So I don't even see Nate Wiggins getting out of the first round. To be honest,
I don't think so either.
So
I think that's going to push the wide receivers down. We don't need a wide receiver.
Man. I'm telling you, man.
Well, watch this fool Tom Telesco going to pick Xavier
I'm telling
again.
you, hey, Minshew could play well if they're open.
Look. Minshew.
If everybody's open, then you know what I mean.
Here's
I
my
don't
thing.
hate Minshew. I just think we need to protect him.
You what? What'd you say, Sever?
So I don't hate Minshew.
Okay.
I just think if that was the plan, I would like. I mean, they called Minshew little ass boy for a reason. So
Hey, man, you know what?
That's just Max Crosby doing his thing. You just
you-
talk some.
Do you want the Raiders to draft a quarterback at some point, or
I do.
or do you want to focus on just building the team and just chalk it up and be like, you know what?
I do. I think they have to, because you got to bring another guy into this locker room, because at the end of the day, it doesn't matter if you have Aiden O'Connell, Gardner Minshew. Both guys have not proven themselves to be solidified starters.
Right.
So you bring somebody else in, and so I do have a sleeper quarterback. There's a quarterback that I really like, and maybe we'll get back into that tomorrow. So stay tuned to that.
Yeah, Packers are getting ready to announce their pick right now. Pick number 25, Nate Wiggins. I'm predicting it. Nate Wiggins.
Jordan Morgan.
That's
Wow.
That's the guy I talked about. The guy
Wow.
He has a.
They didn't need an offensive tackle, but I thought it's a little early.
Yeah,
than what a lot of
they did
people-
offense. I would have thought Tyler Guyton would have went before him, but
I agree.
But Jordan Morgan is a guy I really like. I think he's a great fit in his own scheme. So no, I can't. I don't hate that pick. He dominated. I think I talked about it on our live with Mike. Dominated against SC.
Yeah.
Like from the opening, dominated against SC. So.
Wow. Spencer Rattler to the Raiders, man. That really could happen.
Hey, don't put that out there.
I mean,
Calm
but
that
that's
down.
the thing, though, man. I don't want him in the second round, though.
Yeah, I'm with you.
I do not want him in the second round, bro.
Yeah.
I do not want him in the second round, and that's the problem. That's the problem, man. If he could potentially be a second round pick, man, and I think that's way too early.
I think a trade up into the second round after they made their pick is a possibility. But I think he's going to go in the second, man. I think he's going to go in the second. So, well, you know what? To be honest with you, well, you know what? I think the Raiders are probably. I don't think the Raiders have to take him with the first pick in the second round. I think they could easily, because man, look how many receivers that didn't get drafted. Look how many. There's other positions right now that other teams could definitely draft.
So what are so let's see. What are some teams that could possibly draft a quarterback in the second round?
I just don't see it. I don't
New
see
Orleans,
it.
maybe.
Possibly.
A guy to sit behind Carr, but they just drafted that one guy out of Fresno though. Drafted a guy out of Fresno.
Hey, you know what? Telesco was comfortable making that pick because he thought he can get a Spencer Rattler, and then you got Antonio Pierce, who's familiar with the Spencer Rattler. He tried to recruit him back in his college days. So
yeah, Spencer Rattler was a big time recruit, and then we had the guy, and I think it was Jason Schultz, who said the Raiders could be targeting Spencer Rattler in the second round. Mm-hmm. We heard that report.
Yep.
And I laughed it off because I don't think he's a guy you take in the second round. I think he's a guy you take in the third.
Severe, that's what happened. You laughed it off. Damn it.
And look what happened. Look what happened, bro. I jinxed it, man. I brought the wrath, and Pharaoh jinxed it too, because Pharaoh was like, the one thing that would piss him off was if we.
What kind of? You asked me what would piss me off. I'm gonna tell you what would piss me off.
And look what happened. And look, you jinxed that, bro. You jinxed it.
What did you say? What did you say was gonna piss you off about the Raiders? What they do?
I don't even remember, bro. I'm so mad.
So
now.
you jinxed it too.
I'm so mad.
That question was a jinx. That was a.
Oh no. I think I said if Michael Penix is on the board and we don't take him.
Okay.
I think that's what I said.
Okay. You jinxed it.
He wasn't on the board.
but okay, well, I mean, they could have traded.
They tried to. According to Marty said they tried, and they just couldn't get it done.
Damn, that sucks. Man.
So that lets you know that the Raiders tried to get up to 8 to get Michael Penix, and they couldn't get it done.
Man,
so,
they couldn't trade up to like number 7, the Titans. Like, come on, man.
Maybe it's too expensive, but that's the thing, though. See, and that's the thing, right? Because this is the issue I had with somebody yesterday. If people had faith in next year's quarterback class, do you think they would be moving heaven and earth to get a quarterback? Right? Like this is the most quarterbacks we've seen go in the first round ever, right? So if it was a situation where they had faith that these signal callers next year would be able to be the leaders of these franchises, they'd go elsewhere. So I don't know, man. I don't have faith in next year's quarterback class. I don't have faith.
Surprise pick right now. The Bucs took Duke center Graham Barton at number 26.
Damn.
Wow.
What happened?
The Bucs. I'm breaking it to y'all, man. The Bucs have taken Graham Barton at pick number 26.
They had that real good center, but I think he's hurt at the time, right? I forget his name.
So Jackson Johnson didn't go.
Right.
They need a guard. So do you think they move him to guard? They need interior offensive line help.
Yeah.
But they had that center. That was a damn good player. Yeah, I don't know if something happened with him or not. I forget his name.
Man, Baker Mayfield gets a 3-year, $100 million deal, man. That's crazy.
That's wild, bro.
That's crazy.
That's wild.
I know he played well last year, but
that's how important the quarterback position is, man.
Man, they get paid.
The quarterback position is so important that Atlanta just gave a boatload of money to Kirk Cousins, and they still took Michael Penix in the first round.
Big surprise, man. Big surprise. But I wonder if Michael Penix, if he didn't go to Atlanta, do you think there were other teams, maybe the Vikings, possibly?
Possibly.
You know what I mean? The Vikings probably could have took him. I don't know if he would have been a fit with Sean Payton, but you know.
I don't think he fits that system.
It's a lot of what ifs, but
I think he would have fit with Kevin
Falcons
O'Connell.
pick was kind of crazy.
I think Kevin O'Connell, it would have fit with Kevin O'Connell. Apparently the Tampa Bay they don't have that center anymore. So then we only have one center on our roster.
Yeah.
So it kind of makes sense. The pick makes sense now.
So
this guy looks like a fed.
So the Cardinals are on the clock. Cardinals are on the clock. They had a second first-round pick. Pick number 27. Where do you think they go here? They picked a wide receiver. They picked the best wide receiver arguably in the draft.
Yes.
You know what I mean? Marvin Harrison Jr.
I think right here, I would say they need to protect Kyler. I would say protect Kyler.
Man, you could protect Kyler, but man.
Kyler?
Do they take corner?
But they might need corner too, though.
I'm about to say, like, Kool-Aid McKinstry's still out there, right?
McKinstry's out there. Nate Wiggins is out there.
Like,
that's a good point. I'm gonna go.
Like, that's the hard part. Is when players drop.
I'm gonna go Nate Wiggins. I'm gonna say Nate Wiggins.
And guess who picks? So the Cardinals. So who picks after the Cardinals is I think Buffalo's definitely getting receiver.
They have to, man.
Buffalo's definitely going receiver.
Yeah, Buffalo has to.
Maybe Xavier Worthy.
And they're on the clock right now because the pick is in for. We'll get there. I'm kind of ahead of everything, but right now, but the Bills are on the clock.
Yeah, he just like gave them.
Man.
I think it's. I think the situation. I think Nate Wiggins goes to the Cardinals. I think Buffalo they do need a receiver.
Right.
But I mean I think the best receivers on the board are probably Ladd McConkey, Ricky Pearsall.
I'm looking ahead right now because you got Buffalo. They're going receiver.
Yeah.
The Cowboys.
Ladd McConkey. Hey, Ricky Pearsall's a baller.
I like Ricky Pearsall too.
He's a baller.
They're both. Ladd McConkey is good. Is pretty good. Pretty good player too.
With all the trade talks with the 49ers, as far as the rumors about them trading, Brandon Ayuk, could they go receiver later in the draft? You know what I mean? I'm trying to. I'm looking ahead right now. But KC, man, I hope they get the worst player in the draft.
Bro, they may get. Imagine this though. KC could get Xavier Worthy.
I don't want that to
Imagine
happen,
if Casey gets there.
I don't want to see Andy Reid with speed on offense. We've seen that.
No. But I do think, based on the moves that they made, KC has to go. I can see them going corner.
Yeah.
They may have read the board right and knew that corners were going to drop.
Maybe.
You know what I'm saying? And like, could Kool-Aid McKinstry?
They could get Kool-Aid McKinstry.
You know what I'm saying? Like,
that'd be a hell of a pick.
That would be a hell of a pick at the end of a draft.
They lost L'Jarius Sneed. They traded him to the Titans.
Right,
Yeah.
that's what I'm saying. Yeah, right. All right, so
Darius Robinson. Okay.
Darius Robinson. Wow. Okay.
Interesting.
So that was a second-round guy in a lot of people's mocks.
Interesting.
But he was a guy that won the process early on. From the Senior Bowl, from the Combine, and now like he gets drafted in the first round, man. Right. So they go, and now you got the Bills on the clock right now. The Bills are on the clock.
Bills. Best receiver on the board right now is who?
They're going receiver.
Who's best receiver on the board right now?
Oh, that kid from Oregon.
Troy Franklin.
Still there.
I don't, in my opinion, I would say they lost Stephon Diggs. Maybe Troy Franklin. Maybe A.D. Mitchell.
Maybe, but like I'm not saying like Troy Franklin is.
I will go A.D.
Mitchell.
But it's interesting though, because a lot of the issues with Stephon Diggs is that he was kind of becoming a headache for the Bills.
Exactly.
And then A.D. Mitchell, they talked about his issues are kind of like he has some issues off the field. Yeah. And do they take another risk on a younger
Xavier
player?
Legette still on the board,
Leggett,
right?
yeah, man. Xavier Leggett is a dog too, man.
I like Leggett. I hope he doesn't. I hope he doesn't take.
Hey, Leggett.
Leggett right now. With the Bills.
I mean, maybe.
I wasn't expecting Leggett to go in the first round. I think he has first round talent.
But
don't get me wrong. I wasn't expecting him to go in the first round.
But what other needs does the Bills have?
That's all.
Receiver, D-line, I guess running back. But running back, James Cook played well for them, I think.
Is Johnny Newton still on the board?
Johnny Newton's on the board. But they have Ed Oliver. And
is he getting up there in age?
He is getting. He's the Clinton Farrell draft. So he's not getting up there in age. He's not that old.
Right. Yeah. Okay. Yes, right.
He's not that old. So and I would think they would need, because he's like a 3 technique, so they would need a bigger guy to pair with him if they were going to go defensive tackle. I mean, but if they would just want to have 2 guys that are just just killing on the interior with speed.
What's funny is like all the mock drafts, and this is why I feel like the mock drafts and all that stuff is like just trash, in my opinion. Kool-Aid McKinstry still on the board.
Yes.
Could Cooper DeJean drop to like the 3rd?
To the 3rd round?
I mean, with
to the 2nd?
The talent that's still sitting on the board right now.
Yeah.
Like
that would be a hell of a fall.
It would be a hell of a fall, but like there's still a lot of corner talent.
PFF loves Cooper DeJean.
I know.
That was their guy.
But that's what I'm saying. Like the mock drafts are so hard to judge.
They love Cooper DeJean.
But like Cooper DeJean was touted as like a top 3 corner at one point.
The Chiefs just traded up.
Yeah, they did.
The Chiefs just
they did for a corner.
Think it'll be for corner?
For a corner.
The Chiefs just traded up.
But they traded up in front of who?
Man, they just traded. Did they just trade up with the Bills?
Did they trade with the Bills?
Why would the Bills trade up with the Chiefs? That's like been a.
So maybe they aren't going. So maybe they are going corner. If they traded with the Bills, maybe they're
corner,
going
bro.
Yeah, if they traded with the Bills, if they traded with the Bills and the Bills are able to do it, because generally.
You're not going to trade up for a corner, or you're not going to trade up for a receiver when you have Patrick Graham or Patrick Mahomes.
Oh my goodness.
Hold on.
Oh no.
Hold on. Don't say nothing.
My goodness.
Don't say nothing. I don't even see. But
oh man.
This is my take. You're not going to trade up for a receiver. My guess is you're going to trade for a corner. But I'm going to let you guys marinate on what you're seeing.
Oh my goodness. Oh man.
Let's marinate on it.
Oh my goodness. Damn, bro, that makes the most sense too.
Really? Okay, hold on.
Crazy, man. This is crazy. It's crazy.
Damn, man.
Look, and we talked about this. We talked about this. We talked about it on two fronts, right? We talked about what he did at the combine could push him up, and we talked about the Chiefs sitting right there, and they obviously felt a need to do it, and oh my goodness,
So
bro.
I don't know what you guys talked about, but
You about to find out.
I'm trying to guess.
Oh, you gonna learn today. You gonna learn today.
Damn it.
I need to know my intel show. So should we tell the people?
No, hold on, no. Because I'm brewing. Like, I think it could be. I think it could be a corner.
And it would make sense if it was a corner.
It would make sense as a
the
corner.
Bills need a receiver.
But let me ask you guys. Do I need to go like out the box?
No, don't go out the box.
No, don't go.
Yeah, don't go out the
Don't go
box,
out the
man.
box.
Just look at history.
And I'm telling you this: Trevon Merrick and Marcus Epps will never be in the box versus the Chiefs. I'll tell you that right now. This is just a little hint. They won't be in the box versus the Chiefs at all.
If saying it but not saying it, but saying it was a word or a thing. Samir was just doing it right now.
Because obviously they need receiver.
Yes.
They need receiver based on like all the trash that's happened.
What happened?
Is it Xavier Leggett? Is it
The chat is hilarious.
What happened? Yeah, man. He is, yeah. Like I said, Trevon Merrick and Marcus Epps will never be in the box again. We're gonna have to play quarters.
Really?
We're gonna have to play quarters. We're gonna play quarters, and we better hope that Malcolm Kuntz and Max Crosby
I hate you guys because I can't judge your response. Like
I hope it's a bust. That's all I'm saying. I just hope the Chiefs, whether the Chiefs draft.
Really?
Which I know.
That's what you're thinking?
I hope. But it's a hope. But I don't think
This guy, look, this is not gonna help at all either. Because this guy, he's skinny and fast.
Oh.
Huh? What happened? He's skinny and fast.
The put in the 4-3-4.
Maybe. Nate Wiggins is skinny and fast too.
But that wouldn't necessarily warrant your reaction.
No, it would not.
Because it's like, okay, cool.
No, it would not. Because Devontae will eat him up. Jacoby eat him up too. They'll box him up.
Okay, I got it.
They'll box him out all day.
I got it.
Yeah, they'll box him out all day.
man. The Raiders are not on the clock, Walt.
Look, Tom Telesco sitting right here.
Damn it.
Tom Telesco sitting in the draft room doing the Birdman hands, looking at Xavier Leggett.
I mean, look.
He doing the Birdman
I mean,
hands.
I like Leggett, but like
No, bro.
It would be another pick where I'd be like, I like the player.
I
but
like Bowers as a player. That's what they don't the chat don't understand. I don't dislike Bowers as a player. I think Bowers was the third best pass catcher in this draft.
Steve, I wish it was a running back, man. I wish it was a running back.
Man,
I wish it was a running back.
Brock
man.
Bowers was the third best pass catcher in this draft. It was Malik Neighbors, Marvin Harrison, and Brock Bowers. Those three best pass catchers in this draft. We just didn't need that. Bro, I'm gonna keep harping this point. I'm gonna wake up tonight.
Hey,
we don't need it.
The pick is in.
The pick is
in.
And LA Raider 11,
you
you
know what's
still
crazy?
got me.
Know what's
wondering. I
crazy?
don't know, bro.
What's funny
Talk
as
to
hell
me.
is that I was gonna make a joke that I was like, man, I had a nightmare that we took Brock Bowers.
You say tweet,
Are we
but I don't know
trading
what you
up?
mean.
Hey,
bro.
Luis,
I'm
man.
a little on Twitter,
I got sources, man. I got sources.
We got people that know people that know people.
And that's why you're tuned in to the live draft show with Severe Raider, PharoahNFL, and my guy, Real Talk Raider Nation.
You know what time it is.
Make sure to hit that like button, subscribe if you haven't subscribed, hit that notification bell. Man, we love doing this, man. So you come through, support us, and how you do that is by subscribing and hitting the notification bell and liking the video.
Hey, LA Raider 11 says that Cooper DeJean is going to be a safety.
I agree.
I agree. I actually agree.
I think Cooper DeJean is going to play a similar role to the role that Trevon Merrick played at TCU, where he's a safety, but they also drop him down in the coverage to cover in the slot. I think
it's not hard to see. Yeah.
I think that's going to be his role. I mean, as we said before, history is not on his side, but we have Christian McCaffrey, so he fought against the history too. So you know, maybe Cooper DeJean he's super athletic. He's tight in the hips, so that's why I don't think he can be an outside corner full time.
No, but you know what's crazy is like
I think
with the new kickoff rules.
I think we can announce it at this point, man. The Chiefs pick Xavier Worthy, man, the guy that run the fastest 4.2.
Yeah, bro.
I mean, the fastest 40 of all time.
Yeah, bro.
And the reason why I'm concerned is because we know what Andrew Reid does with speed on offense.
Patrick Mahomes.
And his pro comp.
Tyreek.
No, Deshaun Jackson.
Deshaun Jackson. Oh, man.
But it doesn't matter. Your
also
pro
played
comp
under
be
Andy
whatever it
Reid.
is. Patrick Mahomes is gonna do work with you.
Facts,
Yeah,
bro.
yeah. Patrick Mahomes is definitely. I mean,
Look at that, dude.
That is.
Look Raider Nation over there.
That hurts.
They
Man.
know.
That hurts, man. That hurts. That's a gut punch, bro.
yeah.
Tank Dale. Tank Dale's good.
Huge addition for the Chiefs, in my opinion. Just because we know
So-
what Andy Reid does with he knows how to put players in position to win.
Yeah.
He puts them in space. He's going to put this guy in space. A lot of people talk about Xavier Worthy. Oh, he weighs 160, but what was Deshaun Jackson?
Exactly.
So he's going to try to. You know what he's going to do, but you know, hey, like I said earlier, I hope it's a bust. I hope it doesn't work out.
See,
Hope Andy Reid retires. Hope.
But
Man.
here's the thing, though. Here's the thing: is
And that's a
No,
good
no,
point.
hold on.
Worthy in Hollywood. Marquis.
Hey.
oh damn, they got.
Wow.
Oh, my
no.
goodness.
Hold on. This is what I'm saying.
man.
Hold on. Give me a second. So you got the Chiefs that now have Hollywood Brown,
Yes.
Xavier
Xavier Worthy.
Worthy.
And Marquez Valdez
And-
Scantling,
and-
right?
Yeah. And guess what? Hold on. We get Brock Bowers. Hold on. Let me say it again. We get Brock Bowers.
Yes, man. Look,
Like, what in the hell are we doing?
and the thing is that like we talk about Xavier Worthy weighing like 165 pounds, right? So ideally, how you want to defend him is to press him. But who's going to have the balls to try to press that dude?
Andy Reid is playing chess where we're playing checkers.
Bro, we're playing tiddlywinks.
Because
Man, Xavier Worthy must be self.
because here's the thing, though. Because here's the thing.
Oh, bro, he got to be happy.
No.
Happy as hell, man. That's perfect.
Look. Here's the thing, is that the Chiefs already have a good defense.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? And so if they build on the offense, we're trying to build through the defense. Brock Bowers is a possession guy. He's a guy that's not going to score a shit ton of points. He's a possession guy. And so we're now at the point where we are building on our defense, and guess what? We made no moves to do it.
Yeah. And real quickly, the pick is in for the Cowboys. Who do you think they draft here? They traded down.
Tackle, Tyler Guyton. Out of Oklahoma, I think.
Offensive tackle. They did lose
Smith.
Tyron Smith, so could be a possibility. Who you got?
I got Tyler Guyton.
Tyler
What's crazy is that I'm just laughing, bro. I can only laugh right now.
I'm dumbfounded.
I can only
I'm
laugh
dead
right
serious.
now,
Like
bro.
I'm at a point where it's like we're
Well, earlier you made a point and said that corner could be a possibility for the Cowboys based off the injury
correct. Yeah.
to Diggs.
So it could be Wiggins. You know what I'm saying? But I hate seeing all of our division
But you know
rivals
what?
playing
The
chess when
Cowboys
we're
might
playing
do-
checkers.
The Cowboys might do Kool-Aid though. I can see them doing
Yeah,
Kool-Aid
they
too.
could.
Or
They
receiver.
could.
Or receiver.
But I'm saying Tyler Guyton. Yeah.
Oh, Tyler Guyton.
Good pick.
You called it, man. You called it.
Yeah.
Offensive tackle. Tyler Guyton goes to the Cowboys, man, and that was. I think that was a guy that you really
I
wanted
really
to
liked
register.
it. This guy I was hoping would drop.
Right.
The guy he has crazy potential.
Right. So we're down to the last 3 picks, man. Ravens are on the clock.
He was.
You got what happened?
I'm just looking at this guy. Look, he has size and length. Pause. But look at his athleticism score and his production score, both in the 80s.
Right.
He's a guy that has the traits and he produced. And he's He's athletic. He was a former tight end. He's athletic as hell.
Tyler Guyton is actually a very impressive offensive lineman.
Very impressive offensive lineman.
The only knock I had on him when I was watching some of his film is that his initial punch wasn't as strong as I thought. As some of the better tackles, but if you can get him in the later rounds, okay.
Yeah,
but his initial punch wasn't as impressive as some of the first round, like the early first round guys.
And and one thing we know about the Cowboys, say what you will about them, they usually hit on their first round pick, right?
Do they?
That's it. I mean, the only ones I can think of them not hitting on was Morris Claiborne a long time ago and like Taco Charlton. Yeah. But generally, they hit on their first round picks.
All I'm gonna say, hey, good point by Los Angeles Raiders is Wiggins 4-3, fluid, lightning. He can cover them. Man, the Raiders are gonna have to they're gonna have to get some corners that can run.
Yeah, man, Ja'Cory Ben is a guy that can run.
Ja'Cory Ben could be.
But he ain't got no technique though, and he is a guy that was getting ate up.
Yep.
And his back pedal wasn't great.
But he was, he's a rookie. He's going through some growing pains. So.
That's what I'm gonna say. Is like, I will go back and say that the hardest position in the National Football League, and I will say all of sports, quarterback, corner.
Who's Baltimore going with? They might go corner. Can Baltimore go corner?
O-line or receiver. That's O-line or receiver. So
receiver.
I can see receiver, but
A.D. Mitchell, Troy Franklin.
Well, Troy Franklin, Leggett.
Or Leggett. Ooh, a big body.
Nasty.
That would be nasty.
Like the Baltimore Ravens strike me as a Leggett type of team.
That would be nasty.
You know what I'm saying? Like.
I like Leggett too.
You know what I'm saying? Like that could be nasty.
That was a guy that I wanted the Raiders to get, but they're not in the right spots to get him.
My guy Enes Rakestraw still on the board.
I'm telling you, but see, like, but I had Enes Rakestraw and T.J. Tampa in the second round, and but I didn't expect the corners to drop like this.
You know what I like about Leggett too? He also gives you some special teams ability too.
Yeah. But like, I did not expect the corners to drop like this. So for the Raiders tomorrow, can we pick up Enes Rakestraw at TJ Tampa? Bolster this defense to where you now have a balanced defense, looking solid. Is Tom Telesco and AP like, hey, let's score 21 points a game, and our defense is going to ball?
Yes.
You know what I'm saying? Like, that's the only way I can justify it.
Right. Let's see. So, who do you got? So you got Baltimore taking 805?
I think it's Leggett.
Leggett. What about you?
Possibly
a receiver. I want somebody. I don't know why. I just want Leggett to go to the Raiders, but there's no way they're going to draft him in the second round with picking Brock Bowers.
Exactly.
But maybe Troy Franklin. Maybe add some speed.
I'm gonna say
on the other side.
I'm gonna go on a limb. I'm gonna say Nate Wiggins. I'm gonna go on a limb and say that Nate Wiggins.
I mean, the only thing I'll say is that it's tough because
they tend to go defense a lot.
Yeah, like they will predicate themselves on defense.
Yeah, they do.
Defense and running the ball.
Could Cooper?
Hey, Powers Jr.
Austin, yeah.
I just read a comment and I actually kind of agree. Like, could Cooper DeJean?
Hey, you know what?
Sneak his ass way into the first round.
I think this pick might be online. I think the pick might be online.
But they just got Hamilton though at safety. I think they won another safety.
They did, but I mean that's one safety. Like Hamilton's like a free safety on top. He goes sideline to sideline.
I think this is where Power Johnson goes.
I can see that.
I think where he goes.
I can see
Let's see it.
Because they lost some guards in free agency.
Let's see it.
Nate Wiggins. Yeah. See.
Ravens never fail. Defense.
No, it's good.
Defense.
Okay.
Called that.
All right, guys. Let me ask you. Why do we keep saying? Oh, that makes sense. That makes sense. Good pick. And we pick Brock Bowers. God damn it, man.
Like, see, this is what separates. This is why the Ravens are picking in the late 20s and we're picking in the early teens.
That's what I'm saying. Like, you build through the draft. You know what I'm saying? Like, that's the hard part. And I hate to keep pressing on this, but it's just frustrating, man. Like, how many years are we gonna go through the fact that?
Yeah, Nate Wiggins, I caught that guy. I mean, they need corner. Marlon Humphreys is hurt all the time.
Oh, yeah, that's a good point. He has been injured as of late. And he signed a big-time contract with them, too. Man, so San Francisco's on the clock. Nate Wiggins, best corner that was available, gets taken. There's still some good players at the position. I know Rakestraw is your guy.
I can see Kool-Aid.
Kool-Aid McKinstry is also available. But the 49ers could draft corner, O-line, receiver, linebacker. I think the Bills, I for some reason,
You know what?
receiver.
I can see them. I can see the Bills receiver.
Yeah.
Bills, I think receiver. I can see the. I would say if the
Who the Bills pick up?
If the Niners had in free agency, if the Raiders had, if the 49ers had traded Ayuk or Debo, I can see them going Leggett, especially if they traded Debo. Leggett can kind of, do some crazy gadget stuff. He's crazy athletic, built that same compact build. For some reason, I'm thinking Kool-Aid McKinstry. But they could be looking toward the future. If they're looking toward the future, they go receiver. If they're trying to win right now, I think they go Kool-Aid.
Okay.
Or possibly Cooper DeJean.
That's not your guy, too. And
It's not my guy at all, man. But the analytics people love that dude.
Yeah.
The analytics people love that dude.
Who's that?
I'm predicting Kool-Aid. It seems like a San Francisco type pick, man. Like the guy that last year or coming into this season and early in the process, he was the #1 corner on a lot of people's boards for whatever. And not like he played bad.
Yeah.
He just got pushed down for some reason. So
Man.
I can see them. I can see them doing something like that, and I think they have a need at corner. Or know what? Maybe they take a tight end because they have George Kittle already. Oh, wait a minute. Good teams don't do that.
So Walt says in my mock, I have us taking tackle Kingsley.
Mateo, yeah. That's the guy we had taken in the second round too.
Yeah. In our early mock drafts.
An early mock draft. Yeah. I think the other ones we had the guy out of and what's the other guy? Frazier. We had Frazier. I think we had Frazier, and then we also had that one draft we had Jordan Morgan fell to the second. Jordan Morgan was my guy. Jordan Morgan was the guy I liked a lot.
Okay.
I like Kingsley Mateo.
So let's do this. I'm not saying that we're getting late rounds. So there is a tackle out of Yale that I really like.
That Kieran.
Yeah, Kieran.
Yeah, I don't.
There's a tackle out of Yale that I really like.
Kieran Alma-Badeja.
Like he looked like he's a freakish athlete.
Yeah, the Kieran Alma-Badeja, whatever. I can't say the last name, but I know you're talking about.
Yep, he's a freakish athlete.
Y'all say I'm bad with names.
Kieran Abracadabra. You call him Abracadabra.
But the thing is that if they think they're Mumford, if their Mumford is an actual legit right tackle, then maybe we roll with him.
Hey, M Easy. He says, listen to y'all, I guess Bowers is not a bum. We've addressed this earlier, man. At the end of the day, man, we don't hate the player. We just didn't like the pick at the time. Like that's basically what it is.
Yes.
We could have got other players at positions of need. That's where we stand on it. We don't hate the player. He might turn out to be a great player for the Raiders.
Yeah.
But then where are we at offensive tackle? Where are we at corner? You know what I mean? There's still a lot of drafts to be had. So
look,
we'll see how it shakes out.
What's crazy is that what kills me, right? This is absolutely kills me. People would say, "Oh, why should we draft a corner? We have Jacorian Bennett." But they're okay with drafting Brock Bowers when we already have Michael Mayer.
Yeah.
Michael Mayer, not only was he drafted in front of Jacorian Bennett, but he had a better year than Jacorian Bennett. So it's
there's still question marks on the Jacorian Bennett. Like as much as I like.
So the pick is in for the Niners, but go ahead.
So one of the things about Jacorian Bennett is, look, as the Niners pick, here's my thing, is I actually didn't like the fact that we got rid of Amik Robertson. I didn't like it. He signed for a $10 million a year contract to the Lions.
2 years.
Right? 2 year, $10 million. If you're gonna beat the Chiefs, you not only have to want to beat the Chiefs, you have to feel the passion to beat the Chiefs. You want to talk about rival games? So all of us on this panel, right? You've played some games. You want to beat the crap out of some people. And in my opinion, Amik Robertson, the way he played, I'm not saying he's going to start, but I'm just saying that he brings that passion to want to beat the Chiefs, beat the Broncos, beat the Chargers. He feels it. And that goes a long way. And I love the fact that I love the passion that he brought to it. And so if you want to replace him, you better replace him early, but guess what? We didn't do it. Like, if you got rid of Meek Robinson, but then brought in a Quentin Mitchell, okay, cool. You've addressed the position. But
Ricky Pearsall. Interesting.
Wide receiver with all this trade talk. With all this trade talk about Brandon Ayuk.
That's interesting.
You know what I mean?
But in my opinion, Ricky Pearsall is better in the slot. So
he is. He's much better in the slot. I actually, Ricky Pearsall in my mind is not an outside receiver.
You see that one-hand catch?
Yeah. That was a nice grab too, and he held onto that thing.
He's not an outside receiver. You put him in the slot, he can work wonders in the slot. Ricky Pearsall.
Yeah, I like Ricky Pearsall.
Well, he's a slot receiver. What does that say about Debo? Everybody's talking about Brandon Ayuk, but what does it say about Debo?
Yeah.
No. The reason why I don't think you replace Debo, because if you look at the stats of Brock Purdy when Debo didn't play, his stats were garbage. His stats plummeted when Debo didn't play. So I think you hang on to Debo, you hang on to Christian McCaffrey.
So the
Ayuk is that.
Breaking news: Panthers just traded into the first round.
What?
Just traded up in the first
Who did?
round. They just traded up into the first round with the Bills.
Who did?
The Panthers.
So what are you thinking here? So you thinking? I'm thinking maybe Xavier Legette, maybe Troy Franklin.
I think it's a wide receiver for sure because the weapons with the Panthers didn't show up last year. So
yeah, and then I think they let DJ Chark go. Was the guy they signed. Let him go.
So now you can say the Legettes or the Troy Franklins or.
Who was there? Their head coach is Dave Canales, right?
What's his last comment?
Hey man, appreciate that, man. Y'all made the draft better tonight. Hey man, appreciate that.
Hey, I'm still trying to figure out how you are, Los Angeles Raiders 11. I'm dead serious, man. You're calling out my old days, coaching football. You're calling me out on my old ass days. So I'm still trying to figure out who you are, man.
That's dope, man.
I'm trying to think. So
hit him up on social media, man.
Hit him. Or holler at him on his channel.
Yeah.
You know, Real Talk Raider Nation.
Real Talk Raider Nation. You hit me up like, hey, this is a guy. He's come up my Roadrunner days, like my first stint in coaching football.
Wow.
And that's cool.
That's dope, man.
Raiders.
Let's see. So, who you got? What you got right here? Paul?
Raiders killed Niners with their pick. Brock up.
Who you got with the pick right now?
With Carolina?
Troy Franklin. I don't want to get going.
That's kind of a
Troy Franklin?
I think so, because like, if you look at good call, because if you look at Carolina,
size, speed.
Carolina struggled. Like Adam Thielen was their number one receiver last year, right?
I'm going to say.
Like Adam Thielen, what he's.
I'm gonna say A.D. Mitchell. Oh,
Mitchell?
Ooh, maybe corner though. Ooh, maybe Kool-Aid. They got Deontay Johnson. I'm gonna say A.D. Mitchell.
So, you have to justify that. You have to justify you picked the right quarterback.
Yeah.
So how do you do it?
Give him weapons.
Get him a weapon.
AD A.D. Mitchell.
Xavier Leggett.
That's what I said. AD
Yeah.
I just
That or
he's still on the
Xavier
board.
Leggett?
Yeah, that's what I said. AD Mitchell.
Yeah, maybe.
I would say AD Mitchell, just because they have Deontay Johnson, who's kind of like a speed guy. AD Mitchell, he's a bigger body. I would say AD Mitchell. If you're gonna go receiver here, but maybe Ladd McConkey is a guy. Maybe they want a guy in the slot.
Hunter Renfro's still available, y'all. So
Oh man,
he is from what, North
Free
Carolina?
agent.
he's from
He's from the Carolinas. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
He got some roots over
I
there.
believe South Carolina. I think.
South Carolina? Is it South Carolina or North Carolina?
South-
Okay.
South Carolina.
All right. Well, it's not too far. Not too far.
I could be wrong. I could be wrong on that. It's one of those Carolina.
Or hey,
So I'm saying they might go
Hey.
outside receiver instead of slot here.
could they pick who's that boy? Keon Coleman.
I think this is too early for Keon Coleman. They could.
It is early,
I think it's too early for Keon
Big
Coleman.
body receiver.
but
Big body.
but
he slows all
but
get out,
but
though.
a sure catcher.
He slows all get out. I think if you look at
catcher?
if you look at the guys that Bryce Young had success with in college, he had speed.
Yeah.
It was speed.
Yeah.
He
But-
didn't-
And
you
just
know,
to reiterate this
it
point
was-
right here. Just to reiterate this point, Daniel Kim says hopefully the rest of the draft makes up for our first pick, and I hope Bowers proves us all wrong. It's not even about. We got to say this real
Yeah.
quick. We're not saying Brock Bowers is a bad player.
Yeah.
It's like you can't tell me that you wanted the Raiders to draft tight end with pick number 13.
Yeah, exactly.
That's it.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? That's really what it is. It's not. It's not about getting.
It's
I think, hey, Brock Bowers might turn out to be a really good player, but where we at? Like I said, where we at corner? Where we at offensive tackle?
well, hold on.
You know?
Like Daniel Kim, the way that I look at it
At
is
quarterback.
maybe we look at it as the offensive line is set. Maybe Thayer Mumford is our right tackle, and maybe Gardner Minshew is our solution.
So pick number 13 is about to be
32?
or 32 is about to be announced right now to wrap up the first round of the draft.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Appreciate all y'all sticking by with us.
Yeah, 100%.
It's really
Hey, especially Los Angeles Raider 11, man. Like,
Makes sense. Makes sense.
I'm with you, man.
Steve Smith was hyping his boy. He was one of his favorite receivers in the draft, man.
Yeah.
there it is.
And his old team
Makes
drafts.
sense.
There it
Makes
is.
sense.
Man,
And know what? And
It
know what?
does.
And know what?
one of my favorite receivers in the draft.
Yeah, early in the process, I said I think I had
Yeah.
him. I think I had him as like my fourth. I had him above. I had him in front of Xavier Worthy and AD Mitchell. So it makes sense. It makes sense.
It does.
I thought the NFL was higher on AD Mitchell, but maybe a little bit to what you were saying, some of the attitude problems. Xavier Leggett is a dog, bro.
Man.
He is a dog.
Well,
He's a
look,
dog.
But like, in all honesty, right? What's crazy is that so many. There was a lot of movement in the back half of the draft.
Yes.
You know what I'm saying? And I think there's a lot of movement because corners dropped, receivers dropped a little bit, tackles dropped a little bit. It was exciting. It was really exciting first round draft. We'll recap our draft real quick, but it was exciting.
I think the people know how I feel about the draft.
So that wraps up the first round, man. We appreciate everybody coming through. It's been a great show. But before we even wrap up the show, man, I want to ask y'all, man, like, look, at this point, the Raiders do have they have a draft full of picks left. And it starts tomorrow with the second round, so make sure to tune in tomorrow. We'll be back. What are some players, man, on your mind that the Raiders can possibly get who are available?
Obviously, you guys know how I feel about Ennis Rakestraw. I like Ennis Rakestraw a lot. Cooper DeJean didn't make it out. I mean, we didn't get picked in the first round, which is surprising because everybody was saying that he was the guy that's going to get pushed up. He's not a guy I personally want, you know. But Jackson Powers Johnson is another guy. I think you got to keep our eyes on. Kingsley Sua-Matea is another guy we want to keep our eyes on as well. So it's still some value here, man. A little disappointed, man, but you know, hey, all support to Brock Bowers. Hope he balls out for us next year. Hope he makes a difference. You know, he makes up for some of the areas on the team that we're lacking because I think we still need a lot of help at tackle. I think we need help on defense as well. Hopefully the rest of the draft we're able to address some of those needs.
Yeah, go ahead.
For myself, it's like, look, to touch on what Severe's saying, Brock Bowers, he's an outstanding athlete. He can do some work, but what this told us was that this is AP and Tom Telesco's draft, and it's tough knowing that we have a lot of players, a lot of positions that have dropped. We have corners that are still sitting there. And one of the biggest things that I wanted to know, could Tom Telesco read the board? And I don't know, and this is just my opinion. I feel like he didn't read the board well. That's my own feedback, is that was the one thing that I wanted to really evaluate going into this draft. How well did Tom Telesco read the board? And when you have Quentin Mitchell drop to 22, 23, when you have Damien Arnold dropping into late 20s in positions that we of need, I have a bad feeling that we're going to have the talks again of, because not because Brock Bowers is bad, but because we didn't address the need, and we're going to say, damn, Gardner Minshew couldn't feed, or Aiden O'Connell couldn't feed Brock Bowers. Should we have taken Talisi Fuaga? You know what I'm saying? Like, that's the part that I struggle with, is that are we going to find ourselves in another position of why didn't we pick this guy?
This is going to sound crazy, y'all, but at this point, the Raiders couldn't get their quarterback in the future. That was like the big thing heading into the draft. I think now at this point, it's going to sound crazy because if they just did that in the first round, they need to take the best player available. And I see the Kool-Aid McKinstry. When you look at Kool-Aid McKinstry, some of the questions they have with him is deep speed. The Kansas City Chiefs drafted the fastest player that ever drafted that ran a 40 in the combine. And do you want to draft that guy to put on the outside to have him guard? No, I don't think that's a good idea. I think the trenches is a good way to start. Whether that's Jackson Powers Johnson. What about a Braden Fisk? Would you take a flyer off a Braden Fisk if he's there?
No,
you know what I mean? Maybe accentuate a strength, because that's what Telesco likes to do. He's like, we already got a tight end, so why don't we add another tight end?
Exactly.
You know what I mean? We got Christian Wilkins. Why don't we add another Christian Wilkins? another pass rushing D tackle, which makes sense when you have Patrick Mahomes in the division and you need to send waves after waves for pass rushers against Mahomes. So, I'm not looking at the receiver position. I'm not looking at any other position. I hope they don't go that route. There's some players available, but it's still a full draft, and we'll see how it shakes out. We appreciate everybody coming through. It's been live from Vegas, man. We are here to do a draft show, and we're not done yet. Tomorrow we're gonna be here.
Sorry.
Yeah, go ahead.
A shout out to Los Angeles Raider 11, man. Now I know who you are, Aaron Tweet. Good seeing you, brother. It's good seeing you, like just seeing me and all that good times, but good seeing you, brother. Now I know who you are. Good shout out.
Yeah, man. Shout out, man. Appreciate everybody coming through.
Facts.
Make sure to hit that. Make sure to hit that like button on the way out, man. Make sure to clack out, clack in. All that. At this point, clack out. Hit that like button. Subscribe. Hit that notification bell. We've gone live on all of our channels, so you want to make sure to head over, hit like button, subscribe, all that good stuff. Hit the notification bell so you'll know when we'll go live. And we'll be back here tomorrow at 5, man. And we'll see what do the Raiders do.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Do they trade up at the top of the first? Top of the second, to get whoever at that, at certain positions in the draft? We'll figure it out, man. We're gonna have a whole lot to talk about. Hey, we had a great show, man. We here for
Great show.
Man, I don't remember last time I did a 4-hour show, man. I'm just letting you know, man.
Huh.
The boy is hungry as all get out.
Yeah, I'm hungry, man. Some of y'all was like, hey, well, what did y'all get? What did you eat? I'm about to eat right now. I'm about to eat some food.
I didn't eat a damn thing but these thoughts and opinions on these players, bro. That's, So, yeah, man. Hey, man, it pisses me off more than anything right now because my brother is an Eagles fan. And last year, not only did the Eagles get Jalen Carter, and then they followed that up late in the first with Nolan Smith.
Yeah.
This year, they didn't have to move anywhere.
Yeah.
And Quinyon Mitchell fell in their freaking laps, bro.
Yeah.
Crazy.
Yeah.
Man.
But
Howie Roseman, man. Howie Roseman is legit, man.
But it's crazy. Yeah. No facts. And it's crazy. They dropped Keon Mitchell, the Terry Arnolds. Like we'll talk about it, man. Like the biggest surprise of the draft. So we'll be here tomorrow. I think we'll probably go live. What would you say? What time? Like 4:30?
Yes.
Yeah. So we'll kind of recap like as far as the biggest surprise. Right now, we're just like everybody else, man. We're letting everything kind of sink in right now. As far as what the Raiders did with pick number 13, we want to say this again, man. We don't hate the player. We don't hate the player. We think he's a talented player. We just hated the pick at the time, man. We felt like they could have went somewhere else with it. But hey, let us know in the comments, man. Do y'all agree with the pick? Do y'all agree with us? You know what I mean? Let us know in the comment section. I know I wasn't able to get to everybody in the chat, but hey, make sure to leave a comment.
Yes, sir.
And all that good stuff, man. Any last thoughts, man, before we wrap it up?
Nah, man, appreciate you guys, man. This was a good first day, man. Had a lot of fun. Like I said, man, somebody's gonna have to take a screenshot, man, of me before the draft, how I was all smiles, and then me at the draft.
Hey, man, whoever's good at memes should definitely.
This is how it started. This is how it's going. Man,
that's hilarious, man.
I think my final thoughts is, look, I know we're not happy as a majority, you know what I'm saying? But I think the one thing that we need to understand is that we do have a defensive-minded head coach, and we're going to the quickest path to success as the Raiders is through our defense, because that's what was the most successful at the end of the season. You know, we beat the Chiefs based on defense, not on offense.
Exactly.
We beat the Chiefs based on defense. And so, not saying that that's the correct path, but maybe we're building on that. And I'm not happy with our first-round draft pick. I'm not going to say that. But if we can find some optimism behind it, maybe we're trying to just, control the sticks. We're trying to get some first downs, maybe score 21 points a game, and our defense can do some work. So, But definitely join us for tomorrow, because we're gonna be covering it and having a good time tomorrow. So
yeah, man, we'll have plenty of time to talk about it and catch up tomorrow. We'll probably be going live around 4:30. That's why you hit the notification bell, so you'll be notified when we do go live. Hit the like button on the way out. Subscribe. Hit that notification bell. Man, till next time. Peace.
Just win, baby. Hello? You play to win the game. You don't play to just play it.